Somebody want to get the door? Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 8.2 of the Auditor General's Act, a special report for the Auditor General of Canada.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Got three of them.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 19.12 of the Act, to provide further support in response to COVID-19, a report from the Auditor General of Canada.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 21.1 of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, certified copies of the reports of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission of Manitoba and of Saskatchewan, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, these reports are deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du...
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because 33 years ago, on this day, a horrific act of violence changed our country forever. On December 6th, 1989, 14 women were murdered at l'École Polytechnique de Montréal when a gunman walked in, separated the women from the men, and opened fire.
They were murdered because they were women, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of this place, as a member of the Cabinet, as a mother, as a sister, as a daughter, I stand here to say that the Government of Canada will not tolerate gender-based violence anywhere, in any way, in this country.
Today, on the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, we remember them.
Geneviève Bergeron, d'Hélène Cogan, de Nathalie Croteau, de Barbara Daignon, d'Annie Merveille-Edouard, de Maude Havenique, de Maryse Laganière, de Maryse Leclerc, d'Anne-Marie Lemay, de Sonia Pelletier, de Michel Richard, d'Annie Saint-Arnaud, d'Annie Turcotte, et de Barbara Klushnik-Vidievich. We also, Mr. Speaker, honor everyone who has been killed as a result of gender-based violence. Last year, 173 women and girls in Canada lost their lives in this way. This amounts to one woman or girl every 2 days. Every 2 days. Mr. Speaker, we stand in solidarity today and every day with victims and survivors of gender-based violence and their families. We bring attention to those most at risk, women and girls, Indigenous women and girls, members of 2S LGBTQI+ communities, women and gender-diverse people with disabilities, and women living in northern, rural, and remote communities. We honor and remember the women taken from us. Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, Rebecca Contois, and Mashkori Bizunwik. We will not forget them. La ville.
Gender-based violence has long-term impacts on individuals, families, and communities. It can happen at work, within families, and between acquaintances.
It is a form of abuse that costs lives, Mr. Speaker, and it must not be tolerated in Canada. These acts are part of a continuum of hate that needs to be disrupted. And each one of us has the power to help break that cycle. As my honourable colleagues know, we are currently commemorating the annual 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and our theme is It's Not Just. A double meaning that reminds us both the injustice of gender-based violence and how society perpetuates it by excusing less violent and less obvious forms. I want to take a minute to talk about the lives impacted by these heinous acts. In 2021, 90 homicide victims were killed by an intimate partner. 3/4, that's 76% of these victims were women and girls. The number of victims of intimate partner homicide in 2021 was higher than in 2020, 84 victims, and 2019, 77 victims. This means mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts, cousins, friends, women and girls from all walks of life were killed at the hand of their intimate partners. Think of the children left behind when a mother is killed by her partner. Think of the mother left to carry on when her child is killed by their partner. Think of the communities left with a hole that cannot be filled when they lose an integral member. At a time when the gun lobby is using the memory of this horrendous anniversary to promote its own agenda, we must stand firm, defend the memories and legacies of those gone too soon. There is still much to be done, and we must all be part of the solution. In the past 7 years, we have shown leadership in the efforts to end gender-based violence. I would like now to speak a little bit about the progress that we have made so far. Madam Speaker, since 2015, the Government of Canada has taken a wide-ranging approach to combat gender-based violence, included but not limited to introducing the first ever federal strategy to address gender-based violence, dedicating 25% of the national housing strategy to support women, banning assault-style weapons and putting a freeze on the sale and transfer of handguns within Canada, listing coercive control as a form of family violence in the Divorce Act, dedicating up to $30 million over 5 years for crisis hotlines, and working with provinces and territories, Madam Speaker, to deliver a national action plan to end gender-based violence and support survivors. On November 9th, the Federal, Provincial, and Territorial Forum of Ministers responsible for the status of women endorsed the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence. Over the next 10 years, the National Action Plan will enable federal, provincial, and territorial governments to continue working with victims and survivors, Indigenous partners, direct service providers, experts, advocates, municipalities, the private sector, and researchers to prevent and address gender-based violence in Canada. This work is historic. We look forward to moving ahead with our provincial and territorial colleagues to put the plan into action. We continue this important work in the memory of every person killed as a result of gender-based violence. We must not relent or feel defeated by the enormity of this issue. We must keep moving forward in our efforts to make Canada safer for everyone. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, je souhaiterais.
I would close by addressing anyone hearing this message who is currently experiencing gender-based violence. Please, speak to someone you trust. Ask for help. You are not alone. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to honour and remember the victims of the tragic massacre at École Polytechnique 33 years ago. As the first female engineer here in the House of Commons, I will tell you These women were my sisters. Le 6 décembre,
December 6th, 1989, an armed man entered into an engineering class at École Polytechnique where he ordered the men to leave, saying to the 9 other women that he was fighting feminism, and he opened fire, killing 6. Then, moving through the school, he targeted mainly women over a 20-minute shooting before turning his weapon on himself. 14 women were killed.
them now to respect them for the strong women they were. Geneviève Bergeron, 21 ans.
21 years old, mechanical engineering student. Hélène Colgan, mechanical engineering student, 23 years old. Nathalie Croteau, 23 years old, student in mechanical engineering. Barbara Degnaud, 22 years old, student in mechanical engineering. Anne-Marie Edward, 21 years old, chemical engineering student. Maude Havernick, 29 years old, student in materials engineering. Barbara Klunik-Wiedewich, 31 years old, studying in nursing at the University of Montreal. Maryse Lagagnère, 25 years old, employee of École Polytechnique. Maryse Leclerc, materials engineering student. Anne-Marie Lemay, mechanical engineering student. Sonia Pelletier, mechanical engineering student. Michel Richard, materials engineering student. Annie St. Arnaud, 23 years old, mechanical engineering student. Annie Turcotte, materials engineering student. Only 20 years old.
Je suis une femme.
I am a woman. I am an engineer. I have had many experiences where I have seen the unjustified fury of men in my field.
Kind of misplaced anger from men that seeks to remove us from the workforce. We must do more to prevent such acts of violence in our country, especially those that specifically target women. We've banned the gun that was used in these tragic murders, but we've not eradicated the hatred of men against women. Violent crime is up 32% in the country. Handguns were banned months ago, but we continue to hear of shootings every day in the country because the bottom line is criminals don't obey the law, and you can't legislate morality. We need to try to address the gender-based violent attitudes that lead to the kind of awful deaths that happened at École Polytechnique. In 2016, I was part of a study at Status of Women to eliminate violence against women and girls. I'm disheartened to see that the violent death of women continues to rise. We must address the root cause of misogynistic attitudes towards women. C'est le travail que nous devons.
This is work that we must do to give meaning to incidents like this one, which happened 33 years ago today. It is by doing this that we can honor their memory. These young women had brilliant lives ahead of them. They were very smart. Maybe some of them would have been elected to this House.
And may we work together to ensure this never happens again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, on December 6, 1989, 33 years ago, a man entered the École Polytechnique in Montreal and killed 14 women for no other reason than the fact that they were women. We do not forget. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Degnaud, Anne-Marie Edward, Maud Havernick, Barbara Kluznik-Vidovich, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte. All those of us who are old enough to remember it. We remember where we were, with whom, and we remember what we were doing. And we hold in our hearts those feelings of panic, of horror, of incomprehension, of disbelief, of sadness, and of shame. Those are the feelings that December 6th made us feel. We hold close in our hearts the memory of these women who were torn away from life without reason. The tragedy of Polytechnique imposes on us a duty of memory. We must remember the errors of the past, the tragedies of the past, so that we can ensure that they are not repeated, so that we don't have to relive them. But the duty to remember does not come alone. It comes with words, because it is necessary to name things for what they are. Misogyny, feminicide, mass murder, armed violence. These are ugly words. These are dark words. These are dirty words. And they're words that unfortunately we will continue to hear. They're words that continue to strike us, humiliate us, destroy us. And thinking of the women of École Polytechnique, I want us to have new words. We need new words. Love, hope, solidarity, determination. The duty of remembrance requires us to name things, and it requires that we act. It requires that we hope. Equality is progressing. Misogyny is more and more exposed in the light of day, and we can win. We will never totally win the battle against violence. There will always be problems. But I'm convinced, and I want to be convinced, that we are moving in the right direction. We have no choice. We owe it to all those who have paid with their lives for being a woman. We owe it to the girls of École Polytechnique. We owe it to our sisters who were recently murdered in Manitoba, and to all those missing or murdered across Canada. We owe it to the hundreds, the thousands of women killed because they were women and who have been killed over the last 33 years. We must move in the right direction. The duty to remember also comes with a duty to act. Tightening of gun control, banning assault weapons, Quebec's gun registry, these are all steps in the right direction. I wouldn't say that Bill C-21 is perfect or that the government has done everything properly, but I will say that limiting access to assault weapons is necessary, and it is a step in the right direction. And finally, the collective awareness that we've seen of sexual assault and crimes of a sexual nature is a step in the right direction. And that too gives us hope. The women of École Polytechnique would be mothers, perhaps grandmothers today. For the last 33 years, some of the survivors have held candlelight vigils alone, and then with their daughters or sons, and tonight, perhaps, with their grandchildren. And these generations that follow one another and who share the memory of those we have lost show that we do not forget. We don't forget the tragedy, the loss, nor the responsibility to act, nor hope.
Geneviève, Hélène, Nathalie, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude, Barbara Klusnik-Vidajevic, Maryse Laganière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia, Michel, Annie Saint-Arnaud et Annie Turcotte.
We know our debt, and we will not forget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on this solemn occasion to commemorate a horrific tragedy, the memory of École Polytechnique massacre, which took place on this day 33 years ago. It's still etched in the minds of millions of people who will never forget this act of femicide. Let me begin by paying tribute to the women who were murdered on December 6, 1989. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Coljean, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Dino, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maude Havernick, Maryse Laganière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, and Barbara Klusnik-Vidajevic. These women had big dreams. They dreamt of becoming engineers, a male-dominated profession, especially at that time. Their dreams and their lives were stolen by a man poisoned by misogynistic hate, a man who, as he opened fire, shouted, "You are all feminists." They were killed because they were women. They were killed because they dared to pursue a career in an overwhelmingly male field. They were killed by an act of violent misogyny. 30 years later, violence born of misogyny, toxic masculinity, and racism is still killing women and gender-diverse people across the country. Every 6 days, a woman in Canada is killed by her intimate partner. In 2021, 173 women and girls were killed by violence, up from 160 the year before. And Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people continue to go missing or be murdered at alarming rates. Madam Speaker, 5 days before the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, we received news about another unspeakable femicide. Three more Indigenous women, Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, and a third woman that the elders have asked us to call Buffalo Woman until her family can be found, were murdered by an alleged serial killer in Winnipeg who was also charged with the murder of Rebecca Comtois in May 2022. It is part of what the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and the Prime Minister have described as an ongoing genocide. As with the perpetrator of the Polytechnique massacre, what we know about this alleged serial killer is that he too was poisoned by hatred. A review of his social media activity revealed posts that promoted violence, misogyny, anti-Semitism, and white supremacy. And once again, Madam Speaker, we were witnessing the fatal consequences of a growing far-right extremism. While our country reels from this enormous loss, the Winnipeg Police Service declared that they would not undertake a search for the remains of the three precious sisters believed to be in the located in the Brady landfill. Now, I understand, Madam Speaker, that this might not be feasible. but at the very least, they need to stop dumping trash in the landfill so that our loved ones can rest in peace and undisturbed. What message does that callous decision send to Indigenous women, to survivors, to the families of victims? It says that we are less than, that our lives have been deemed not valuable, that our ongoing genocide has been normalized. It has been so normalized that it's not even considered an emergency in this House. We should not have to plead for our safety to be taken seriously or for our families to be given the closure they deserve. We need to be provided with the resources because we deserve closure, Madam Speaker. The federal government must heed the calls of survivors, advocates, and community leaders by providing immediate funding to stop this genocide and the resources to search for the remains of our precious sisters wherever they may be. This is a human rights crisis. When faced with a crisis, you don't ignore it, you must act. While today is a day of remembrance, it's also a day of action. I urge the federal government and all governments in Canada to heed this call to action by taking urgent steps to stop this violence. We will never forget the 14 women whose lives were taken 33 years ago. We will never forget the 4 Indigenous women and all the Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people whose lives were taken earlier this year and for the past decades. In their cherished memory, we will renew our efforts to end gender-based violence once and for all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I believe the member from Saanich Gulf Islands is seeking the unanimous consent of the House to reply. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to speak? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'd like to thank all my colleagues for that, for the permission, and also for their support. We're together here today, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for the responsible for this file, and my colleague from Sarnia Lambton, who has shared a message that touched me deeply. My colleague, the member for Shefford, and also the member for Winnipeg Centre.
In this place, do work in an environment that is traditionally male-dominated. All of our society is dominated by the notion of patriarchy. Men are usually in charge. It's very hard on this day, le journée de souvenir, de penser.
A day of remembrance to think of the events of December 6th, 1989. A day that I remember as if it were yesterday.
Who were alive and conscious and politically aware. The deliberate killing of 16 women, so young, their only crime being in a classroom. It's a study to become an engineer. Their only crime to be a woman. Margaret Atwood has said, men are afraid that women will laugh at them. Women are afraid that men will kill them. We are in a time, as many of my colleagues have mentioned, where violence against women is on the rise. Violence against women, women who are intimate partners, are at risk. There's no question but that the words of the member for Winnipeg Centre should ring out clearly across Canada. Women are particularly at risk when they have 2 crimes. They are women and they are Indigenous. The recent charges brought against a serial killer in Winnipeg for those deaths must wake us up to, again, misogyny, racism, and the crimes of a toxic culture in which patriarchy is the accepted default position. We have to ask ourselves, what more can we do? There's no question but that every member, every party in this place says it's time. We must end violence against women. And here we are 33 years on. And violence against women continues. What we can say is that we need our allies. And on this day when so many women turn to each other in sisterhood and solidarity, we embrace especially our male colleagues. Men who will stand up and say, I'm a feminist. Men who will stand up and say, patriarchy belongs in the dark pages of history. We must speak out against femicide. We must stand with those women still in Afghanistan and help them to survive. We must stand with all Indigenous women and girls across this country and with the families of those who still don't know where their fallen mommies and aunties and sisters and daughters are. We must say that it's time to end violence. Violence against women, violence against each other, violence that we carry in our hearts. The killing of the 16 women on December 6, 1989, must never be forgotten. It is of them we think this day, but we also say we know that ending violence is a job for us all. It does not just fall on women. It does not just fall on governments. It requires that all of us, heart to heart, neighbor to neighbor, pay attention. Protect anyone you see as vulnerable. Step up in the moment when you hear hatred spoken, because words of hate can turn into acts of hate. We must, especially in this place, because we're here and we know each other, we must try harder to take the violence out of our language, to take polarization out of our politics, so that we can say to Canadians, we're a country that takes care of each other. We love each other. And in the memory of 16 women killed on this day 33 years ago, we banish hate from our hearts. Thank you.
À la suite de discussions entre
Further to discussions among the representatives of all the parties in the House, there is unanimous consent to observe a moment of silence.
Observe a minute of silence in memory of the victims of the tragic event that happened 33 years ago at École Polytechnique de Montréal. Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison
I would like to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, the government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
today, ordre du jour. No, oh, sorry. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-9, an act to amend the Judges Act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I'm honored to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2022-2023. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the ninth report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-241, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, deductions of travel expenses for tradespersons. And I'd like to thank, Madam Speaker, the Finance Committee clerks Alexandre Roger, Karine Grandjean, Legislative Clerk Claire Marie-Hélène Sauvé, Analyst Joël Malo, Michael Lambert-Racine, Committee Assistant Linda Goudreau, all committee staff, interpreter services, and all members of the Finance Committee. Merci beaucoup.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan. Okay, Lloydminster, Battlefield Wildminster.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that. I just rise today, Madam Speaker, to table a petition. Basically, these petitioners, Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians, he recommended expanding euthanasia to babies. So this is children ages 0 to 1. And this was suggested of euthanizing them because they may be born with disabilities or very serious syndromes. And then recently, the college actually had sent another witness to somewhat double down on this because there was outrage and concern from Canadians across the country. So petitioners petitioners are wanting this House to know that this proposal for legalized killing of infants is disturbing and unacceptable in Canadian society, and petitioners believe that the killing of children is always wrong, Madam Speaker, and they call on this House to block all attempts to legalize infanticide. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of petitions I want to present. The first is similar to that presented by my colleague. Petitioners highlight with horror proposals from the Quebec College of Physicians to legalize euthanasia for babies. They find this proposal deeply disturbing. Infants cannot consent. And killing children is always wrong. Infanticide is always wrong. There is no justification for legalizing or proposing to legalize the killing of children. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children for any reason. Next, I'm tabling a petition in support of Bill S-223, a private member's bill seeking to ban forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill proceeds to its second hour of debate at third reading stage tomorrow and a final vote next week. Petitioners want to see this bill passed, making it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. The next petition I'm tabling responds to recommendations from the Minister of National Defence Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination that published its final report earlier this year. Petitioners are concerned about the fact that this report calls for the exclusion of chaplains on the basis of the views of their faith community on issues of gender and sexuality. They say it's unacceptable and a violation of religious freedom to require or promote the firing of religious clergy from chaplaincy roles on the basis of the views that their denominations hold on various issues. Petitioners call on the government and the House to oppose this kind of religious discrimination, to reject the recommendations on chaplaincy in the Canadian Armed Forces in the final report of the Minister of National Defence Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination, and to affirm the right of all Canadians, including Canadian Armed Forces chaplains, to freedom of religion. The next petition I'm tabling highlights the horrific human rights abuses that have been inflicted on the Hazara community in Afghanistan over generations, abuses that have been ongoing but have significantly worsened since the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. They call on the government to recognize the violence, the genocides that Hazaras have faced, and to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day. And finally, I'm tabling a petition that is concerned about the government's intention to bring in another values test associated with charitable status, to use charitable status determinations to discriminate against organizations that hold different views from the government on the issue of abortion. Petitioners call on the government to preserve and protect the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, without the imposition of another values test, and to affirm the charter right of all Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Morning, Madam President. I'm presenting a petition this morning that's raised on behalf of concerned Canadians. And I would like to draw this House attention to the fact that Louise Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommended expanding euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes. Recently, the college also sent another witness to the AMAD committee to double down, claiming further that this is not a moral issue and that society has evolved past ethical considerations. Petitioners find this proposal to be very, very disturbing and very troubling, and they find that the legalized killing of infants deeply disturbing and unacceptable in Canadian society. Petitioners believe that the killing of children is always wrong, and they call on this House to block all attempts to legalize infanticide.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to rise today to present this petition. Canada's election system has always been a first-past-the-post system.
Madam Speaker, the petitioners point out leads to distortions. The popular vote is not represented in these seats in this chamber. We are not here in the proportions for which Canadians have voted. The petitioners call on the government to move towards a system of proportional representation as recommended by the Special Standing Committee on Electoral Reform in 2016 in order to bring credible representation to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present the petition about our children. Children are our future. And the killing of children is always wrong. Without our children, we have no future. I stand here on behalf of my constituents today to demand that we stop the killing of our children. It is always wrong. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all main questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
The Honourable House Leader, Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Tourism, that in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill. And further, Madam Speaker, that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of report stage, and on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before this House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good idea.
You have to read the motion first. You have to read the motion. Which he's just
What he's getting, okay.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I'm so excited. Sorry. He's in the lineup. My husband.
This lineup, the lineup for here?
Every time he gets a little bit closer, I'm like so excited. Yeah.
Here, this place? Oh,
He's in
nice.
Vancouver. No, he's in Vancouver in the lineup too.
Oh.
Before I proceed, could I ask the honourable members who are on virtual mode to please mute themselves? Thank you. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moves that in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to the standing orders, there will be a 30-minute question and answer period. I would ask members interested in asking a question to stand or use the raise hand function so the chair has an idea how many members wish to participate in this question period.
Debate, l'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, unfortunately, we have to get up here and condemn the government for using time allocation to push their legislation through. It's unfortunate that this is supposed to be used for extreme situations, and it's supposed to be used rarely, but it's become routine practice for this government. They've done it all too often, and it's a challenge for democracy. We don't need this, especially, Madam Speaker, given that we're in a minority parliament. This is a minority government, and that means they need the official opposition to work together with them for the benefit of Canada. There are 338 of us here, duly elected, and we have a right to speak to each and every bill tabled by this government. If they were, and this government tends to rely on just a few speakers, they monopolize, just a handful of MPs monopolize the government's time. But that's not the case for the official opposition. So why, once again, is the government using this tactic for such an important bill? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague and his question, but before I answer, I'd just like to point out that this is a solemn day that marks a tragedy motivated by hatred and misogyny. The Polytechnique massacre remains engraved in our memories, and my heart and my thoughts are with the families of the victims 33 years ago, as well as with all the families of women who've been killed on account of violence. And all ministers here in the House are fighting against misogyny. I stand with them. We need to put an end to violence against women and all those who identify as women. Madam Speaker, we know that times are tough for Canadians, and Bill C-32 will provide essential supports to Canadians, including scrapping the interest on student loans, helping families buy their first homes, cutting taxes on growing small and medium-sized businesses. These are concrete steps, Madam Speaker, that go to the very heart of our bill. But instead of supporting Canadians with these measures in C-32, the Conservatives are voting against it, and now they're delaying as well. They're trying to hold the passage of this bill up. There's always a bit of give and take here in the House, but when you object, to the title, that's enough, and it's time to vote. The honourable member.
Écoutez, quand j'étais petit,
when I was little, there used to be TVs storied on, a lot of stories were told on TV, and it said they married and there were lots of children. Well, now the NDP and the Liberals have gotten together, and there's a lot of muzzling or gag orders. We've never seen so many times that the opposition has been silenced. So, look, 20 closure motions or time allocations negotiated with the NDP, and they're saying that you can sit till midnight if you want. But look at the legislative agenda. Today, C32, and tomorrow and the next day and the next day, C32. That's what's on the menu. So they can extend till midnight, but that's not enough for them. It's they seem to think this is an urgent bill. And so what did they decide to do? Well, the Minister for Tourism says, look, we're sick and tired, we're fed up. And this is democracy? The Prime Minister was a great admirer of China and the dictatorship there. But we have interesting and important things to say, and those should be taken into account. The NDP is basically on their knees, and they're kissing the Liberals' feet. I've been here for some 10 years, Madam Speaker, and I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen such a rotten bill. But that's not my opinion. It's the media's opinion. That there was a bill that was so poorly drafted, it was a piece of junk. So, but that's why the NDP has supported 20 gag orders. It's a bit embarrassing. My question is for the NDP. Aren't you embarrassed about these 20 gag orders and the fact that you're forced to keep your mouth shut in this way? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my colleague from La Prairie.
À l'ordre.
Order.
Est-ce qu'on peut entendre?
Can we hear the answer from the Minister, please? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, in answer to the question from the member for La Prairie, it's not a matter of muzzling debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie on a point of order. Yeah, it's a shame that we heard what we just heard from the member from La Prairie. He used unparliamentary and insulting language. It's a personal attack, an insult to me, and I would ask that the member for La Prairie apologize. Duly noted. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, the supports at the heart of C32 will benefit Quebecers and Canadians all across the country. It is time that those supports from the government were rolled out, and that's why we have to take action. We have to put this to a vote because Canadians are counting on the measures at the heart of C32. It's also important for our economy, and we need to position ourselves to have. We're in position to have the lowest deficit in the G7. So that's why we're here today. We want to put this to a vote. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It will not surprise anyone here to know that I cannot support a motion to have time allocation, even on a bill on which I plan to vote yes. We are far too often, almost 100% of the time, falling into the practice of time allocating bills over and over again. The New Democrats and the Liberals decried it just as much as I did when it was happening to us under the previous Harper government. Now that it's happening to people we are prepared to support in general on bills sometimes, we somehow think it doesn't matter to have full debate in this place. And I think if we could please revisit the traditions of this place to ensure that time isn't used in debate by members who read a speech aloud. If we were not reading speeches, we'd have far fewer speakers. Returning to our rules in all things will help the House work better, help House leaders organize the work. I sympathize with the reasons, and I'll say to the Honourable Minister, I sympathize for the reasons for which we now seem to use time allocation every time. That two wrongs do not make a right.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her impassionate remarks earlier today. And I, too, would like to see this place be a place of fulsome and focused debate. But, Madam Speaker, we're talking about an objection by the Conservatives and their dilatory tactics opposing to the short title of the bill. Madam Speaker, that's like having a new medicine get ready to go out to people and stop production because you don't like the title of the medicine. It's absurd. And Madam Speaker, we're talking about 27 hours of debate, 140 interventions, $1 billion that needs to get to Atlantic Canadians to recover from Fiona, on top of $300 million already put into the system for Atlantic Canadians. Madam Speaker, I'm for fulsome debate, but not for dilatory tactics. Canadians need these supports. That's why we need to get to a vote.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I actually empathize with the comments made from the leader of the Green Party. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, is that I'm old enough to remember the last fall economic statement when the Conservatives wouldn't let us vote on that till well into the spring, almost summer of 2020, of this year, actually. It was the fall economic statement of 21 that we couldn't actually get a vote on until almost the end of the session in the spring of last spring. So, you know, the reality is that we're seeing game after game being played by the Conservatives, and it's all being done at the expense of not members of the House that are sitting here having to debate them. It's being done at the expense of those who will benefit the most, those who are struggling the most right now, that will benefit from these supports that will roll out. I'm wondering if the Minister can comment on, you know, who is really suffering the most due to the delay tactics that are being caused by the Conservatives.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his insights and also his comments on this matter, because, Madam Speaker, quite frankly, there are small businesses in his riding, in my riding, in the ridings of the Conservatives and the Bloc and the Greens and the New Democrats that want to keep growing and want to make sure that they're going to get some tax relief when they do that. There are families looking forward to saving money so that they can put it in the new savings account for their first home, but they can't do that unless we vote and pass this law to the next stage. We get a vote on C-32. And Madam Speaker, we're talking about making sure that hydrogen investments and clean tech investments and good labor agreements, when we're going to build the economy for the future, get passed into law. We're talking about billions of dollars of investment into our country. That's what's at stake. That's why we need to get to a vote.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
They haven't had a question. And I want to thank my honourable colleagues for bringing this important topic to debate today. It's no question that Canadians are suffering right now. It's no question that people are having to pay out of their savings account what little they have just to make ends meet. New Democrats, when we were elected to this place, we've always been steadfast in our mission to ensure that we continue to deliver the promises that we made to Canadians. Many of those promises are included in this fall economic statement and within Bill C-32. Madam Speaker, it's imperative that we get these supports to Canadians now. This House is a place where traditions of debate live. Yes, that's an important thing. But in our condition of democracy today, what we're seeing is the Bloc Québécois doing what they do traditionally, blame everybody else. And then we have the other Bloc party, the Bloc Conservatives, who block everything else. And so we really, Madam Speaker, need to get this legislation passed. We need to get to support to Canadians. We were here to support Canadians, and that's what this bill does. Thank you.
Tourism.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my friend and colleague and neighbour for his comments. not only are we talking about growing the economy, Madam Speaker, we're also going to pay down our deficit. Then we will have the lowest deficit in the G7. Madam Speaker, we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio. The supports that in here are real supports, Madam Speaker, to help people to buy their first home, to make sure that businesses can save money, to make sure that we speed up the benefits for workers. And Madam Speaker, we're also going to make sure that if companies have enough wealth that they think they can buy their shares back, well, they're going to pay a 2% tax to the country. And if they don't want to do that, they can invest in the economy and grow the economy, which will be good for my colleagues' riding, for my riding and ridings across this country.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, while today the government is asking the House to expedite their spending, we have the Auditor General revealing tens of billions of dollars in inflationary waste associated with this government's past spending. Tens of billions of dollars went out the door to people with clearly identified risk factors for not actually being eligible for the programs that they were receiving money for. No spending controls before the money was spent, and no spending controls afterwards. Essentially, the government is handing out money through their programs on the basis of an honor system. You say you're eligible, you get the money, and there's no checking before or after. Over $30 billion in spending identified associated with very likely risk factors in the Auditor General's report. Now, I have a simple question for the Minister with respect to the Auditor General's report. The Auditor General has come up with clear recommendations to try to address this problem of tens of billions of dollars of inflationary waste. Will the government accept and implement all of the recommendations of the Auditor General, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I wonder if the member for Sherwood Park would like to go talk to all of the people in his riding who got CERB benefits or CEBA loans or were able to actually get through the pandemic and say that that was irresponsible spending. I wonder if he would be prepared to do that, Madam Speaker, because quite frankly, you're seeing the primary contrast in this House. When we support Canadians, the Conservatives say that it's a waste of money. We are investing in Canadians. We got them through the pandemic. We did the right thing. We got to supports to people who need it the most. And Madam Speaker, if we're talking about what we're actually talking about right now, which is getting to the fall economic statement, and if the Conservatives would actually have substantive debate on the issue, perhaps we could continue. But their number one objection, Madam Speaker, is to the short title of the bill. It's absurd. It's dilatory. We need to move on and get supports to Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surwa. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought that you had forgotten me. Thank you. Listen, I rise because I'm listening closely to what I'm hearing from both sides of the House, and this idea of, putting closure on this bill. Well, I don't understand why. The Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-32, and we've said that every time. I understand that the NDP also supports Bill C-32. So the government has everything that it needs to keep things rolling in a reasonable way on Bill C-32, particularly given that it has the possibility of sitting later to accelerate things. So why this closure, I don't really understand. And if you'll allow me, Madam Speaker, I completely disagree with my NDP colleague's allegation, I forget his riding name, who said that the Bloc Québécois is just there to block things. And that's not true. That's misinformation. Quite the contrary. We've given our support to a wide range of bills. We participate seriously in a rigorous way in crafting legislation. So honestly, people shouldn't just say whatever here in the House. And in my role as whip, I can say that the members of the Bloc are rigorous, they work hard, they contribute, and they don't block for the sake of blocking things. Quite the contrary. So for C-32, I'll say it again, Madam Speaker, and I'll say it to the minister who's going to answer me. We agree with the bill. The government has the majority to move forward with Bill C-32 following standard rules. So why this closure? Honestly, I regret that I have to say it, but I really feel like this is an abuse of power to move forward with a bill that's already, in their pocket, Madam Speaker. And I would say that this is a minority government which has a record, when compared to other minority governments, a record number of bills passed. There are more bills passed here since we started with this government, when you compare with others before. So I don't know what they're complaining about. It's as if they're tired, tired of managing the institution Parliament debates. And it's true that it's tiring because you have to listen, you have to negotiate, you have to be open. And I get the impression that this government is tired. That's the impression I get. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Well, Madam Speaker, with all the respect that I owe my colleague and the Bloc Québécois, I'm never somebody that's accused of being tired or of lacking energy, and that's the case for our government. So the question before us here is one of support for Canadians. And so when the Conservatives are blocking that support with dilatory motions who object to the short title of the bill because they have no other legitimate objection to this bill, which is going to give support to Canadians, which is going to grow the economy, which is going to reduce the deficit, well, Madam Speaker, I see that it's time to move forward. We appreciate the cooperation from the Bloc and the NDP. It's time to get past these dilatory motions and go to a vote.
Comments, the Honourable Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we all remember, sadly, the events of 30-odd years ago, and our hearts and prayers go out to the families of the young women's lives tragically taken. There's also another tragedy in my riding of a different scale and which is, of course, due to climate change. And we all saw the impact of Hurricane Fiona, the largest hurricane to hit Canada and walloped eastern Canada. And I would love to know my colleagues' response of the supports that we're giving in the fall economic statement to help these communities rebuild and get back on their feet after this terrible climate action.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for rural development for her passion and her work on restoring the livelihoods and the infrastructure in her home province of Newfoundland and Labrador, but across the region. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, having been in Charlottetown and Halifax just last week, the scale of the rebuild is like nothing we've ever seen before, and it's going to take us as a country. It's going to take businesses from across the country to help people to rebuild. And how are they going to get the financing to do that, Madam Speaker? Well, we have the disaster finance agreement in place, $300 million that we've already put on the table. But the reason we need to get this bill passed is because we put $1 billion in, and the people that I spoke to are counting on that financing so that they can not just be ready for the tourism season this summer, but that they can be ready to rebuild their lives. We need this money out. We need the supports to be in place. That's why we need to get to a vote.
Well, member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my colleague, the minister, was unable or did not want to answer the question from my colleague from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park. But the Auditor General's report today is quite clear that more than 10% of the $200 billion that the Liberal government put out as COVID relief programs is unaccountable and very likely went to people who are ineligible for those programs. So I find it quite interesting that the minister is complaining that the opposition is actually doing its job of scrutinizing spending that is being proposed by the government. I was elected by my constituents in southern Alberta to do just that, to make sure that every single taxpayer dollar is being used wisely and efficiently and going to those programs that it was intended to do. As the opposition, we voted in support of many of those COVID-19 relief programs. However, we did not vote in support of wasting more than $30 billion that the Auditor General is saying in her report today will very likely be unrecovered. So despite those programs that the minister is talking about, when $30 billion of taxpayers' money is being wasted, we want to ensure that there's some accountability there. So as to my question to the minister, is the opposition not doing its job? And why should the constituents of Foothills trust you now when you obviously didn't earn that trust with the COVID-19 program?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I respect my colleague for Foothills, and we were both attending Agribition and related events in Regina this past weekend to make sure that rural Canadians know that they have our support, both from the government side and also from the opposition side. And of course the opposition should oppose. That's their function. And as a Democrat and as a parliamentarian, I respect the work of all of the opposition parties. Madam Speaker, what is perplexing to me is why they would hold up a bill that is so important to the functioning of our economy and to getting help to those Canadians who need it the most over the issue of the short title of the bill. Madam Speaker, certainly there's more substance. And to the substantive question that my colleague from Foothills and my colleague from Edmonton or from Strathcona asked, Sherwood Park, Sherwood Park. We're going to read the Auditor General's report in detail. We will respond and take the advice from the Auditor General. But I know this, Madam Speaker, what this government did during the pandemic kept 60,000 people working in the energy sector alone. It helped millions of people. And yes, the Conservatives supported us. They also voted against some of the measures. Madam Speaker, we prevented a depression on the scale of the 1930s. It was the right thing to do, and we will take the Auditor General's advice very seriously.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this House to remind the House that in a minority situation, the NDP is acting in a responsible way and is forcing the Liberal government to accomplish things that are important for people. For example, the GST tax credit and dental care. C-32 isn't perfect, but there's something concrete in there. There are things that are going to help students. There are things that are going to help first-time home buyers, that are going to help small businesses, and help make sure that rich Canadians pay a little bit more of their fair share. It's a step in the right direction. So I think for us it's important that this bill go forward so that as quickly as possible we can help Quebecers and Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Well, Madam Speaker, I fully support that statement. I respect the NDP and I thank them for their support of this bill. My colleague is absolutely right. This is a bill that is going to help growing companies reduce their tax burden. We're going to eliminate interest on student loans and apprenticeship loans. We're also going to help Canadians with the purchase of their first home. We are making wide-ranging investments in the economy, similar to the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. It's time to act. We have a plan that is continent-wide. That's why we need to vote for Bill C-32. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're here to debate a record number of closure motions for a minority government, and that's not nothing. Prorogation summer of 2020, an election in the middle of a pandemic, which didn't bring any change. We changed 4 quarters for $1. The government was brought back as a minority, so they weren't given a blank check to do what they want. And Canadians, Quebecers said, work with other parties. Is democracy secondary for this government? Because let's not forget, as our whip said, the Bloc supports this bill. Why this closure? Why not work with the opposition parties who are ready to work with the government on this? So I really don't understand, and it's concerning to see that this government has not heard what the voters told them, which is that you are a minority government and not a majority government. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say to my colleague from Shefford, the extent to which her remarks earlier this morning on another subject I found very touching, and I thank her for those. When it comes to this bill, we are very concerned about democracy. We're concerned about meeting the needs of Canadians as well. When it comes to growing the economy, when it comes to making sure that we're in a good fiscal situation, when it comes to supporting Canadians who need our support. And we've already had 27 hours of debate on this, 140 interventions. There will be more hours, there will be more speeches today, this week on C-32. It's critical for the economy, for our fiscal situation, for Canadians. It's critical that we get the supports that are in this bill out as quickly as possible, and that's what we're here to do.
Member for Charlotte St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the member could answer a question. The Parliamentary Budget Officer identified $14.2 billion in what he called unannounced spending in the fall economic statement. I'm wondering if the member would mind telling us what it's for before we vote to approve it.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, what's important in this project, in this C-32, this fall economic statement, is the fact that we have put money down on our deficit to have the lowest deficit in the G7, that we are investing billions of dollars to make sure that we have a clean tech sector, that we have a hydrogen sector, that we're going to have good labor provisions to make sure that they're good paying jobs. Madam Speaker, we're talking about making sure that people can buy their first homes, that we can eliminate the interest on student loan and apprentice debt, and that we can make sure that small businesses in that member's riding, in my riding, and ridings across this country can grow and have their taxes reduced so that we don't see them packing up and going to another country. Madam Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation. The Conservatives are objecting to the short title of the bill. Madam Speaker, that's a very clear signal that it's time for us to move to the vote. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, a worldwide pandemic, a war in Europe, around the world we're experiencing inflation. When you put Canada in that perspective, Canada's inflation rate is actually doing quite well in comparison to countries like the United States, England, European Union. And my question to the member is, even though we are doing relatively well in comparison to the rest of the world, inflation is hurting. And if the member could just provide his thoughts in terms of what it is within the legislation that is there to support Canadians during this inflation situation.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his insights and his comments because he's absolutely right. Canada's inflation rate is lower than the United States, Germany, the United Kingdom, the EU as a whole, and other countries around the world. But, Madam Speaker, that doesn't make a difference to Canadians at home because they're feeling the pinch. Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, the fact that we have still a zero COVID policy in China, and the fact that supply chains still haven't fully opened from the pandemic mean that prices are going up everywhere. That's why we have very targeted, calibrated supports in this fall economic statement to help people buy their first home, to eliminate student loan interest for students and apprentices, and to make sure that small businesses are going to get a tax break when they need it the most. Madam Speaker, this is a smart investment in Canadians at the right time. That's why we need to move to the vote.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Témiscamingue with a short question, please. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And well, I just want to note that I'm very uncomfortable with this closure, but when it comes to C32, it's maybe a bit late to propose some changes, but there's a budget that's coming. Could I hear from my colleague his commitment to make sure that we can have a true EI reform? I think it's time that that be done. We have a few months to act to redo our Social Security net. So could I hear a commitment from my colleague on that? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Well, Madam Speaker, we are currently consulting for Budget 2023, and I know that my colleague, who is responsible for EI, is looking at a new version, a modernization, if you will, of the EI program. And so I would invite my colleague across the way to submit his ideas to myself and to the minister responsible for EI, because it is time to modernize our EI system. And in the meantime, we need to vote on C32. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is the following.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moved that in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted. Shall I dispense?
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
Calling the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, moves that in relation to Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the fall economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 3rd, 2022, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage. May I dispense?
Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Mazur.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, you may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. And looks like we had a bit of a challenge today. Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Kuzmaricek, oui pour.
Mrs. Yip.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Yip, oui pour.
Madame Gill.
Je vote contre.
I vote against.
Madame Gill, nay, contre.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Kara, yes, pour.
Ms. Demoff.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Demoff, yes, pour.
Madame Vienne.
Bonjour, je vote.
Hello, I vote nay.
Madame Vienne, nay, contre.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Bergeron. Good morning, I vote nay.
Monsieur Bergeron, nay, contre.
Mr. Leipert.
Opposed.
Mr. Leipert, nay, contre.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Varani, yea, pour.
Mr. Small.
My vote is nay.
Mr. Small, nay, contre.
Mr. Fast.
My vote is against.
Mr. Fast, nay, contre.
Mr. Dalton.
Je vote contre.
I vote nay.
Mr. Dalton, nay, contre.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote yea.
Ms. Kazand, yea, pour.
Now were all the hands up. Anyone else? Voila. The table will now compile the results of the vote. I think we can make sure the microphones are off, please.
Yeas pour, 170, 170. Nays contre, 135, 135.
I declare the motion is carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Report stage of Bill C-32, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022.
And I recognize the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to join today in discussing the fall economic statement, and also what we wanted to see is a plan for the future for all Canadians. And what we received from the Liberals in this fall economic statement was more spending, more reckless spending. And we laid out two of our requests before the statement was delivered. And those two requests were, one, no new taxes. The second one was, if you brought in more spending, what we asked for was then to find that savings in the budget already. And Mr. Speaker, that just was not a possibility for this reckless Liberal NDP coalition. What we see right now is more and more spending and less money in the pockets of Canadians. We even saw from the Bank of Canada, the governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklin, said that there is a made in Canada inflation problem. And that is a result of the reckless spending by this costly NDP Liberal coalition. And I'm going to go through a few of the spending items that we see as possibly unnecessary. And one of them, and the finance minister could not even answer this question herself when she was asked, is there's a $14.2 billion spend in the economic statement that's unaccounted for. She couldn't answer what the $14.2 billion was earmarked for, Mr. Speaker. That's something where, as the finance minister of a G7 country, you should really have a better handle on where the money's going than that, Mr. Speaker. And today, to kind of add on to the idea that the government right now is not in control of their spending, the Auditor General did a report today, and there's some very concerning things in the Auditor General's report. And a few of the numbers that we saw today, Mr. Speaker, gave us a second to pause and wonder where this government is taking Canadians. One is overpayments to ineligible recipients during the COVID-19 spending. There's $4.6 billion, that's with a D, Mr. Speaker, billion dollars of overpayments to ineligible recipients that the taxpayers of this country will never get back. And not to stop there, Mr. Speaker, there's another one that says payments that should be investigated further from the Auditor General, and this was just released today. There's $27.4 billion of further investigated programs that we need to look into. And one of my questions would be, I hope one of my Liberal counterparts will ask me a question is, do they believe that those should continue to be investigated as well? Are they curious of where that $27.4 billion is that they said was necessary during COVID spending? Because we all remember the solemn hand-on-heart moment where Canadians were told by this Prime Minister, we have your backs. And then, if you remember, one of the last fall economic statements that was delivered by this minister and this government is, and this is a famous line, will go down as one of my favorite Prime Minister quotes from this current Prime Minister, we're going to take on debt so Canadians don't have to. Well, how is that working for your government now? I think Canadians across the country, Mr. Speaker, are wondering when exactly is that going to happen? Because they've seen this government take on massive debt, more debt than all other governments combined, actually. But from what I'm seeing and hearing from Canadians across the country is they don't feel like that debt is now being passed on to them. That's how they feel. So where is this solemn pledge by this Prime Minister that they're going to take on debt as a government so Canadians don't have to? Mr. Speaker, that's not a thing, and Canadians are falling further and further behind. And I have a few examples of some of the discussions I had even this past weekend. I had the opportunity to go and speak with the Custom Harvesters National Association in Saskatoon. And there's people from all over the country that do custom harvesting, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, in question period a few times, the Junior Minister of Finance from Alberta keeps on saying that there has been massive crop failures across the country. And that's something that I didn't hear from the people that actually harvest the crop. So that's another one of their fabricated stories they continue to tell to make sure that they have a compelling narrative to keep shoveling out dollars, Mr. Speaker. But at this conference in Saskatoon, it was great to listen to some of the innovations and some of the new technology these custom harvesters are using to lower the emissions. And the questions that they kept coming back to me asking is, how much is enough? When the carbon tax gets to what level, will that make sure that this government's happy? And I was dumbfounded. I didn't know how to answer that because I don't think there will ever be enough, Mr. Speaker. One of the custom harvesters actually does work across the border in Montana and the Midwestern states and then comes back up. And I asked him, what's the difference in your fuel bill when you're harvesting down south across the border than when you're harvesting in Canada? And he said, between $15,000 and $20,000 a week. Could you imagine doing business in a different jurisdiction where it costs you an extra $15,000 to $20,000 a week on something you have no control over? You have to fuel your vehicles, you have to fuel your harvesters, the trucks. So I said, how does it make sense then to keep going back and forth across the border? He said, it doesn't. And then it just hit me, Mr. Speaker. I'm like, that is why we're becoming so uncompetitive. That's why the jobs are going south, Mr. Speaker, because this government is taxing businesses out of existence. And then I remember a quote I heard from one of the Liberal backbenchers, the member from Whitby, and it all made sense when he stood in a spot and said, Canadians, you will have to go through pain. Can you imagine a government member saying that, standing up and saying, hey, it's going to get worse. I'm not sure it's ever going to get better, but be sure, as long as we're in government, it's going to continue to get worse and worse and worse for you, and more pain and suffering. So I say kudos to that member, because that's probably one of the first honest statements I've heard from a member from the Liberal Party, and being honest with Canadians and saying, under them, it will continue to get worse and worse. And you see that situation across the country, Mr. Speaker. And as a government in Canada, one of the biggest things that hits me when I'm looking at some of the statistics here, Mr. Speaker, is 1.5 million Canadians are using the food bank every month in our country. When we're supposed to be the breadbasket of the world, we have the food, fuel, and fertilizer the world needs, and we can't feed our own people? So I opened the mail the other day, Mr. Speaker, when I was at home, and my wife brought this letter to me. And we're both U of I alumni. And it was from the University of Regina. And usually you get these fundraising letters when it's for a capital project or some kind of infrastructure project. So she said, you'll never believe this is coming from the University of Regina. And I read the letter, the fundraising letter, Mr. Speaker, and it was literally to feed students. It said, it was an anonymous letter from one of the students saying they go to bed hungry almost every night. 58.6% of university students at the U of R are going to bed hungry in our country now, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful. From where we were to where we are now as a country, Mr. Speaker, the food bank usages are up. Students are living in hostels and going to bed hungry, Mr. Speaker. And they were looking for a vision from this economic statement. You can't spend yourself out of inflation, Mr. Speaker. And we're getting to another point in this country where if there's 2 more interest rates that rises in this country, Mr. Speaker, we're going to see a rash of bankruptcies. And what's their plan? What's the Liberals' plan for that? Times are getting tough. I know people on variable mortgages where their mortgages have gone up per month, $600, $700 a month. Now it came out, grocery bills are going to go up $1,000, $1,500 per month. Mr. Speaker, eventually there's nothing left. In our country, under this Liberal government, taxes now exceed take-home pay for people to go into work every day. This is unsustainable in our country, and we need a vision, we need a plan, we need to start making paychecks pay again. We need to make people that are going to work have the ability to support their families, not have to put water in your milk so you can make it go further with your kids. Parents are literally now scared to take their kids to the grocery store. I get constituents that send pictures into me of what $100 in groceries is buying for their family now. And it's sad. It's a couple of loaves of bread, maybe a jug of milk, some pasta, and some pasta sauce. That's not good enough. And Mr. Speaker, and I'll leave you with a quote. It's something that Premier Wall always said when we were in government. It said, the best thing a government can and should do is leave things better than they found them. This government has failed on that miserably. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks here today. I had the opportunity to read through the fiscal or the fall economic statement that we're here debating today, and I just want to correct the record. Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We have the lowest deficit as it relates to GDP in the G7, and we've seen some of the highest economic growth amongst our comparator countries in that category as well. I don't disagree with the member's assertion that government needs to be mindful of spending. The Minister of Finance has alluded to that herself. But will this member at least acknowledge, as he talks about other members being quote-unquote real or candid with Canadians on screen, will he at least acknowledge the statistics that the Department of Finance has provided and that is before us here as parliamentarians today about Canada's true fiscal and economic record?
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
If we're being honest, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like that member to be honest with his constituents when they're not getting as much back from the carbon tax as they're paying. Every day in question period, we ask straightforward questions of this government, and they get on their feet and say 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off under their system in their carbon tax scheme, which is a tax scheme, not an environmental plan, which is simply untrue, Mr. Speaker. If we're going to be honest, Mr. Speaker, we should talk about controlling spending and where the $14.2 billion in this economic statement is actually going. If we're going to be honest, Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Liberal member to be honest to his constituents and saying, with hand over heart, we have your back, but 200 out of the $500 billion that we spent on COVID spending, we don't know where it went.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Lévesque. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, there are many who were forgotten in the government's fall economic update, and those are particularly seniors, vulnerable people who are facing the worst crisis in 40 years. And what did we learn last week, Mr. Speaker, in a study by the Quebec Association, which defends the rights of seniors and retired peoples? Well, 1 senior in 2 in Quebec right now is living under the viable income line, and they don't have adequate financial support to age with dignity. And so I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that, because right now the federal government is forgetting seniors, seniors who are 65 to 74 years old. They've increased OAS as of 74 years old. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, inflation doesn't discriminate based on the age of seniors. At the grocery store, somebody who's 63 or 76 pays the same amount for their food. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts and the Conservative Party's vision for seniors, and if he agrees that we need to increase OAS at 65 years old.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the statement that seniors are falling further behind. It's happening in my riding as well, and especially bringing up the story of going to grocery stores and having to choose if they're going to pay for medications, if they're going to have to be able to pay for the food bill that they're going to have when they go to the grocery store. One of the things that seniors also do depend on is their retirement savings plans and their savings that they use through retirement. And one thing that those are based on is the fiscal viability and health of the country and the economy. So what we like to see is getting our financial house in order, seeing those retirement savings actually grow instead of dwindle, seeing inflation get under control, especially when it comes to the rental prices and the inflation when it comes to groceries. Those all go down when you get your spending under control and get your financial house in order. So what the Conservative Party would do would start making dollars grow more and be able to afford more once we get our spending under control, get our fiscal house in order, and make sure that our seniors who help build this country are taken care of the way they should be.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard Conservatives time and time again stand up and quite rightly talk about the cost of everything. I think I had the opportunity to visit the honourable member's riding in Regina a few weeks back and spoke to workers on the ground. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? The one thing they talk about when they talk about the cost of everything is they're talking about the symptoms of capitalism, but they never talk about the structures. So I'd like the honourable member to reflect for a moment while he likes to talk about taxation. Will he have the courage today to talk about the out-of-control corporate greed that is ultimately driving up the cost of living for people from Regina all the way to Hamilton Centre? Does the honourable member have the courage to do that? Does he have the guts to actually take on big corporate greed today? Or is he simply going to continue to protect the corporate class?
That's right.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain, a very short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm shocked that the member was in my riding and didn't give me a call. I would have given him a tour to some of the food banks, some of the union halls that I get to visit, and he would have got to meet some of the hardworking members of Regina Louvain that are strong Conservative supporters. But what I would say is that I wish this member would stop trying to play class warfare. I wish this member would realize that employees work for some of these big companies and they're good paying jobs. I wish this member would stop trying to pit Canadian against Canadian and be as divisive as his Liberal counterparts. So what I'd ask for him to do is go back home, talk about how you can get good paying jobs, get hardworking union people back to work, support the oil and gas industry, and make sure all the guys at USW 5890 can continue working at the steel plant, and the guys at Unifor can keep working at the refinery because they're good paying jobs in Regina, and I wish he'd support them.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I should say, sorry. It gives me great pleasure to rise today in the House and speak to the Fall Economic Statement. And I appreciated the accolades that my colleague from across the way gave me, the MP for Regina Louvain, gave me a shout out for being authentic and real with Canadians. I appreciate that. Although I disagree with most of the sentiments he shared, I appreciate the accolades from him. It's great when we can stand up and be really honest in this place and be authentic. In terms of the vision that the member opposite had claimed that our government doesn't have, I would say to him that unfortunately through you, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative Party today seems to bring nothing to the table but angst and austerity, fear and division, and empty rhetoric and catchphrases. There's no solutions and no plan. So I think, I'll argue today in my speech about the Fall Economic Statement that we do have a vision and that there is a plan and that it's represented in the Fall Economic Statement. We know the challenges all too well that this country is facing, and I think we have to understand those challenges in context. Coming out of the global pandemic, we've averted, I think, the Great Depression ×2, so the second coming of the Great Depression. It's been the worst public health crisis in 100 years. That's the context with which we need to understand our recovery and understand the Fall Economic Statement. And Canada has fared much better than almost any other country in the world. We've had less deaths per capita, higher vaccinations rates, and a stronger economic recovery than pretty much every peer country that we could compare ourselves to. Our real GDP recovery from the pandemic is strong, and Canada is leading G7 countries. Our labor market is strong and has come back stronger than ever. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, there was a report that Canada has improved and has one of the highest participation rates among women in the economy at this point due to some of the measures that our government has put in place. We've also seen what we call a V-shaped recovery, and that's documented in the Fall Economic Statement, which shows that our economy dipped drastically within the pandemic and then recovered quite quickly, which is exactly what the government had said multiple times would be the optimum scenario. We also, as another member pointed out just recently in his question, we have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. And we're forecasted to have the lowest deficit as a percentage of GDP, and we've also maintained a AAA credit rating. That sounds pretty good to me, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if other members in this House are really paying attention to those fact-based details, but it certainly seems to me like that's a strong recovery. Now we have, obviously, global inflation, which is the top issue that Canadians care about today. And although recently I'll just note that healthcare is trending and really overtaking inflation as the top issue that Canadians care about. We know that inflation is the direct result of pandemic-related supply chain disruptions, extreme weather due to climate change, and geopolitical instability due to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We all know these. We've heard them many times in this House. And coming out of the pandemic, demand for many goods and services has exceeded supply. And that's led to global inflation, of course. So there's inflationary pressures, we know that. In fact, Canada is still, even when you look at inflation and look at comparative countries, Canada has lower consumer price inflation compared to other economies. If you compare us to Italy, Sweden, Germany, the UK, Europe, the G20 average, US, Australia, New Zealand, Norway, the list goes on, we have a lower consumer price inflation in Canada. Global supply chain pressures have started to subside, of course, after their pandemic peak, and commodity price fluctuations are still quite volatile, which we've seen. So tackling inflation, obviously one of the key challenges and key measures is the Bank of Canada has and all central banks around the world are raising their interest rates, with Canada doing so quite aggressively, and that's to cool down and slow down the economy, obviously, until supply starts to catch up to demand. The post-pandemic economic growth will slow as a result, and Canadians are feeling that pinch. We all know this, And it's tricky to get this right. Of course, we have to have debates and think about, okay, be really thoughtful about how we approach this, because there's lots of unknowns. Global financial markets are not something within the federal government's control. We have to remain agile. We have to be careful not to add fuel to the fire. I think we've all heard these things, and they're quite clearly outlined in the fall economic statement. We must do what we can, I believe, to alleviate the inflationary pressures while we work towards preparing the conditions for growth. And in my view, and in our, I think, government's view, it's to build that economy that works for all Canadians. What does that mean? Well, it's an economy that's more equitable, fair, just, that's sustainable, that's more resilient, that addresses long-standing inequities that we experienced during the pandemic and continues to fight climate change, and that we don't let up from the fight against climate change just because some of the members opposite don't agree that climate change is real. I think we on this side of the House understand that climate change is real, and that there's ample evidence to suggest that global warming is something we all need to be concerned about, and that Canada experiences even more than in many other places in the world. We've also provided immediate targeted supports for those who need it most. So think of the doubling of the GST tax credit, the rental top-up support of $500, and dental care as well for lower income families and kids. I think if I were to summarize all of this is, we have a pretty good track record, I think, here. We've had a strong recovery. We've dealt with the pandemic quite well. And now we're moving into a period of global inflation. And the fall economic statement outlines three main areas that we're addressing. So we have supply chains. We're strengthening the resiliency of our supply chains. That's very clearly laid out. And that means that those supply chains can withstand shocks in the future. So there's the National Trade Corridors Fund, which launched in 2017. There's $4.6 billion there. That's $2.8 billion has been allocated to over 130 projects, including the Oshawa Port Authority, just right next door to my riding, making major updates to the port, which its infrastructure will accommodate more shipments coming in and out of that port. The National Supply Chain Task Force is another initiative which has already achieved some great recommendations that are being implemented. Skills in labor, you can see people and talent is another major theme in the fall economic statement. We're investing in the skills for a net zero economy. There's the Sustainable Jobs Training Center, a new Sustainable Jobs stream under the Union Training and Innovation Program, and the Sustainable Jobs Secretariat. All of these are designed to help reskill and help train people to take on the jobs in the net zero economy. Immigration levels plan also has increased, which is great news for labor market constraints. And my favorite portion is sustainable finance, which we are launching the Innovation and Investment Agency. This is $1 billion over 5 years, modeled after the Business Finland and Israel Innovation Authority. The objective is to work to help new and established Canadian firms innovate, commercialize research, and create new economic opportunities for workers and businesses in Canada. And we're also launching the Canada Growth Fund, which is designed to attract substantial private investment in Canadian businesses and projects to help seize the opportunities provided by a net zero economy. The policy goals are very clearly outlined in the fall economic statement, and we'll be able to capitalize on an abundance of natural resources and strengthen critical supply chains to secure Canada's economic and environmental well-being. So $15 billion of public capital will have a 3 times multiplier effect in terms of leveraging private capital. You can think about how much that $60 billion is going to help build that economy of tomorrow. We've seen examples just yesterday of the Ingersoll plant, GM Ingersoll plant, producing Canada's first ever electric cargo vans. This is great news for our country. There's been substantive investments through the Net Zero Accelerator and some of the other government initiatives, and we want to build that even stronger. So in clean hydrogen and clean technology, Canada can be a world leader. And using the new financial tools and using government's leverage to basically de-risk some of those investments is a key strategy for how we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened intently to the member opposite from Whitby's speech, and he's a member of the Agriculture Committee, and we will work together on some things. And I was wondering, he was talking about the Innovation Fund, which he says is going to add $60 billion and create investment. I hope it does a lot better than the Infrastructure Bank, which did nothing for Canadians but built pipelines in China. But my actual question for him is, in the 2019 campaign, they promised not to raise the carbon tax over $50 a ton. Obviously, they broke that promise and blew by that. So by 2030, the carbon tax is supposed to be $170 a ton, which creates basically increases the cost of everything from food, fertilizer, fuel. Everything people buy is going to be more expensive because of the carbon tax. So my question to the member from Whitby is, how high is high enough? So 170, they're going to break that promise too. How high is the carbon tax going to go until they realize it's going to bankrupt Canadians?
Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you to the member from Regina Louvain for the question. I think I'll start with the first part of his question where he asserted that the Canada Infrastructure Bank hasn't done anything. In my riding of Whitby and across Durham Region, in fact, they've come up with a memorandum of understanding with Durham Region, the municipality, to finance over 100 electric buses across our region over the next 7 to 8 years. That, to me, isn't insignificant. That's a huge investment. It's $68 million invested that will be loans that will be repaid. And the Canada Infrastructure Bank is actually doing a lot of really good work. So I'll take issue with that first off. In terms of the price on pollution, there's evidence all over every jurisdiction in the world that's implemented a price on pollution that shows it's by far the most effective market-based mechanism for fighting climate change. We disincentivize the wrong type of behavior in our industries that pollute, and incentivize innovation and the uptake of technology that will help us get to net zero. Thanks.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to piggyback on that question. Now, we're talking about climate change. I don't know what world he's living in, but it's pretty pathetic seeing the Minister of the Environment drop into COP27 with his a plethora of leaders, but his government's record is quite pathetic. Canada is the only G7 country that has increased its emissions since 2007. So it's the second worst country in G20 in terms of GHG emissions and fossil fuel use. So I would like to know what the plan is now. Sure, there's a carbon tax, but we need to triple it now if we want to make concrete gains. So what's the government's plan to deal with the issues caused by climate change? The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I have to take issue with the member opposite's assertion that somehow our government has a poor track record when it comes to fighting climate change. In fact, we inherited over a decade of inaction from the Stephen Harper era, which was a dark shadow on this country.
Order. The honourable member for Whitby has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to take issue with the assertion from my honourable colleague that somehow our government's track record on fighting climate change isn't superb. In fact, I'm glad this elicits the same response from my colleagues, because it shows just how little they know about climate change and how they don't really take it seriously, which we've seen time and time and time again. You know, even at their national convention, they vote to say that climate change isn't real. Like, who in their right mind these days could actually deny that climate change is real?
The honourable member for Whitby.
So back to my point, which is our government entrenched our commitments, our climate commitments in the Net Zero Accountability Act to hold our government and every future government accountable. We have the strongest emissions reduction plan. We have implemented all kinds of initiatives that are making changes right across our economy. Every industry is fighting climate change at the same time. It's a big task to obviously transform our economy to net zero and to move our lifestyles and people's behaviors over to a sustainable lifestyle. And it's going to take time, but I'm very proud of our record.
I hate to say we're out of time, and we're out of time, so I have to go to the next member. So just a reminder to folks, if we have quick questions and quick answers, more people can participate in this debate. Next up, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals' fall economic statement outlines an agenda on how to support Canadians struggling with the cost of living, where, theoretically, no one is left behind. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? Canadian seniors were left behind. In a document with almost 40,000 words, only 16 times was the mention of seniors. Statistics Canada indicates that the population of seniors is expanding 6 times faster than that of children ages 0 to 14. The number of Canadians aged 85 years and older has increased by 100% since 2001, reaching 861,000 in 2021. The number could triple by 2046, according to the current population. According to Bill Van Gordon, Chief Policy Officer of CARP, Canada's largest advocacy association for seniors, the need of older Canadians are increasingly relevant and significant as the population ages. Based on those numbers from Statistics Canada that I just shared, I wholeheartedly agree. Despite this urgent need for greater attention to seniors, the 2022 Fall Economic Statement does not adequately address the current struggles of seniors, nor does it implement any of the recommendations put forward by CARP. The Fall Economic Statement promises that the government will boost old age security by 10%. A 10% increase will amount to $69, do little to help the soaring expenses due to tax hikes, inflation, heating and housing costs. With the tripling of the tax on home heating, gas and groceries, how does this help many seniors living on a fixed income? The 10% increase will not cover the cost of heating their homes. In Canada, we love our seasons, but for seniors, this could be deadly. In Atlantic Canada, seniors are worried about having to heat their homes this winter. I would like to share a quote from the Liberal Minister of Labour. Quote, "I am sick and tired of people talking about the cold winter," unquote. The Liberal Minister of Labour has shown a lack of compassion for our seniors, and this quote underscores his denial of the significant debt we owe to our seniors. They raised us, provided us, worked hard for us, and now they can't even enjoy the fruits of their labour. Sharon Callahan, Executive Director of Newfoundland and Labrador Public Sector Pension Association and Chairperson of the Seniors Coalition, said recently that seniors are experiencing extreme difficulty with the cost of living. If the price of fuel keeps going up over the winter and then continues on to next winter, how will they survive? Mrs. Callahan is concerned that many seniors will be forced to make choices between food, medication, and heat. They will be forced out of their homes. In Canada, natural gas is also a form of energy used to heat our homes. Over 6 million homeowners use natural gas to heat their homes and their water. Using the Ontario Energy Board calculator for a single detached home, approximately $22.03 would be added to the monthly heating bill due to the federal carbon tax. This is something that even saving on $13.99 monthly Disney subscription doesn't account for. Also, what about gas for their cars so they can buy groceries? Food banks usage is at an all-time high. Food banks recorded a 1.5 million visits to the food bank in just 1 month. That's a 35% increase. While food banks are increasing their supplies to accommodate, our Prime Minister spends $6,000 a night in a hotel room. That money could have helped the homeless. That money could have helped our seniors. That money could have gone a long way. The Arrive Can app cost Canadians $54 million. What did it accomplish? Nothing. This money could have helped support our seniors and all our vulnerable adults and children. There are numerous examples of the waste. Another pressing issue affecting Canadians and seniors that is not properly addressed in this fall economic statement is the cost of housing. Canada has the second most inflated housing bubble in the world. Interest rates are increasing at the fastest rates in a decade. A family that bought a home 5 years ago will now see their renewal for their mortgage payments going up $7,000 a year. Canada cannot afford this, and Canadians have had enough. And what about the homeless? The recent report from the Auditor General highlights that even though 5 years have gone by since the federal government first launched the National Housing Strategy to reduce homeless, there is still no organization in the federal government taking the lead. And even though about half of the $9 billion has been sent, it is unknown whether this has benefited anyone. Where's the accountability? What happened? Where's the money? Who did it help? We have no answers. According to CMHC, 3.4 million senior households in 2016. 3.4 million households. Wow. Close to 480,000 households are in need of affordable housing. The National Housing Company Investment Fund aims to create 7,000 new homes by 2027 to 2028. That's 1.5%. How is this going to solve our housing crisis? A CBC report on October the 8th, 2002 told the story of Lynn from Toronto, who never imagined herself being homeless when she retired. About 4 years ago, she found herself living out of her car. She started working at the age of 15 and no longer has a home. She had a condo and had to sell it. At first, she tried living with her sister. That didn't help, so she slept in her car. She finally got into a shelter, and the struggles are still there. According to Home First, an organization that helps people get off the streets and into supportive housing, Lynn's story is becoming increasingly common, and Toronto's seniors are struggling. This is due to the aging population, rising inflation, and an increasingly expensive housing market that has been seen across Canada. This quote from Homes First. The other thing I want to talk about is the Canada Pension Survival Benefit for seniors. In the fall economic statement, nothing was mentioned. Why are we punishing spouses who decided to stay home and raise their children while their spouse continued to work? These seniors came here from other countries, like my grandparents and many of us here in this room. And most of the time, the responsibility of raising the children fell to the mothers. Once the spouse has passed, his pension is gone. The wife has to endure the fact to make some choices, either go back to work or lose her home. Talk about long-term care. Long-term care facilities, there's a shortage right across this country. And I can tell you that due to the lack of staffing, we are going to hit a crisis. We are going to find ourselves with seniors having no choice but to live on the streets. Recently, a senior wrote to me about her financial struggles while she was caring for her disabled son. She is working 3 jobs to support him. This fall economic statement does not help her at all. We have a major issue in this country, And this Liberal government needs to respect our seniors and understand the cost of inflation, and the tripling of the carbon tax will see more and more families struggle to survive. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, is this the Canada that we want to reside in? Many individuals immigrated to this country in search of opportunities for themselves and their families. However, this inflation has out of control. The spending by this government has proven deadly for all of us. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when we look at hardworking Canadians and we look at our seniors and are vulnerable in our communities, what is this government going to do to help them? Because this fall economic statement shows no respect for the people that raised us, nurtured us, and paid their taxes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Mr. Speaker, I took particular issue with the member opposite's remarks as it relates to Atlantic Canada and her mischaracterization of the Minister of Labour's comments. The Minister of Labour was very clear that he's sick and tired of hearing Conservative politicians actually misinform the public about carbon pricing as it relates to home heating in Atlantic Canada. There will be no carbon price on home heating in Atlantic Canada, and that member even didn't acknowledge that today. We've actually put money on the table to help homes transition, $250 million, including those seniors. In my riding in parts of Newfoundland, Labrador, no recognition of that. But when we talk about seniors, will this member recognize that it was her party under the last Prime Minister that actually brought old age security back up to 67, was going to try to take that away from seniors. And it was this government that actually brought that back, increased the guaranteed income supplement, and brought 250,000 seniors out of poverty over the last term of our government. No recognition of that. The Conservatives have a terrible record on seniors, and it's despicable to hear the member opposite talk somehow that they're the heroes to seniors in this country.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Well, what's despicable, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the Liberals decided that seniors start at the age of 75. How would you explain to the seniors that are between 65 and 74 while they're not getting the benefits? Excuse me, I think it's my turn.
Order. The honourable member for King Vaughan. The honourable member for King Vaughan has the floor.
And heating is important in this country. We live in a country where winter is the predominant season. Whether the increase happens this year or next year, it's going to happen. And the people in Newfoundland and Labrador can't afford it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague how much confidence she puts in the government to implement measures that will satisfy Canadians when it comes to helping seniors aged 65 and over.
A member for King Vaughan.
Well, I have an easy response to that. I have no confidence in this government because as a senior, there is no responsibility taken by this government to ensure that seniors can live their retirement as they planned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's a rare day that I get to rise in the House and find common ground with my Conservative colleagues, but I think I may have found it. The Conservative member spoke about the inadequate rates for seniors in their pensions and their retirement. I completely agree. She talked about how inadequate the Liberal government's increases were to it. So I'd like to find some common ground with the honourable Conservative member and ask her to reflect on what she thinks would be a fair and adequate rate to allow seniors to retire with dignity in this country.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you to my colleague for his question. I think what we need to do is we need to go back and understand what our parents raised us with. They always expressed to us, you can't make $1 and spend 100. It doesn't work that way. We have to plan for the future. And I think for our seniors, what's important is the fact that they did work. They raised their 4 or 5 children. They shouldn't be penalized. They should have the opportunity to live a comfortable life. And I think that we have to look at the fact that when their partner passes, that we need to compensate them for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what we have precisely here. Is she opposed to helping people over 65? Does she want us to cut their benefits, Mr. Speaker? The honourable member for Kings Vaughan.
I'm a little confused. I don't understand the question. I didn't speak about cutting at 65. I spoke about the fact that they've implemented that seniors get that extra bonus at the age of 75. So when is the retirement age? Is it 65 or 75?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Zender.
I gave the honourable member the opportunity to advocate for seniors, to talk about what a living wage would look like in retirement, and she chose not to answer the question. So I want to put the question back to the honourable member. What is the rate? How far would she be willing to go on seniors' pension rates to help lift them out of poverty? Give me numbers.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you for the question. I think what we have to do is we have to understand that there is a point where seniors require that minimum amount. What's that minimum amount? It's going to depend on the individual and their lifestyle. But what's important is when a partner is gone, that pension is lost. It should be retained.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Here.
Speaker, the Liberals' spending is out of control. They're completely out of touch with and don't have a clue about how the vast majority of people in Canada live. Unlike their elite friends who they so fondly dole out tax dollars to in scandal after scandal, and most people in this country, they work hard for what little money they have. The government is spending billions upon billions of hard-earned taxpayer dollars on frivolous vanity projects, on initiatives that no one other than their seatmate at the World Economic Forum really care about. All while the government is raising payroll taxes, tripling the carbon tax, and implementing inflationary policies that weaken the dollar or price essential goods out of reach. The callousness on display, the late attitude of cancel your Disney Plus subscription and you'll save money coming from the people who aren't hurting, who don't struggle to keep food on their tables or heat their homes, has to stop. Speaker, after seeing another load of spending and learning about Canada's over $1 trillion national debt, one constituent of mine, Chris, wrote in to say, and I quote, "I'd like to see them in our shoes, that is the middle class or low-income households, with our wages, with high inflation for food, gas, heating, raising Bank of Canada interest rates, soon to be the tripling of the carbon tax, pay our bills, our mortgage, our debts, and see if the budget balances itself. I don't need a handout of my own taxpayer dollars. I need a government that will fix the real issue behind Canada's problems." End quote. My message to this resident of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and to all Canadians who share this view is that if you want to see change, you need to vote Conservative in the next election. Our leader, the member for Carleton, knows the same simple fact nearly everyone but our Prime Minister understands. Budgets don't balance themselves. And more spending like what was announced in this fall economic statement only adds inflationary fuel to the fire. But this isn't the only feedback that I've received about waste and misplaced priorities. Speaker, recently a 12-year-old wrote me with a message that has more common sense in it than this government has displayed in years. And this is from Everett. Everett says, and I quote, "I've been thinking about why the Prime Minister wants to further tax our hardworking farmers and their families. This tax will dramatically increase the cost of food to the consumer. Here's what I would say to Parliament, to the politicians. Speaker, if the federal government continues to enforce laws that control our farmers, there will be widespread criticism to the Liberal government, which has already spent billions of wasted tax dollars. Canadians have already faced difficulties in the beginning of the decade. Forcing our farmers to pay a tax on livestock methane will only lead to farmers who can barely get enough money to pay the ever-increasing carbon tax. It will lead to more bankruptcies in the country. Canadians are fed up. They had already said it in the beginning of 2022. The government silenced them. With inflation, it will make it harder for Canadians to get past this winter. Canadians will be starving, and this government will have caused another famine and caused people to starve. When will the federal government end the mandates against Canadian farmers? End quote. Well said, Everett. Thank you for sending that in. I agree. Speaker, it's true, the government can't see the forest through the trees. and which is funny because they committed to planting so many of them. I think it was 2 million trees, and they've planted 0. But wait, that's another Liberal commitment that has flown by the wayside, isn't it? Just like their promises for accountability and transparency. It's no wonder that they have to resort to using Conservative ideas to give their fall economic statement any substance. What ideas could those be? Well, investing in Canadian-made green, clean technology. That's something we on this side of the House and Conservatives have been calling for years. In fact, making investments in and growing Canadian capacity to be a global leader in clean green tech is exactly what we put forward in our last 2 platforms. An idea, I should add, that creates jobs and helps the environment that was opposed by the Liberals before. After learning their current war against the Canadian energy sector had cost 170,000 Canadian workers' jobs, without a credible plan to back up their big assumptions and magical thinking, it's about time they saw the light. We should also note that the first figure is on top of 180,000 energy jobs that were already destroyed under this Liberal government. That's 350,000 jobs and counting, killed to satisfy the Liberal government's imagination, Mr. Speaker. While these Canadians look for work, the government buys the oil and gas we need from dictators instead. Canadians need more common sense initiatives. As should be obvious, it's Conservatives who will give them that. It's Conservatives who will support our domestic resource industries and make positive changes that benefit all, even if the government tries to hide their mistakes and take credit for our ideas. Speaker, did you know that the average tax income of a millennial in Canada is under $50,000? Did you know the average Canadian family pays $39,000 in taxes? For Canadians aged 25 to 40, that means it's nearly impossible to get ahead. It means they won't be able to afford a home until retirement age, and that's if they get to retire. It means that every dollar recklessly wasted by this government to grow inflation only puts them further behind. Tripling the carbon tax and increasing payroll taxes so that the government can keep spending taxes does not give them hope. This situation is surprisingly similar to what Canadian seniors currently face. They sacrificed to save their money. After years of working hard, they gave it all to grow our nation, to make it successful and a great place to live. Only many are telling me that they are feeling left behind and abandoned, forgotten by a government that no longer sees them as useful. A Liberal regime that would rather offer them death instead of sufficient medical or mental health care. They see no hope coming from spending announcements. They only see their bills piling up, groceries getting more expensive and becoming unaffordable, and a winter ahead of them with not enough money to keep the heat on. This is all thanks to the Liberal government's spending and mismanagement of Canada's finances. From our millennials to our seniors, Canadians are saddened to see this once prosperous, thriving country with an incredible reputation on the global stage become what it's become today under this current government. A tax and spend nation that is driving people into poverty and is quickly becoming the laughingstock of the world. Speaker, I can see from the faces of those opposite that they don't believe me, but they should pay attention to this next bit of testimony. One of my seniors from Wallaceburg writes, and I quote, "I'm on ODSP and my check has been cut by $500. It's winter right now and I need that because of the prices of heating oil. It's $1,800 to fill my tank, and that is what I now get from ODSP." End quote. This Canadian has nothing to live on and no other options. So how about this heartbreaking story from another young mother? She says, "Today," and I quote, "Today I spent the whole day consoling 2 brothers, aged 1 and 3, sick with a bad virus. If I could give them Tylenol or Advil, I would have had a bad day, but they would have survived. Instead, my 2 very active boys have cried and moaned, thrown up and begged to be carried. They have slept in my arms and have been miserable all day." End quote. Instead of acting quickly to see that Canadian children had the medicine they need, this government waited. Instead of working to make certain Canada never faces a similar shortage, they announced boutique spending policies that help no one. This economic statement doesn't address the cost of living crisis that this costly NDP Liberal coalition government has created. Their reckless spending and mounting national debt is simply not fair to future generations. I've also been hearing from young people that with inflation and the cost of housing, they'll be living in their parents' basement until at least the age of 30, and that they've given up on their dream of owning a home for their family to live in. To afford food, to be warm this winter, and to give hope to the next generation of Canadians, Conservatives will always stand strong against the Liberal government's reckless spending and fight for common sense policies. Finally, here are some questions from average Canadians that no one has been able to answer yet, and I quote, "Where's the carbon tax going? Who gets it? What is it being spent on? No one believes that it's coming back to them like the Liberals claim. Since the inception of the carbon tax, many have been asking, how does paying money to the government stop the global temperature from rising? How does money going from their bank account to a slush fund for the Prime Minister's self-glorification clean up the atmosphere, especially when China is the world's biggest polluter by far? How does paying a tax stabilize the weather when the sun is the biggest influencer of the Earth's climate? How does me handing money over to the least transparent, least democratic, most expensive government in our nation's history stop a hurricane from hitting the West Coast or the East Coast? It's time to scrap the carbon tax. Speaker, Liberal spending is out of control, and for these reasons outlined, I cannot support this economic statement. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's this member or members in general from the Conservative Party, once again, they demonstrate just how much they are out of touch with the reality in terms of what this fiscal update budget is all about and the legislation that the member is debating. When the member talks about seniors, never before in the history of this government have we seen, or in the last 50 years or so, where we have seen a government commit so much towards seniors. Whether it's literally lifting tens of thousands out of poverty, to the increase of 10% for those age 75 and over, which was an election commitment that was given by this government, not to mention the one-time payments that have been made over the years. And for those seniors, everyone's getting this GST credit doubling over the next 6 months. There's a litany of things within this budget document. And the member continues to want to take the Conservative spin lines as to her opposition. My question to the member is, has she really gone through the fall economic statement? And if so, how could she possibly say what she has said on the record today?
Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his question. Well, Speaker, the government's lack of monetary policy is just letting too many Canadians fall through the cracks, especially our seniors. And I'm going to read to you an example from Martin, who sent me this letter. He says he and his wife are pensioners. They live below the poverty line. At ages 73 and 68, they still work 2 to 3 days a week to make ends meet. He sent me a copy of his monthly budget and noted that after paying their bills, they have no choice. They have to choose between having to buy clothing, put gas in their car, or they will have to save up to have some entertainment. He says, quote, "We helped get this country to where we are today now. Even at our age, retirement is not our future," end quote. So, Speaker, where is the help for Canadian seniors?
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with interest, and obviously the question of energy came up a number of times. So I would read a statistic which says that since the Paris Agreement in 2015, 5 major Canadian banks have invested billions in fossil fuels, but the situation isn't changing. Should we act when it comes to banks? And I have a concern, and I know that the Conservatives share this concern. How can we make our economy greener and make sure that energy jobs be sustainable, and that we also look at innovation in the sector? Should we be investing more in innovation and in greening our economy? And how do we make the economy more resilient in the prairie provinces? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
I thank my colleague for his question, but Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about how this government is so out of touch with Canadians and how life is getting so much more expensive for Canadians. And one of my constituents says, I'm sure you're aware, everything's going up. Gas is up, and where they live, it's up to $1.83 a litre. Groceries are skyrocketed. Housing prices are becoming impossible. And with the government's carbon tax increase, it's only going to get worse. People have suffered enough hardship over these last 2 years with the pandemic. We need some kind of reprieve. People like that, like me, who live in rural areas, do not have access to public transit. It's unfair of the Prime Minister to continually punish us for something that is completely beyond our control. I also need to heat my home during the winter months. Heat is a necessity, not a luxury. I am respectfully requesting, please bring this to the attention of the House of Commons and plead with the Liberal government to help us. This is unsustainable and this is wrong. End quote. And I agree here with my constituent, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened with interest to the honourable member's speech expressing concern about seniors, but I think she wants us to forget it was the Conservative Party who tried to raise the age of retirement under the Harper government, and that had to be reversed so that people wouldn't be collecting OAS until 67 if the Conservatives had their way. And on the other side, she talks about young people trying to get a start. And in this fall economic supplement, one of the main reasons I'm supporting it is because it takes away interest on student loans, which will go a great way to helping people get a start in life.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have another senior who emailed me for my riding, and he has a real concern this winter because of the cost of living and what it's going to cost to heat his home. And he says he just received his oil delivery yesterday for 415.4 litres of furnace oil at a cost of $885.82. He says, how can somebody please explain to me how I'm paying more for furnace oil than for the price of diesel? And so he's attached his receipt here, Mr. Speaker. And of course, you know, it's a very real issue for seniors here. They're wondering how they're going to pay their bills and heat their homes this winter, and tripling of the carbon tax isn't going to help. We need to axe the tax.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very happy to rise today to speak to this bill, and I will take this opportunity because we are under closure imposed by this government with the support of the NDP to limit the debate on the fall economic statement. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate, as my colleague from the Bloc Québécois said earlier, this is the 20th time that this government has called on its new friends in the NDP to limit debate in this House. That's absolutely unacceptable, and it's very sad, Mr. Speaker, and it's very important that we denounce that. So, Mr. Speaker, we're here debating the fall economic statement, and the least that we can say is that the Conservatives are always very attentive to the poor financial management of this government. And unfortunately for taxpayers, there's lots to look at in that area because, well, today the Auditor General published a first report concerning the management of public funds during the COVID-19 crisis. And the least we can say, Mr. Speaker, is that it's absolutely disastrous for those who believe in proper management of public funds. The Auditor General noted that ESDC established performance measures which were only focused on the speediness of payments and identified at least $32 billion in amounts that were overpaid or in suspect payments, which require a detailed investigation. So, Mr. Speaker, as the Auditor General has said, there's a lack of rigor and oversight. And that is absolutely the trademark of this government, and it has been for the last 7 years. When the government the finance minister announced that the fall economic statement would be tabled, we had two simple requests. Two requests, Mr. Speaker. And it's not a question of being dogmatic. It's a question of looking at reality as it is, as a mother does, for example, when she has a budget to manage. She knows that time's going to be hard, so what do? Well, for this government, you have to stop adding taxes, and you have to stop additional spending. And if you are going to be spending, it has to be very targeted. Those are the two requests that we made. They're very responsible, they're very logical, and unfortunately the government did not follow our suggestions. So, Mr. Speaker, should we be surprised that this government has continued in its tradition, 7 years now, of spending without counting, Let's remember that in 2015, these people said, listen, we are audacious, but we're going to be responsible. We're going to have 3 little deficits for the first few years to stimulate the economy, and then no deficits after 2019. The truth is...
Everything but that situation. After 4 years of the first time that they were in office under this prime minister, the Liberal government had 3 huge deficits and another huge deficit in 2019. So they were elected saying, small deficit. The truth is, huge deficit. While, Mr. Speaker, at that time, the economy was soaring all around the world. Because the fact that us, as a Conservative, when we were in office, we were the first country in the G7 to get out of the crisis of 2008, because we were serious in our administration.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, in the Liberals' first mandate, they spent without counting when, they should have been putting money aside, for a rainy day. And now, well, obviously, they say, well, no, but listen, it's not our fault that there were deficits. There was COVID, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's play fair, Mr. Speaker. In a crisis, yes, sometimes you have to spend more. We recognize that. In 2008, 2009, 2010, when we were in power, there were deficits. The difference is that we controlled that, and then afterwards, we returned to a balanced budget. So what's happened since COVID and since the Liberals are in power? Well, $500 billion in cumulative deficits. And that, Mr. Speaker, a deficit. What is a deficit? Well, that's a bill that we are sending to our children and to our grandchildren and our and their children, because we can't afford to pay for what we're doing. And that's the truth. The Liberals are going to say, no, it's not our fault, it's COVID. But wait, the Auditor General has concluded that 40% of that deficit is a deficit that has absolutely nothing at all to do with COVID. So let's be careful when we hear that argument. However, Mr. Speaker, another element that demonstrates that the Liberal government spends with its eyes closed is that we're spending 30% more right now than before the pandemic, and that's because the government hasn't been able to control its spending. And when I say excessive spending, we know that the Liberals aren't embarrassed by that at all. Just a couple of months ago, or a year, recently, the government decided to put in place the ArriveCan app for those coming into Canada, for those traveling out of the country and then coming back. They had to fill out a form which was more complicated than it needed to be, but what's worse, it cost $54 million to taxpayers. When an IT firm said that this is the kind of job we could have done over a weekend, it would have cost maybe $250,000. So, Mr. Speaker, we could have, instead of spending $54 million on something that didn't really work at all, we could have spent $250,000 and it would have been a lot more efficient. But no, this government likes spending. Same thing. During the pandemic, they weren't looking at how much they were spending. $237 million given to a former Liberal MP to make 10,000 ventilators, Mr. Speaker. We shouldn't also forget, Mr. Speaker, that checks were sent to prisoners and members of organized crime gangs. It's embarrassing, but those are the facts. Look, we understand that in an emergency sometimes you have to accelerate things, but the Auditor General is very clear. $32 billion were mismanaged. And that, Mr. Speaker, that's just absolutely outrageous. And so, as our leader said in April 2020, the member for Carleton, the leader of the official opposition, the government should never punish or limit those who want to work. And I'll always remember that in the first summer of COVID, as an MP, I met every day entrepreneurs who were angry, who were frustrated, very angry.
We're upset to see young people staying at home instead of working. That's what we face now, the reality of the first summer, Mr. Speaker, when young guy, young woman, young man decided to stay at home and to pick up the $2,000 of the PCU instead of getting back to work. Et combien de fois, Monsieur le Président?
And how many times, Mr. Speaker, how many times did I meet with entrepreneurs? I'll remember my entire life, Mr. Speaker. The manager of a restaurant, I won't name the restaurant because I know sometimes, people want to stay anonymous, but he came to see me. He was furious. And, he called me by my name. I can't use it here, I know, but he said, listen, this makes no sense. Stop this. There's, a 17-year-old who came to tell me, hey, listen, I'm not working this summer. Bye, haha. That's not how you manage the state, Mr. Speaker. That's not the right message to send to young people. When you're 16, 17, 18, it's your first summer job. You're proud, to get up and say, I'm going to go work. I'm going to earn my first paycheck. Yes, but no, Mr. Speaker. We had the courage to identify this problem. The Liberals, no, they just, kept going as if there was no issue whatsoever. So now, Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with inflation, the worst inflationary crisis in 40 years. And this is something that is hurting everyone, and particularly when it comes to groceries and food prices. So as I said yesterday, in question period, things are not going to get any better in the years to come because 4 universities did a study and concluded that next year we're going to continue to see inflation in food prices of at least 10%, and that is not something that augurs well, Mr. Speaker. When we know that food banks are busier than ever, and we know that this year, people who gave to food banks last year are now knocking on the doors of those food banks this year because they need the food. That's something I'm seeing in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and so that is why we are going to vote against this bill. We feel that the government has not done its homework when it comes to proper management of public funds, that they've spent money without any controls. And despite that, Mr. Speaker, they continue with their ambition and their desire to increase taxes. And that, Mr. Speaker, increasing taxes during an inflationary period is the worst possible thing they could do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to deal with the issue of inflation. My friends brought that up, and I think it's important that we put it in the proper perspective. Take a look at what's happening around the world, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's the United States of America, England, many of the European countries, Canada is well below, or at the very least below, the inflation rates of all those countries. Now, we understand that it still hurts here in Canada, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and that is one of the reasons why we've taken a number of measures to support Canadians directly by, for example, doubling the GST credit for the next 6 months. That will put some cash in the pockets of people. Would my colleague not agree that in comparison to other countries, Canada is doing well, and in fact, even though that is the case, we are doing more to support Canadians by bringing in good legislation such as the doubling of the GST tax credit?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand when some other identify you on the other side. So, Mr. Speaker, let me answer it clearly to this question because, yes, for sure, inflation, we see inflation all around the world. We also see all around the world serious government lowering taxes. All the countries of the G7, Mr. Speaker, all the countries of the G7 reduce their taxation system, except one country. Which one? Canada under this Liberal government. Not only, Mr. Speaker, they decided not to lower taxes as we asked, as every other country of the G7 does, but they plan to expand it. They plan to raise the carbon tax this year, in the 2023. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that this gentleman, that I appreciate very much, raised and is proud to say, yes, we will raise tax in the inflation time.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened very closely, obviously, to my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. There are things we don't necessarily agree on, Mr. Speaker. And first of those, I think, it's not just young people who benefited from CERB. So I'd be interested to see his data if he said it's only young people who benefit from that. So I disagree with that. The second thing is that, my colleague spoke about government spending, and we agree on those points. But I think there's one thing that he forgot to mention, which was the salary benefit for businesses. It's money that was given by taxpayers to help businesses not go bankrupt. And the former leader of the Conservative Party, the member for Durham, said during the election campaign, and even before that, because the Bloc Québécois had forced the parties to reimburse that money, which was paid to taxpayers, because this money was given to political parties. I'd like to ask my colleague, did the Conservative Party start to reimburse the salary subvention that was destined for businesses? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. I appreciate my colleague from Rimouski, and I thank him for his question. First of all, and I'm going to have to look at this. If I said that it was only young people who benefit from CERB, I'm sorry, but I don't think I said that, Mr. Speaker. However, it's true that throughout the summer, and, businesses still talk to me about this because it was something that really a lot of people, noted at the time. And young people talk about it too, young people who wanted to work, But it's true that there are young people who benefited from that. They're not the only ones. If, unfortunately, I said that it was just them, well, I sincerely don't think I said that. But if I did say that, I certainly apologize.
Questions and comments? For Nunavut.
The parliamentary budget officer has said at the finance committee, quote, the $4 billion or $5 billion in this assistance for lower income Canadians doesn't have a meaningful inflationary impact. I'd like to ask the member, does the member agree that the windfall tax in the Canada Recovery Dividend is absolutely necessary so that these lower income families that the Conservatives keep talking about can get the assistance that they need from this bill?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
To let people live their ambition. And nobody wants to spend all their life in troubled time. So this is why we have to help everybody on that. And the best way to help them is, first of all, not raising the tax and letting more money in the pocket of the people. Not printing more money and giving it to everybody, but be sure that lowering the taxes, people will keep more money in their pocket, and they could have a good future with that.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I would like to join all those who today have commemorated the lives of the 14 women who were murdered on December 6th, 1989 at the École Polytechnique at 5:10 p.m. when the first gunshots were fired. And we must say never again. And we need to truly change things by acting together. And I would like to commend all of these shelters who welcome women who have been abused. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say that I'm going to be speaking to the economic statement as part of C32, whereas just a few hours ago, a gag order was put in place by the Liberal government, and this is one time too many, because a closure motion should be an exception. It should only be used for very urgent matters instead of being used democratically. The Liberals are going too far with these gag orders, and I think it's partly because of their coalition with the NDP. And so once again, debate is being stifled in this House instead of allowing the time that is needed to discuss C32. Now, we already know, we have already said, in the Bloc Québécois that we're going to support C32, and so will the NDP, and so apparently it's going to pass. But I do hope that the government will hear the concerns that we have as part of the fall economic statement, and that they will realize it is never too late to act. What we in the Bloc Québécois had called for in the fall economic statement are three things.
First, we wanted to support the workers in the healthcare system and patients as well. How? By increasing health transfers. The government said no. Secondly, we asked for adequate support for our seniors aged 65 and over, who largely are women and who have a hard time making ends meet, especially in the current economic context. And so they need to be supported adequately because OAS, which is applied to seniors, is sufficient. And once again, the Liberals turned us down. The other thing we asked for was an urgent reform of the EI system because employment insurance is a federal program which is part of our social safety net. And it is the best way to stabilize the economy when times are tough. And the Liberals refused that as well. So the government turned down our proposals. And it is regrettable that they missed this golden opportunity to help Quebecers to cope with tough times that they are already going through or that we fear in future. The Minister of Finance has said many times during her speech, she said, we're in a crisis and we have to be vigilant. But I would say that we have to be bold as well. With regard to EI reform, EI is the best economic stabilizer in times of recession. And it was the best opportunity, this is the perfect opportunity to reform EI when we're in the midst of a crisis. EI reform is also a tool for social justice, which protects workers from the vagaries of the economic of the market system. More and more analysts fear the possibility of a recession in 2023, but the Canadian government is seeming to back down on the EI reform that it had promised in the summertime. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister of Employment on June 6th in this House, I asked him when EI reform would happen. And he said, we are working very hard to modernize the EI system. Quickly, at the beginning of the pandemic, we saw that the EI system had not followed the evolution of the labor market in Canada, and that is exactly why we are seeking to improve the EI system to make it better adapted, more accessible, and to fix the situation of people who pay into the system but are not yet eligible. Now, that's what the Minister of Labour said. And yet, what we know is that the system has been so dismantled, it hasn't been changed for 15 years. And in fact, right now, 6 out of 10 workers who lose their jobs are not eligible for EI. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. So 7 years after the government promised this urgent reform in 2015, in 2019, in 2021, every time it was in its election platform, but nothing was done. But it's high time, Mr. Speaker, because we don't want, the government shouldn't have to put in place a new CERB if ever recession strikes. Improvised programs, as we saw during the pandemic, cost more and are less effective. And the government's financial forecasts prove that it doesn't think that workers will need to use this EI system. Now, with regard to sick leave, we're talking about 26 weeks of sick leave, and that was in Bill C-30, which was the budget update in 2021, adopted 18 months ago. The minister ended up saying that the measure would come into force on December 18th, but only for new applicants. So that is too little, too late. So we're calling out the government's lack of ambition. It's stopping at half measures, which should have been in place since July. In Canada, 1 out of 24 people have been diagnosed with cancers over the past 25 years, according to the Canadian Cancer Society. And in order to heal, these people with serious diseases need, on average, a minimum of 41 weeks of benefits, according to the PBO. So even with an increase to 26 weeks, the government is leaving this people, it's turning its back on them. They'll have 15 weeks with no income. This is frankly insulting, especially after a motion was adopted here in this House, along with 2 bills over the past 2 years, because the Bloc Québécois wanted to increase this period to 50 weeks. Other people talked about 52 weeks. But the government did not listen to parliamentarians. And so the government has deliberately decided to ignore the very carefully formed opinion of parliamentarians and experts in this matter. And with regard to EI reform, we're still waiting for anything substantial on the part of the minister to be announced. The temporary measures that have since been eliminated would have been a good foundation for the reform, so we don't understand why the government eliminated them and went back to the drawing board, and yet the minister's mandate letter was clear: to present and begin to implement by summer 2022. Yes, I said summer 2022, a modernization plan for the EI program that is adapted to the 21st century to establish a more robust and inclusive system that all workers can benefit from, including seasonal workers and digital workers, and to ensure that the system is more simple and that it meets the needs of workers and employees. So let's just say that that goal is far from having been achieved. Can I no longer speak? Is my time done? I'm sorry that, yes, your time is up. Perhaps with the questions will allow the member to finish her speech.
To the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise the issue in terms of what it is that the civil service has actually been able to put together over the last couple of years. At a time when we had the worldwide pandemic, as we all know, the CERB program virtually came from nowhere in the development of the program. And when you take a look at issues such as employment insurance, we have seen a number of modifications in order to support people, Canadians, getting through our current situation. And the minister herself has already indicated that we are looking at ways in order to make some additional changes to EI. Would the member not agree? At the very least, we have seen significant changes to date and new programs that have been there to support Canadians in a very real and tangible way. CERB program, Mr. Speaker, over 9 million Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Seriously, Mr. Speaker, besides the rhetoric, nothing is happening with EI reform. Your government promised it 7 years ago, and we hear a lot of rhetoric. Sure, we're going to reform things, but nothing has been done. And you said as a government that, well, in fact, you just put in place a whole bunch of measures because your system didn't work. And what you did with the temporary measures, and I'm coming to the black hole, there are measures that would have made a big difference for seasonal workers, and now you're going to throw them out because you changed the eligibility criteria, and so these people are going to be in a black hole for 15 to 17 weeks with no income and no job. Is that the government's, Liberal government's ambition?
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are experiencing a state of emergency. from Indigenous communities to Quebec, it's no secret that violence against women is increasing in Canada. And this is a critical issue, especially as everyone in this House just this morning marked the importance of understanding that action is greater than words. Mr. Speaker, women have passed away in the last few weeks in Winnipeg, and today we're marking the tragic memory of many women in Quebec who've passed away due to misogyny and violence against women. I know this member spoke passionately in the past about ensuring that we actually create equity, opportunity, and resources for women, including women who are survivors of domestic violence and women who are survivors of so much more kinds of tragedy. This fall economic statement bill, Bill C-32, fails to acknowledge the fact that women are experiencing this national emergency. Could the member speak about the importance of ensuring that the government provides real resources to actually tackle misogyny in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. I fully agree with what my colleague has just said. We can always do more to support women and to ensure that there is real equality in Canada. But when we talk about supporting women in cases of violence, workers as well. Over half of the people, whether it be seniors, health workers, they have to be supported as well with strong programs. And what I can't believe is that the current government has tried to tell us how to use our very own programs. It's tried to force its own programs on us, like OAS and the I-Reform. And it's done nothing. And that's what I deplore. It's time to pass bills that will help us, not bills that encroach on our jurisdiction like the dental benefits bill. They need to move ahead with EI reform and fast. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It was very passionate. And I think that, well, today it's December 6th, and so we have to work to fight violence against women. But I'm thinking that there's an indirect link between, or a direct link between poverty and violence against women, because to break the cycle of violence against women, they have to be able to have access to more money to support themselves. So this EI, the current EI system, discriminates against women. It's the same thing. It's women seniors who are most affected by poverty. So doesn't she agree on this? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. I'd like to thank my very honourable colleague, who I commend for her very her very moving speech this morning. The EI system discriminates women in many ways. For example, it is largely women who have low-paying jobs, and so it is harder for them to meet the eligibility criteria. And what about pregnant women? They are unemployed during their leave, and EI discriminates against them because they don't have access to benefits sometimes. And so there are many women who are discriminated against through EI, and it's shameful, Mr. Speaker.
I'm glad that I knew that there's a fire chiefs convention going on in Ottawa. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville for her excellent speech. You will see, Mr. Speaker, that in my own speech, that you will hear some similar things. We agree on many aspects, probably because we are part of the same party, but I also think that as human beings, as women, and all we can do is to raise 3 points, which are demands from the Bloc Québécois, because we're here dealing with an economic update that is inadequate. because we always expect the government to do more, but what we have here, though, are measures that were already announced that are being repackaged, so they weren't implemented in the spring, or also the measures that have been dusted off and reintroduced. And so it's not something that calls for attention to what's going on around us in our world, in our ridings. We know what's happening. People take us aside. They talk to us about their health. They talk about the difficulty they're going through. So this is something that could go unnoticed. And it's not because we're super keen on this, on C-32 particularly, but we can't be against... yes, we are against empty measures, but we can't be against a bill that will bring very little, but it's something that has to be done with regard to dusting off measures.
So that's the first thing I wanted to mention, Mr. Speaker. And then I talked, of course, about the Bloc's 3 priorities, which were mentioned many times, and most recently just before the update. And I'd like, once again, obviously I'm here on behalf of the Bloc, but I'd like to talk about my riding too, because sometimes I think the government doesn't understand about the health transfers and reforms to EI and to OAS for people aged 65 to 75. All of those things on the North Shore are intrinsically related and interconnected. So there's a question of money, there's a question of health, because the people in my riding, there's 100,000 people. The population is aging, and they live in a place where jobs, even for seniors, they're precarious. The jobs are precarious. Sometimes people have very good jobs in the mining industry, but when you're talking about forestry or fisheries or tourism, these are, of course, very seasonal jobs. It's not the workers who are seasonal, it's the industries that are seasonal. And it's a huge territory. My riding is huge. There are 2 time zones in my riding, so that says it all. So you can see it's a huge riding, and we're grappling with these issues that this government doesn't appear to care about at all. There's no mention of these issues in their economic update. And we keep bringing this back up, and there's the issue of inflation and the cost of groceries. People's spending power is diminishing week after week, and so the situation is crucial in my riding. We're talking about being able to house and feed oneself. I've repeated this I don't know how many times, Mr. Speaker, already. So it's the pyramid, the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy. People need the basics. They need to be able to feed and house themselves. And then there's the issue of the OAS. And I'll repeat it, and I insist on repeating this because I talked about awareness when people take positions on things. I can't imagine what the thinking this government did in deciding to divide a bill just arbitrarily, age groups rather, to divide age groups. Retired people, these retired people have the same needs regardless of their age, whether they're 62 or 73. This government has decided to divide seniors into 2 classes, even though they all need 3 meals a day. They all have the same needs. So, and the government decided to just leave it that way out of pride, even though we've pointed out the folly in making these age-based distinctions among seniors. My colleague talked about reform to EI and the dark winter that people are going to have. Yes, there's the black hole, but it's going to be a black winter too. People are going to have a tough winter at a time when people in my riding, for example, have lost their seasonal work, and in places where there aren't lots of other jobs available. So it's not a matter of labor shortage. It's simply the fact that the jobs dry up seasonally and people are left with no earnings. But the communities need, the people need to work, the workers need work, the communities need work, but the government's not coming to the assistance of these people. I saw the minister from the Gaspé and the Magdalen Islands giving an interview on EI, and I have to say I was astounded. My colleague for Thérèse de Blainville was too, because the minister was talking about EI reform, not the 2015 promises. They were talking about EI reforms to deal with the labor shortage. When 6 out of 10 people don't qualify for EI, and women and young people are in precarious situations in seasonal industries, and they're not able to earn wages year-round, and with all that in the background, the minister from the Gaspé, which is on the other side of the Gulf of the St. Lawrence, she said the EI reforms were to address the labor shortage. So back in '96, there was the Axworthy reform and so on, but it had nothing to do with that. The minister said benefits were going to be more generous, and that what we wanted to see was more generous benefits and to make up for the shortcomings in EI. But what the minister said was ultimately they're just going to further tighten the criteria to force people to work further and further away from home, hundreds of kilometers away from home. I don't know, but that's what it would mean in my riding. So I'd like the minister to come and see what it's like in my riding. There's the idea that fishers would have to come from Newfoundland to work in my riding. Ultimately, these workers are being told they're going to have to travel hundreds of kilometers to Baie-Comeau or Sept-Îles because there's a labor shortage there. It doesn't work. It makes no sense. And it's an insult, above all, to the people of my riding, the workers in my riding, who contribute to Quebec's economy and Canada's economy in the same way as other workers. And I could go on and on, of course, Mr. Speaker, but you're indicating that my time is almost up.
Parce qu'on a long à dire là-dessus, mais moi, ça m'inquiète.
Obviously, I could go on and on because I have a lot to say about this. But the government is really announcing bad news here. And the member for Gaspésie-les-Îles is a spokesperson for that bad news. Imagine if people had to travel 4, 5, or 6 hours to get dialysis treatments too, and multiple times a week. So there are choices that need to be made. They're tough choices. And the hospitals are overcrowded, as we can see already. The Red Cross is pitching in at CHEO. The provinces are clamoring for increased health transfers, and I still don't understand the stubbornness of this government. Why don't they meet the needs of the people? And these needs have been expressed by the premiers of the provinces and of Quebec. So once again, there's a lack of vision, a lack of political will. And I've said this before, I think, Mr. Speaker, in previous parliaments. It's getting worse. It's getting worse, and it's more and more palpable. It's in the air, Mr. Speaker. There's absolutely no desire to enact legislation in this government. So they're taking shortcuts. They're doing the minimum. And then they suddenly want to rush legislation through on other issues. So, Mr. Speaker, we will be voting in favor, but reluctantly, because we really think this is a skimpy, meager, paltry bill. Questions and comments?
To the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've heard the Bloc on a number of occasions bring up what this member brought up, as well as some other members in this House, and that's with respect to presuming that the federal government just arbitrarily decided that those who were over 75 would get more than those who were between 65 and 75. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that when you look at the data shows shows that once people hit the age of 75, their costs increase, their savings decline, their pensions aren't indexing to inflation at the same rates, and the data shows that people over the age of 75, seniors over the age of 75, need more supports. It's not the first program that we've developed in this country that is based on need, and that's exactly what we're doing here when we brought in this program, was looking where the need was and delivering it to those Canadians. Why is it so difficult for the Bloc to accept the fact that the data shows that if you're over 75, you need more supports?
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable colleague may be mixing certain age groups up. So there's 64 to 75, of course. Now, we're all in agreement around the idea of needs-based benefits, but the problem we have is it's not really a matter of data, but it's the matter is that when you look at the main groups in my riding, the main groups of seniors who advocate for seniors' rights, what they're asking for is not to have this kind of age distinction. What the benefits they were getting were already not enough. So it shouldn't be let on that what people 65 to 75 are getting was enough. It wasn't enough to begin with. And the idea of depriving a whole decade of seniors from decent earnings in order to somehow encourage them to go out and get jobs when they've worked their whole lives in order to have a decent retirement. That's what the Bloc Québécois is talking about, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. My question is this. There's not much in this bill that's good for health care. Could the member comment on that? The honourable member for Manicouagan. With great pleasure, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for her question. And I'll tell an anecdote. It's something I think of every time I hear the expression health transfers. Mr. Chrétien, the former Prime Minister, said at one point when he was cutting health transfers that he'd done a really good thing because he was saving some money in his own pocket, and on the other hand, that those who are doing the criticizing are those with the jurisdiction, i.e. Quebec. So he was keeping the money, and the problem was in Quebec and the provinces, and it was their problem to deal with. But you don't just stop having concert just because Chrétien decides to cut health transfers. It doesn't work that way. So for me, clearly, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the first comments I would make. We need to put the blame where it belongs, and that is on the federal government. Questions and comments?
Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I enjoy working with her at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. And I also share similar constituents. My riding has 3 time zones, and it is much, much larger. So I connect with her intervention clearly. The NDP support this bill because it provides for the Canada Recovery Dividend, which will tax for corporations like the banks and insurers who are showing major profits. And I wonder if the member agrees that this Canada Recovery Dividend needs to be extended to big box stores who are clearly contributing to the hardships of both of our constituents.
That's right.
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the question in English. I hope I understood it correctly. I'd like to thank my colleague from Nunavut. We have a lot in common. Just the fact that going to my riding, when we go to stores, I think there's a company, Northern, which is in both of our ridings, but the costs, the prices are through the roof. This is something that needs to be dealt with, and it means a lot in my riding. When you do groceries in the north, you can buy a can of Maxwell House for $55. So it's a luxury, Maxwell House. So in general, one of the things that's very important to me is programs to reduce costs so that they go straight into people's, the savings go straight to the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Next member, I'm going to have to cut him off in about 4 minutes. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I recognize that when you said you were going to cut me off, a number of Conservatives clapped, so I'll try to make the 4 minutes worth their while. But, you know, it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that once again we're in a situation where the government had to bring in time allocation on a very important piece of legislation that is here to serve Canadians and to bring resources to Canadians, in particular, Mr. Speaker, those that are in the most need. You know, I will reflect, Mr. Speaker, on the fact that there have been 38 members of the Conservative Party who have spoken to this bill. There have been 26 Liberal members. There have been 6 NDP, 10 Bloc, and 1 Green member. So this particular bill, now back to this House at report stage, has had a number of different interventions at the various different times coming in, and to somehow suggest that democracy is not, you know, in full effect as it relates to this bill, I think would be extremely disingenuous. We all know what happened to the last fall economic statement, the fall economic statement of 2021, when we tried to act in good faith with the Conservatives to continually bring that bill forward so they could have more and more discussion on it. We never actually ended up getting to vote on it until May or June of 2022. So I think it's entirely fair to assume that the same thing would probably happen again this time, and therefore bringing in time allocation was certainly a requirement. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk specifically about something that I'm hearing quite a bit in this House, in particular on this particular piece of legislation, and this is the discussion about inflation. There's no doubt that inflation is real, inflation is hurting Canadians, inflation is difficult, it is creating a lot of uncertainties in people's lives, uncertainties in the marketplace. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that Conservatives want to talk about inflation as though this is a problem that is isolated only to Canada. The reality of the situation, Mr. Speaker, is that inflation is happening globally right now. You can try to accredit a number of things to it. You can say it was the various G7 or OECD countries' attempts to support their constituents during the very difficult times of a pandemic. You can say it's about a war that's going on in Ukraine. There are a lot of different contributing factors to it, but the reality is that it's something that's happening throughout the world. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, in the G7 countries, Canada actually has the 3rd lowest inflation rate. The only 2 countries lower than Canada are Japan and France. Every other country has a higher inflationary rate. Now, of course, that brings little comfort to those that are actually trying to deal with inflation, but I think it's important to reflect on the fact that this is a global issue and something that citizens throughout the world are trying to tackle. And that's what this bill is specifically about, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about trying to make life more affordable for Canadians, in particular, Mr. Speaker, those that are struggling the most. When you think about things like the Canada Housing Benefit, or the dental benefit that was previously adopted, the GST credit, or you know, some of the various different other measures that the government has brought in specifically to help low-income people, we know that those particular measures are going to have a very, very little impact on inflation. So we know that they're the right measures to take right now to support constituents throughout Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you want to interrupt me because it's time to start a question period. I look forward to continuing afterwards and taking some questions at that time as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, here. When we do return to debate, the member will have 6 minutes to get his thoughts fully on the floor. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Windsor-Tecumseh.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Today I rise in the House of Commons to tell you a little bit about a special constituent named Marta. Marta is a remarkable person. Born in a small town in eastern Poland, she dreamed of becoming a dancer, but studied administration instead and worked with her husband in a large factory to help raise a family including 2 boys, the youngest of which was a steady source of mischief. To give her boys a bright future, Marta and her family emigrated to Canada as political refugees. She worked full-time at the Polonia Center and later the Polish Credit Union, all the while making sure her boys had home-cooked soup and didn't miss soccer practice. She volunteered in community theater, in the Carousel of the Nations, the Holy Trinity Choir, and many fundraisers. Everyone back home knows her as Marta, but I just call her Mom. And today, Mr. Speaker, I hope you join me in wishing her a happy birthday and stolat. Love you, Mamo. Kocham cię.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this year we'll finally be able to celebrate with the whole family together around a good Christmas dinner. But in spite of that, we must not forget that some, for many reasons, can't afford a good meal at all. This time of the year invites us to share and to be generous. More than ever, food banks need our help. In my riding alone, according to the website of Moisson Beauce, out of the 12,500 requests for food aid answered every month through their network of organizations, 1/3 are for children. I repeat, 1/3, Mr. Speaker, are for children. I invite all those who can to give to these food banks. That is the true spirit of Christmas. And so I'd like to thank the volunteers of these many organizations who take the time to collect the food, prepare it, and to make donation baskets. In Beauce, you can donate food to some 50 organizations, including the Comité d'aide de Beauceville, La Source de Sainte-Marie, Saint-Vincent-de-Paul, and Moisson Beauce, of course. So that everyone can celebrate Christmas with a good dinner. Let's do that. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 33 years ago, 14 young women were murdered at École Polytechnique. This act of violent misogyny shook our country and led our government to designate December 6th as the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Sadly, women continue to be subject to violence and misogyny today. We must stop gender-based violence. I invite all members of this House to join me this evening for a panel event and critical discussion in partnership with Actua to raise awareness and advance solutions on how to effectively protect and empower women online. Following the panel, we will be screening Backlash, Misogyny in the Digital Age, a film showcasing the stories of 4 women and 1 man whose lives have been negatively impacted by online violence. Gender-based violence is never just one time or just words. It's never just anything, Mr. Speaker. It's violence. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, what's happening right now at the National Gallery just doesn't make sense. Art is being sidelined in favor of an ideological agenda that has nothing to do with the museum's artistic vocation. In the words of Mark Mayer, the former Director General of the National Gallery, it's literally a coup d'etat, Mr. Speaker. And when we find a situation where Jean-Paul Riopel is considered by the new administration of this institution as being an old white man artist, and there's nobody who feels it's necessary to highlight his centennial, well, we're no longer dealing with a fine arts museum, Mr. Speaker. It's the same logic where we have Radio-Canada apologizing for inappropriate comments of people in interviews, or that makes a director of the NFB applaud when Asterix comics are burned. Art, apparently from now on, is no longer there to serve as art. Art is now a propaganda tool of this government to impose its ideological vision. It's frightening, Mr. Speaker. It's a dangerous direction. It's false progressivism, which is absolutely unacceptable. The government and its crown corporations need to get their act together now.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 66 years since the death of Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, who was an Indian economist, politician, social reformer, and jurist. A leader in India's path towards independence, Dr. Ambedkar has been widely recognized as the principal architect in the drafting of the Constitution of India. A champion of civil rights, Dr. Ambedkar strongly campaigned against social discrimination, choosing to step down from his position as India's first Minister of Law when Cabinet refused to pass the Women's Rights Bill. As a lifelong scholar, Dr. Ambedkar earned his master's at the London School of Economics before being awarded his PhD from Columbia University. In 1952,
Columbia University presented him with an honorary doctorate for his service as a great social reformer and a valiant upholder of human rights. Today, we recognize and honor his legacy and praise those who continue his work both here and in India, promoting social equality and justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, children represent the best parts of humanity. They are imaginative, resilient, inquisitive. They bring joy in even the most difficult of circumstances. They give us hope in face of the biggest challenges. The responsibility of the rest of us is to make sure they live up to their potential. Unfortunately, too often we haven't lived up to that hallowed responsibility. We must never again allow the government to violate that sacrosanct relationship between parent and child, as we've seen the devastating consequences of the residential school program. However, in spite of all of these challenges, I remain incredibly optimistic because of the blessing that children are. Now, Mr. Speaker, it would be incredibly inappropriate for me to acknowledge my children in the gallery, Margaret and James. Even more inappropriate to say I love you guys, so I won't do that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
I rise today to pay tribute to Mary Long, the founder of Hamilton Tax Help, a free low-barrier tax clinic that helped Hamiltonians access almost $7.2 million in critical federal benefits last year alone, $1.6 million in my riding of Hamilton Mountain. Mary is set to retire at the end of this month after an inspiring career, whether it was through her 17 years at Family Services Hamilton, as president of her OPSU local, as a former director of labor services at United Way, Hamilton Halton, or as the first woman to be elected president of the Hamilton District Labor Council. Mary has consistently sought out opportunities to respond to the needs of the community. At age 55, she returned to school to study social service work. She's a Mohawk College alumnus of distinction, as well as a fellow Woman of Distinction Award winner. I wish Mary a wonderful and well-deserved retirement. Mary, thank you for your commitment and service.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, I recently visited some food banks in my riding, and I met with Amélie, a passionate volunteer, and she showed me a freezer full of frozen portions of game meat. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you're familiar with the Generous Hunters program, but it's a program that allows hunters to donate game meat, and it's for people who have the greatest need in our communities throughout all of Quebec, and it's thanks to collaboration between Quebec Food Banks and the Quebec Federation of Hunters. So thank you very much to all the hunters in the Gatineau Valley, and also to the work of the butchers, because thanks to them, families who need it most will be able to celebrate Christmas with a good traditional meal.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Twas the night before Christmas and no one could afford a house. Some people were blaming a fellow named Klaus. The Prime Minister said he would have people's backs, but it turned out his real plan was to triple the tax. The holidays are here, there's a gift shopping tradition, but things are more expensive thanks to the costly coalition. So instead, just rest, stay home, take a nap, try to forget about the ArriveCAN app. If you hear the sound of a reindeer's hoof, then it's Santa, not Stephen, up on the roof. Santa reaches down inside of his sack. He knows what the people want is to have their freedoms back. But if you hear the sound of a convoy truck, then the message for Liberals is end the mandates. Jesus was born with a hope to save every sinner, even the ones who attend the press gallery dinner. At Christmas, we celebrate the joy that we find and proclaim peace and love to all people kind. This might not be as good as Cuzner's last riff. I just hope it won't get me shot by Jorno Dale Smith. 'Twas the night before Christmas. Inflation is the worst. The Conservatives have a leader who will put the people first.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Speaker.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The holiday season is upon us, and back in St. John's East, many will celebrate together and welcome home loved ones, celebrate the annual Mummering Festival, and have a little fun on Tibbs Eve. But this is also a time to reflect on the true meaning of the season. You can welcome an international student away from home for dinner. You can reach out to friends and neighbors who might be alone and find this season hard. Volunteer or donate to local charities and not-for-profits to ensure that Santa doesn't miss any households this year. Thank our essential workers and those working away from home, and connect with our diverse communities and understand their unique traditions. During this time of year, however you choose to celebrate, this is a time I'm sure we can all agree should be full of kindness and compassion.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, 105 years ago today, two ships collided in the Narrows of Halifax Harbour. The collision between the French munition ship, the Mont Blanc, and the Norwegian ship, the Imo, resulted in the largest human-made explosion at that time. 1,782 people were killed and an estimated 9,000 were injured. Relief efforts came from across Canada and the northeastern United States. To make matters worse, these heroic rescue efforts were also hampered by a snowstorm. The community of Richmond was devastated, as was the long-standing Mi'kmaq community of Turtle Grove. Lives of countless Haligonians were changed forever. Railway dispatcher Vince Coleman's heroic effort to stop incoming trains stand out, and I quote, "Hold up the train. Ammunition ships afire in the harbor, making for Pier 6, and will explode. Guess this will be my last message. Goodbye, boys." He died at his post. To this day, we send an annual Christmas tree to Boston as a token for our appreciation in our rebuilding efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it was 33 years ago, on December 6, 1989, 14 women were murdered. Murdered because they were women. Murdered because they were in university. Murdered because they were in the engineering department. This is human cruelty in all its ugliness. The words Poly and Polytechnique will forever be attached to this tragedy. This is a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, that affects us all. It's a reminder of the fragility around us. How many times have we turned our eyes? How many times have we pretended to not heard? How many times have we bit our tongues? It is our duty as human beings not to pretend, but to act in a direct and concrete way. To go, to see someone, to help them, to guide them towards help, to help point the way. We cannot remain inactive, Mr. Speaker. We owe it to the 14 victims of Polytechnique. Let us never forget.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, for 33 years now, December 6th is a sad reminder of how much violence against women is part of our daily lives. The events that took place at Polytechnique destroyed the lives of 14 brilliant young women. This was a collective shock, and we must all remember what happened. And violence against women is not always obvious, but it is always devastating. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to salute all of the organizations like La Ressource, Le Quartier des Femmes, Les Calacs, and other actors in Châteauguay-Lacolle who do essential work against violence against women in our community. And I thank them for their engagement and for their conviction. Mr. Speaker, collectively, we must continue our efforts to ensure that tragedies like École Polytechnique never happen again. But we must also make sure that the lives of thousands of women in this country don't become tragedies. I remember. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. On December 6, 1989, a man entered a classroom at the École Polytechnique with a semi-automatic rifle. He divided the students into men and women, and he killed 14 female students. 14 brilliant, bright women cowardly murdered because they were women. A horrible, misogynistic, sexist, hateful crime. But this hatred still kills today. This violence, this toxic masculinity continues every day. Recently, 4 Indigenous women were murdered in Manitoba. Last year in Quebec, 26 feminicides, 26 women killed. This year, already 14 feminicides. 14, the equivalent of another Polytechnique tragedy this year alone. Not only do we need to change our culture, we need to collectively do better to protect women who are victims of violence. Because of chronic underfunding, shelters are having to turn away thousands of women because of a lack of space. The memory of these 14 students whose lives were ripped from them must drive us to do better for all women. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis-Matane-Matapedia. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't born when the Polytechnic tragedy took place. I didn't know the women who fell under the bullets of a misogynistic killer. And yet, like the women and men of my generation, I am an heir to this event. It's a legacy that comes with responsibility. We have a duty to do everything that we can to ensure that Quebec never again sees such a tragedy. And that's why we are so strongly in favor of tighter gun control. And it's why we are so strongly in favor of banning assault weapons. It won't fix everything. It won't guarantee that there won't be any more tragedies, but it will reduce the risk. We need to take steps in the right direction. Banning assault weapons is a step in the right direction. And above all, we need to fight misogyny, violence against women, and we need to normalize equality for all. It's December 6, 2022, 33 years after École Polytechnique. We remember and we will act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the difference between what I'm hearing from my residents in Kelowna Lake Country and from the Liberal government couldn't be more far apart. While local seniors tell me they're choosing between gas and groceries, a Liberal minister said he's, quote, sick and tired of people complaining about heating their homes in cold weather. Well, Canadians are sick and tired of a carbon tax plan that has missed every target and left Canada as 58th out of 63 countries in climate performance. People are worried with the latest Canada Food Price Report, which says a family of 4 will pay more than $1,000 extra in 2023. A Conservative government will axe the tax to lower the cost of basic essentials like food, gas, and home heating. We will end wasteful government spending to stop the Liberals' Made in Canada inflation, and we will invest in Canadian innovation, mineral exploration, and electric infrastructure to build a cleaner, greener, and affordable future we all want.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to welcome members of the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs who are here as part of their annual Fire Chiefs on the Hill Days.
Over the coming days,
de discuter avec les chefs pompiers qui sont ici sur la colline des principaux enjeux auxquels font face les services d'incendie au pays. Ceux qui comprennent, entre autres, les défis de recrutement et de rétention des pompiers face à l'augmentation des crises climatiques et sanitaires, et un enjeu, Monsieur le Président, qui me tient particulièrement à cœur, la question des...
Je vais interrompre une seconde. The Honourable Member, I'll just interrupt for a second. Apparently, we're not getting translation. Français.
From French to English. Can you hear me now in English? Yes, okay. Please start over.
Merci.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to welcome members of the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs who are here as part of their annual Fire Chiefs on the Hill Days.
Over the coming days, many of us will have the opportunity to have conversations with the fire chiefs who are here on the Hill to discuss the main issues that fire services are facing across the country. They understand, among others, that there are challenges with recruitment and retention of fighters, given the increasing number of tragedies that we're seeing around the country, and we'll also discuss an issue I take to heart, the question of cancer in firefighters.
C and other stakeholders for my private member's bill C-224, an act to establish a national framework for the prevention and treatment of cancers linked to firefighting, which, as you know, Mr. Speaker, was referred to the Health Committee last June. It's my hope that all members will work together to ensure this legislation is passed soon and send a clear message to our firefighters that their health and safety is a top priority for all of us.
Right on.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, our thoughts are with the victims of the tragedy of the École Polytechnique, women who lost their lives simply because they were women. We remember their lives and the tragedy that this represented for their families. And we commit to ensuring that this will never happen again. Will the government please share its thoughts on this matter? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Sport. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Obviously, all of us here today send our thoughts to the families of the victims, the 14 women who were murdered during the École Polytechnique tragedy. The government wants to do more to protect women, and that's why we have this very important bill to limit assault rifles. And so we invite all parliamentarians to work with us to strengthen this bill and better protect women. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Auditor General today pointed to horrific waste. According to her, the government wasted at least $4.6 billion and another $27 billion, which she said were suspicious overpayments and should be investigated. There are 1,500 ineligible recipients. So why did the government waste money and create inflation on the backs of Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government acted quickly to help Canadians during the pandemic, and we made the right choices. We would like to thank the Auditor General for her report and for her hard work, and we'd like to thank her for confirming that our COVID-19 benefits were targeted and effective. It is clearly indicated in the report that those benefits helped the economy get back on its feet, and Canadians know that we protected them, and we will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is now exposed for having wasted massive sums over the last several years. According to the Auditor General, there is $4 billion of known waste, another $27 billion of suspected waste. There is $60 million of spending that's under criminal investigation. There were 190,000 people who quit their jobs and therefore were not eligible to receive the CERB benefit, but did anyway. They even sent the CERB to 1,500 prisoners, Mr. Speaker. Why did the government waste so much and make Canadians pay the price?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General found very clearly that CERB and our individual benefits achieve their intended goals of getting money to Canadians quickly, of allowing Canadians to stay home safely, and avoiding severe social and economic consequences. We as a Parliament approved an attestation-based approach. We knew from the beginning there would be post-payment verification. We are working methodically through that, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure all Canadians that we are on top of this.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we already knew that the government paid billions of dollars in wage subsidies to profitable corporations that were able to pay out dividends to their wealthy executives. Now we know they also paid $15 billion to companies that did not have a significant revenue drop, and so they were able to pocket the cash at the expense of the Canadian people. Now, this is the same government that gave money to Loblaws, to other wealthy corporations, always at the expense of the working class. Why do they always take from the have-nots and give to the have-yachts?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government made decisions that undoubtedly saved lives and the economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our agency has been working for months to check the eligibility of recipients, and the Auditor General concluded, what she concluded was in compliance, is what the report said. The recovery will take years, and while the Conservatives are stuck with bad cryptocurrency advice from their leader, we are helping Canadians. Yes, but they're delivering for prisoners. The government gave CERB to 1,500 prisoners who were in prison after having committed crimes, so they clearly weren't eligible. 190,000 people received CERB who had left their jobs on purpose, and who therefore were not eligible. We're talking about $30 billion of wasted money. And we know that there are criminal investigations underway. Will the government finally investigate to recover the money that was lost on the backs of Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in an article by the CBC, the member for Edmonton West said that recovery is a process that can take many years. So here's my question, Mr. Speaker. Does his own leader agree with that member? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, this day, December 6th, marks the commemoration of the horrific femicide committed at École Polytechnique. This compassion should guide all of our work, especially with regard to gun control. The government tabled a very complex amendment to the point that the Prime Minister and the Minister say that it's an issue that needs to be dealt with by experts. Very quickly but rigorously, does the government agree to add 2 committee meetings so that experts can analyze this bill? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we would like to thank the Bloc Québécois for their cooperation, and also the NDP, also their reasonable and responsible approach to working in concert to strengthen this bill in committee. It's very important that everyone work together on this file. It was mentioned today we've commemorated Polytechnique, and so we want to remove assault rifles from our streets and protect the rights of hunters and Indigenous people. We're working on that. The Prime Minister is committed to that, and I urge everyone to work together on this. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yes, that is the spirit of the question I've been asking. Obviously, I share the concern that recreational hunters might be the object of petty politics, but we're talking about a sense of security for civil society and the families of these victims. Clarity should be at the heart of this issue, and we are asking for 2 extra committee meetings with experts in order to analyze the amendment. Can that be done, please, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to work with all parliamentarians, with the Bloc, with the NDP, to ensure that this bill strikes the right balance and achieves the objectives that we set, that is to eliminate weapons, for example, that were used to kill people at Polytechnique and the Quebec Mosque, while protecting the rights of hunters and Indigenous people. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Had to be called into long-term care homes in this country. And now the Red Cross has been called into children's hospitals in Ottawa. It is clear that our healthcare system is in crisis, but the Prime Minister has been missing in action. Leadership isn't looking for excuses, it's showing up and finding solutions. So when will the Prime Minister show leadership, step up and declare or call for an emergency meeting of the First Ministers and solve the crisis in our healthcare system?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the Honourable Member. Urgent actions are indeed required to address the current health workforce crisis, and that's why we have taken significant steps forward by establishing a coalition for action for healthcare workers to inform immediate and long-term solutions to address these challenges, introducing measures to facilitate the entry of foreign national physicians and permanent residents, as well as announcing a national nursing officer to provide strategic advice from a nursing perspective. Our government's priority remains to work together for better outcomes for Canadians, and that includes the youngest patients in our hospitals. So I appreciate the attention to this very important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good job.
Member for Burnaby South.
Les médecins.
Physicians, nurses, healthcare workers are sharing horrific stories about what is happening right now in our healthcare system. We are in the midst of a crisis, Mr. Speaker, and it's clear children are getting sick and they have no access to health care. And this Prime Minister is not showing leadership. When is he going to show leadership and do what needs to be done to save our healthcare system? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the NDP for his very important question. We obviously share his concerns with regard to the difficulties our healthcare system is going through in Canada. He talked about difficulties in children's hospitals and the important issue of a shortage of healthcare professionals. That is exactly what we are discussing with healthcare ministers and provincial premiers. We are encouraged by those discussions. We're going to increase federal resources in order to ensure that this matter is resolved.
Today, the Auditor General released a damning report confirming that Liberal mismanagement led to at least $32 billion in inflationary spending. More costs, no control. Their lack of transparency contributed to the affordability crisis. The Auditor General is deeply concerned by the lack of controls, and her report shows Liberals are only going to keep their failed approach for current and future programs. Why are Canadians continuously on the hook for Liberal failures?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, it bears repeating that the Auditor General found that we achieved the goals we set out to do. We kept Canadians safe, we made sure Canadians were paid quickly, and we averted significant social and economic hardship for our country. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament approved an attestation-based approach. We knew when we committed, we were very transparent from the beginning, we would do post-payment verification. We're methodically going through that, and we'll continue to do so, working individually with the Canadians to make sure a fair and equitable response to this.
For Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Well, if the Liberals' goals were to lack transparency, lack accountability, and lack control, the Auditor General confirmed that in her report today. Their legacy of mismanagement has made life more unaffordable, sending more Canadians to food banks than ever before. Record high food, rent, and mortgage costs are driven up by the Liberals' inflation. The more Liberals fail, the more Canadians have to pay. How many more Liberal failures are Canadians on the hook for?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, we took important action when we understood that the high cost of living was having an impact on Canadians. And in fact, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Financial Post noted that our childcare policy has been a success. They said government policy has played a role in getting women back in the workforce, especially when it comes to childcare. Women feel confident going back into the workforce because they won't be spending their whole paycheck on childcare. Mr. Speaker, we are there for Canadians and we are delivering. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the government will blame everyone else for their inflationary spending, but when the Auditor General confirms that a minimum of $32 billion in COVID overpayments and suspicious payments need more investigation, there is little argument that this mess added to inflation. The Auditor General has sounded the alarm bells on the lack of control on COVID spending. So lots of checks and no balances. And the government is continuing the same approach with current legislation, current programming. So I have one question. How can Canadians trust them?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I will get to the Honourable Member's question in a moment. I want to add my voice to those started by the Minister of Women and Gender Equality in this House today on the 33rd anniversary of École Polytechnique. I was a 19-year-old student at the U of A when word got to us about 14 women gunned down at École Polytechnique, and it became worse when we realized that this was motivated by hate and misogyny. We must do everything in this House to protect women and to end violence against women. And on the substantive question that the honourable colleague asked, millions of mothers who received CERB benefits did not cause inflation, and neither did the benefits, neither did the businesses who took supports so they could keep their doors open.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about those cases. Canadians deserve transparency about the $32 billion that the Auditor General says is just the tip of the iceberg of people who got money and it needs to be investigated. So Canadians deserve to know that there was no control when the money was going out, and now they learn that there's no control or accountability for taxpayers to get that money back. So when food bank use is at its highest rate and 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, I'll ask again, how do Canadians trust them?
L'honorable ministre du Revenu.
Monsieur le Président, l'agence n'est
Mr. Speaker, the CRA does not agree with the Auditor General's calculation with regard to ineligible recipients to the wage subsidies. The CRA's calculations indicate that the people were highly compliant and that the Auditor General's figures were exaggerated. It's not her fault because we all know that she was pressed by the opposition to produce this report. Political games must not lead us to forget that the wage subsidy saved the economy and many people. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, according to a new report published yesterday, grocery costs are going to continue to rise in 2023. So annual spending for the average family is going to go up to $16,300, which is an enormous share of the family budget. Parents are already incapable of feeding their families, and now it's going to get worse. For Canadians, these price hikes are unaffordable. Can you believe it? In Canada, people can't afford to put food on their table or heat their homes. Will the Liberals pledge to stop their inflationary spending so that Canadians can afford to eat? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The difference between us and the Conservatives is that on this side of the House, we trust Canadians. We understand what Canadians need, and we're going to help them out either by giving them dental benefits or with daycare assistance. We trust Canadians, and we're going to be there to support them today and in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I can't believe that the member across the way gave us that kind of answer when we know that they're the ones who have lost control of public spending. The Auditor General confirmed that the government wasted $32 billion in payments to ineligible recipients. People don't have any money. They're charging their groceries, and Liberals are wasting billions of dollars. So once again, will the Liberals show some compassion and cancel their tax hikes? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is based on compassion and fiscal prudence. That's our response. If we look at the facts, millions of mothers who received CERB, they're not the ones who created inflation. Thousands of businesses who took wage subsidies, they're not the ones who created inflation either. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives really want to help Canadians weather this difficult time, then they should do the right thing and vote for C-32, which is going to help Canadians. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, the Quebec Finance Minister will be tabling his economics update, but he'll have to make do with what he has because despite the fact that Quebec and the provinces have been calling for health transfers for years, the Liberal government refuses to increase them. They're simply abandoning us, Mr. Speaker. We see the crises in emergency rooms, the lack of manpower, and the care of our children is coming second. Why is the government saying no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Our healthcare system is confronted with major challenges, and it is key that we work together to improve healthcare for Canadians. We are disappointed by the statement by the provincial health ministers. However, our government remains ready to work together with the provinces and the territories to discuss more about priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, this government doesn't want to increase health transfers. It wants to impose standards. But which standards? How is Ottawa better placed to tell Quebec and the provinces how to do their work? Ottawa is Phoenix, Roxham Road, the passport crisis, delays in old age pensions, delays in EI, and immigration, where files go to die. So how does this government have the gall to tell provinces and Quebec how to do their work? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague, he knows that to say that we're not ready to increase health transfers is not true. We have been very clear. We're going to work with the provinces for that very purpose, to increase federal transfers to the provinces who have the responsibility and the jurisdiction to manage their healthcare systems. We recognize that. The only thing that we're asking for is to have transparent discussions with the provinces to ensure that we achieve the outcomes for patients and for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Transparent discussion, Mr. Speaker, those are standards, and we're going to repeat that once again. What the healthcare system needs is not standards. It needs Ottawa to do its share. Frankly, there is no one who thinks that the Quebec healthcare system has no standards. We're sick and tired of the federal government's haughty and pretentious attitude trying to tell us that they know best. What Ottawa needs for the healthcare system is funding, not condescension. So when will the federal government increase health transfers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, but that is not true. For a long time, the government has been working with the provinces and territories, not just for healthcare funding, but to ensure a national vision of healthcare that meets the needs of Canadians. We will increase health transfers to 10% in 2023. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with the provinces and territories to improve healthcare in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
In 2021, the government procured a system to track vaccines. This system, Vaccine Connect, is set to cost Canadians over $59 million. The government then decided to delay the development of key capabilities, forcing employees to use spreadsheets instead. This led to significant waste of vaccines and taxpayers' dollars, including confusion on expiration dates. Why did the government delay key developments on its own project, wasting vaccines and taxpayers' money?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada's COVID-19 procurement strategy was undertaken at a time of considerable uncertainty with the goal of protecting the health and safety of Canadians, and that is what we did, Mr. Speaker. While Canada's overall COVID-19 immunization strategy has been a success, with modelling suggesting that public health measures without vaccination could have seen over 16.5 million cases and nearly 500,000 deaths, improvements can and will be made to ensure continued success and future preparedness. But, Mr. Speaker, there was no waste. That is a false claim. And to suggest that we didn't act expediently, Mr. Speaker, is outside of the frame of...
For Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps that member would like to have a conversation with the Auditor General. In her report this morning, she made it clear the government is on track for almost $2 billion in wasted vaccines by the end of this year. Over 15 million doses wasted so far, with the potential of the majority of another 55 million set to expire in 26 days. This government took vaccines meant for underdeveloped countries, the only G7 country to do so, while wasting billions in expired vaccines. When will will this government stop its wasteful spending of taxpayers' dollars?
Good job. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Vaccines during a deadly pandemic was wasteful. Context matters, Mr. Speaker. At the start of this pandemic, no one could predict with which vaccine would be most effective, and with an increased global demand, our government prioritized protecting the health and safety of Canadians.
Exactly.
We will continue to work to keep securing the vaccines that Canadians need while taking measures to manage our supply and reduce wastage, Mr. Speaker. As recommended, we will also continue to work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to enhance data sharing across jurisdictions and partners through a pan-Canadian health data strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General stated that the process this government relied on to distribute COVID benefits led to $4.6 billion in overpayments to ineligible individuals and at least another $27 billion that needs to be investigated. So how much of this $32 billion can taxpayers expect to recover, and how much money is this government going to spend in administrative costs to recover money for taxpayers?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
The Parliament approved an approach that was attestation-based and then rigorous post-payment verification. As a result of that approach, Mr. Speaker, Canadians were able to put food on their table. Canadians remained attached to their job. We positioned our economy well to come roaring back at the end of the pandemic. It has. 117% of the jobs have been recovered, and our public health outcomes are the envy of the world.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is the Auditor General said very clearly the post-payment verification process is anything but rigorous. The problem is taxpayers are now on the hook for these billions of dollars that they may never receive back. And this is the same failed process that the government is relying upon when distributing their new dental and rental benefits. So will the government admit that it had no controls and finally put some controls in place before they distribute any more government money?
The Honourable Minister.
That we are pursuing a very rigorous post-payment verification process based on best practice in the world of risk-based analysis. Mr. Speaker, we are taking a compassionate approach. We absolutely paused repayment during Omicron and other things that came up during the pandemic, but I can assure this House we are on top of it and we are following up.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Families are frustrated and anxious about the state of our emergency rooms. Sick kids are waiting in makeshift spaces for up to 20 hours, and this government is letting Premier Ford download healthcare costs onto municipalities. London City Hall, already overburdened, is being asked to pay $300 million to cover healthcare restructuring. This Liberal government is leaving families and the cities they live in to fend for themselves against a callous provincial government. When will this government hammer out a healthcare transfer deal to ensure cities don't have to bear the brunt of healthcare costs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. We share the frustrations and concerns of parents across Ontario with the wait times at hospitals, particularly for kids. It's been a really challenging flu, RSV, and COVID season with all of those piling up, and we recognize it's been extraordinarily challenging for healthcare workers as well. But we believe on this side of the House that all you should need to get healthcare in Canada is your health card, not your credit card. So we'll always stand up for our public system. Canadians are proud of our system, and it's one based on need, not our ability to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, for decades, advocates have called to nationalize early learning and childcare, but we still don't have legislation in place that ensures long-term, protected funding for childcare that prioritizes the expansion of nonprofit and public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, families deserve access to high-quality, affordable childcare now. When will the Liberals introduce this important legislation? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Families.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and it's been a pleasure to work with her and so many colleagues in this House to deliver early learning and affordable childcare across this country. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have reduced fees by 50% from coast to coast to coast, which is meaning that more families are able to afford childcare, more women are entering into the workforce. In fact, women's workforce participation is at an all-time high in Canadian history, thanks to some of the policies, including childcare, that this government has put forward. And I'm looking forward to introducing legislation soon to make sure that we keep early learning and childcare a good for Canadians for all time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, today is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. 33 years ago today, I was a law student and remember very well the horrific shooting of 14 brilliant women at l'École Polytechnique in Montréal. Today is a day we vow to fight back against gun violence and gender-based violence. Can the minister speak about the importance of this day and our government's plan to address gender-based violence?
Minister for Women.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the honourable member. The massacre at École Polytechnique was one of the most horrifying things to happen on Canadian soil. 14 women killed, 13 injured, simply because, Mr. Speaker, they were women. We will always stand up for victims and survivors of gender-based violence. We support them, we honour them, we condemn anyone who tries to sully their memory. And we will not rest until every Canadian, Mr. Speaker, is safe.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General is an incredibly critical part of our democracy. And so when an individual calls the Auditor General's integrity into question, which happened just now in this House, is an attack on our democracy. Simply, her only offense was not supporting and endorsing Liberal waste. Will the minister apologize?
L'honorable ministre du Revenu national.
Monsieur le Président, pendant que nos collègues d'en face parlent de gaspillage, parce qu'on a investi dans 13 programmes pour aider les Canadiens pendant la pandémie.
Apparemment, il y a un problème avec la traduction. Est-ce que vous...
Can you hear me in English? It's working? Okay.
Redonnez, écoutez-moi parce que...
Okay, we'll give the floor back to the minister, and you can hear me now. The interpretation is working. We'll ask the minister to answer the question, and we'll listen quietly. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I said that while our colleagues opposite were talking about waste in the 13 programs we implemented during the pandemic, on this side of the House, we can say that we saved lives. I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm not going to apologize for a government that saved lives. And what's worse, the opposition is willing to play petty politics at the expense of children. It's shameful.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't the opposition that called out $32 billion in waste. That was the Auditor General. And my question again is a simple one. Will she retract her comments calling into question the independence of the Auditor General? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said a little earlier, the agency does not agree with the Auditor General's calculations when it comes to ineligible recipients for the CERB. The agency's checking reveals that the Auditor General's figures were exaggerated. It's not the Auditor General's fault. She was under a lot of pressure from the opposition, and these political games should not be tolerated. The CERB saved our economy. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Nowhere in the Auditor General's report did she question anything about having not enough time to produce her report. The report does not accuse the opposition of having pressured the Auditor General. To hide her own incompetence, the Minister of National Revenue today has questioned the integrity of the Auditor General of Canada in her report on pandemic spending. She should apologize. Will she, right now, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue, of Heritage.
À l'ordre.
Order.
Laissez savoir quand vous êtes prêt.
Let me know when you're ready.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We fully respect the Auditor General and what we wanted to say.
Part
pardon me, she absolutely agreed with us that we met the objectives of this plan. We kept Canadians safe, we put money in their pockets quickly, and we avoided significant economic and social harm.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament asked the Auditor General to investigate pandemic spending and how the government managed the pandemic. This Parliament asked for the Auditor General to shed light, not the opposition, this Parliament. And today in the House, the Minister of National Revenue, in order to cover up her own incompetence in managing the crisis, accused and questioned the Auditor General of Canada's integrity. Mr. Speaker, there's just one thing for the Minister to do: stand up and apologize in this House. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the Auditor General. It's the opposition who are questioning the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, our government decided, and it was a crucial decision, to support businesses and workers through the pandemic. I'm sorry, it's hard to hear the answer. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister to start over. But before that, I would ask all members to calm down a little bit. Everyone's excited, we know that. But they should calm down a little bit and take a little bit of time, take a breath. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say that the Auditor General, I have a lot of confidence in her, and she has all my respect. Our government took the crucial decision to support people and businesses through the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, 13 programs were put in place. We saved lives with those programs, Mr. Speaker, and I will never apologize for saving lives during the darkest times, since World War II, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Let's change the topic. As COP15 kicks off in Montreal, the Prime Minister, who didn't feel the need to go to COP27, will be one of the few, if not the only, heads of state to put in an appearance. To say what? That biodiversity is a treasure threatened by human activity, and we have a responsibility to do more to protect the world's wildlife and flora and fauna. And then with a straight face, he'll wait for applause. If he wants to be taken seriously, why doesn't he announce an end to oil exploration off the coast of Newfoundland? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important that COP15 is taking place here in Canada. We need to protect nature and biodiversity around the world, and we've done a lot of things here at home. We've invested in protecting lands and waterways and the billion trees we promised to plant. It's very important to play a leadership role in the world in protecting nature, and Canada is there to do that. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Canada's oil is bad for the planet. It contributes to global warming and damages biodiversity. Both exploration and production adversely affect animal species like right whales or corals and plant species. This is hardly news, but Ottawa keeps acting like nothing's wrong. Biodiversity is beautiful. The planet is important. But what matters most to Canada is oil. Will the Prime Minister be honest enough to admit to COP15 participants that Canada is doing damage to biodiversity? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very important to protect nature and biodiversity, and Canada is a leader. But it's also important for my colleague to understand that we have an energy transition to oversee, and we need a prosperous economy for the future, and we have a plan to protect nature, to combat climate change, but also to have a strong and prosperous economy for the future.
Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the government is attacking the Auditor General's independence in order to cover up
their own incompetence. $30 billion, more than $30 billion, went to ineligible recipients, that is, people who did not meet the criteria of the programs. When the Auditor General called this out, the government's response is to criticize the work of a strong, independent professional who they, in fact, appointed. So will the Minister of Revenue apologize to the Auditor General and agree to accept all of her recommendations?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
We respect the Auditor General and welcome her report. But, Mr. Speaker, let us actually take a look at some of the...
I just want to remind the honourable members that the rules are you ask the question and then you wait. You don't keep asking the question over and over again. The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, let me state once again that we thank the Auditor General for her report, that we respect her work. But let's look at what her report said. The pandemic benefits prevented an increase in poverty that would almost have doubled without our investments, helped the economy bounce back from the effects of the pandemic. CERB allowed 8.9 million Canadians to be supported through the depths of the pandemic, and the wage subsidy kept 5 million people on the payroll. We've already recuperated $2.3 billion, Mr. Speaker. The system will continue to work, and we will continue to have the backs of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminsters.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General did take a look, and more than $30 billion in payments went to ineligible applicants. So we know in this House that the Auditor General is a respected officer of Parliament. Yes. It was this Parliament that asked for the report from the AG. The Minister is now calling into question the independence of the AG. Will the Minister apologize?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, we thank the Auditor General for her report. We worked closely with her to make sure she had all the data she needed to make her findings. And we are working hard on the post-payment verification to ensure that we work with individual Canadians. Over 150,000 Canadians have already worked out agreements with CRA for payment. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue methodically pursuing this work until it's done.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that definitely was a non-answer. They say that they worked with the Auditor General, but they won't accept the recommendations from the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Canada Revenue Canada, stand up and apologize for her remarks that seem to be that her government does not trust the Auditor General and the work that was done?
The Honourable Minister.
Our government trusts and respects the work of the Auditor General. And, Mr. Speaker, let me just share with you.
Are we done? Very good. The Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that our government respects and honours the work of the Auditor General and that we take a report. And let me share, Mr. Speaker, point 1023 from the report, and I quote, "We found that the COVID-19 programs achieved their objective to help Canada avoid a more severe contraction of the economy and the social consequences, for example, a significant increase in poverty. This financial support allowed the economy to rebound and return."
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement reconnaît.
Mr. Speaker, last year the number of internal allegations of serious wrongdoing in the federal government rose to 381. These numbers show that public servants know about the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act and how to report their concerns. Can the Minister explain what the government is doing to improve the legislation? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question and his hard work. We are seriously committed to promoting both of our official languages. On C-13, the Treasury Board will be playing a heightened monitoring role, and for the first time, that will include monitoring federal institutions to ensure that they respect their obligations to take positive steps, including cooperating with their provincial and territorial counterparts. C-13 must move forward in order to protect minority official language communities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mary called me on the weekend. She's a senior on a fixed income, and her doctor is 230 kilometers away. She can't afford to fuel inflation. The Auditor General today revealed $32 billion in questionable spending, including $54 billion to build a $250,000 app, billions in wage subsidy to wealthy corporations, and issuing checks to prisoners and organized crime. Mr. Speaker, will the minister apologize for questioning the independence of the Auditor General?
Great question. The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the challenges that seniors are facing, and our government has been there for them. Mr. Speaker, unlike the party opposite that has opposed every single measure that we put forward to support seniors, whether it was making sure doubling up the GST credit, which will help 11 million people, rental and dental support, Mr. Speaker, increasing the old age security by 10% for those 75 and over, Mr. Speaker, or the fact that we're increasing the guaranteed income supplement that has helped over 900,000 seniors, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to make sure we support seniors now and into the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what we've heard today from the Minister of National Revenue questioning the Auditor General's integrity, that's one thing. But the finding was that this is the worst mismanagement since World War II. Will the minister stand up and apologize on behalf of all the soldiers who died in World War II? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Auditor General for her report and we respect her work tremendously. But let's look at some of her findings. Our supports during the pandemic prevented an increase in poverty. 8.9 million Canadians were helped to get through the pandemic, and with the wage subsidy, thousands of Canadians were able to save their jobs. This is what we did on behalf of Canadians, and it was the right thing to do. The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed by the Minister of National Revenue's lack of courage. The member for Gaspésie, I would invite her to apologize on behalf of all the soldiers. They were brave soldiers. Will the minister from the Gaspé show as much courage as those soldiers, stand up and apologize on their behalf? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to reassure my colleague that if there are people with courage out there, it is definitely people from the Gaspé and the Magdalen Islands. We have worked very hard to ensure that people who got COVID benefits were eligible, and we have a strategy of auditing and cost recovery. And this report simply confirms that our estimates were correct, Mr. Speaker.
Vancouver, Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, whether it's because of bad crops or extreme weather or Putin's illegal war in Ukraine or supply chain issues, food prices in Canada and around the world are on the rise. And Canadians are having a hard time putting food on the table, and they're looking to us. Can the Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance tell the House what the government is doing to help Canadians with the cost of living?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my friend and honourable colleague for Vancouver Granville for his hard work on the file and his dedication to his residents. Mr. Speaker, we are always here to support Canadians, and the measures that we have in place put more money in the pockets of Canadians. And in the fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker, we propose to eliminate student loan interest, to make housing more affordable, and to increase the Canadian workers' benefit. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives can do the right thing and see their hearts grow not one, not two, but three sizes, and vote for C-32 and support Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Hundreds of thousands of people experience homelessness in Canada every year, and the Liberals' national housing strategy is failing them. The Auditor General says they won't meet their chronic homelessness target, and the CEO of CMHC confirmed that's the case. Meanwhile, people are dying on the streets. There is zero accountability from the Liberals and no clear plan to eliminate chronic homelessness. Canadians need action, not failed Liberal promises. What's the government's plan to eliminate chronic homelessness in Canada and ensure everyone has a place called home?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for her really important question. This is our plan. Doubling funding for Reaching Home from $2 billion to just under $4 billion. Introducing the Rapid Housing Initiative that is on track to build 14,000 deeply affordable homes for the most vulnerable, including those experiencing homelessness. The introduction of the Canada Housing Benefit, which is helping vulnerable Canadians, renters across the country. Deeply more affordable housing through the Canada the Co-Investment Fund, $2.9 billion to build 22,000 additional deeply affordable homes, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are dying and lives are being shattered every day because of a contaminated drug supply. Now, the Conservative leader wants to double down on the failed war on drugs, while this government won't fund the supports people need. The Liberals promised in the last election to send $500 million to the provinces and territories to improve access to evidence-based treatment. But yet again, they haven't followed through. When will this government move past the stigma and mount a health-based response to this national crisis?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Mental Health.
Mr. Speaker, the toxic drug and overdose crisis continues, as the member says, to take a tragic toll on the families, loved ones, and communities. Our government will use every tool at our disposal to work with our partners to end the national public health crisis. Since 2017, we've committed more than $800 million to address the overdose crisis, and we are taking concrete steps to divert people who use drugs away from the criminal justice system. Approving BC's decriminalization proposal for personal possession of certain substances was an important step. We know that we have to do more, and we will.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. L'honorable député de Mirabel is...
The Honourable Member for Mirabel on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read some of the words of the Auditor General, who stated that we are now focusing on how departments and agencies manage programs for the Canadian public as the pandemic continued to evolve. Today in this House, the Minister of National Revenue. This is a debate. I'd like to just remind members how a point of order works. A point of order is when a standing order has not been respected. So it's simply about reminding the House why we need to do things differently based on the standing orders. So if the member for Mirabel is ready to do that, I'm happy to hear from him. The Honourable Member. Well, Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of National Revenue attacked a basic institution, a basic part of the duties of this House, which is to hold this government accountable. She misled this House, which goes against the standing order, and she should rise and take back what she said and apologize, Mr. Speaker.
Je crois que c'est plutôt un débat.
This is debate. It's not a point of order.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders rising on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, you somewhat addressed it there, but you made it very clear what a point of order is, and then the member just continued to go on about not a point of order. I think there has to be at some point that you intervene to do something when it relates to matters like that.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his guidance, but he's absolutely right. But I just want to remind all the members that when they do rise on a point of order, it's because a point of order was not followed, and explain why it wasn't followed. Otherwise, it becomes debate, and that's something that we've got to enter right now and have debate. And we don't want to take time away from each other's debates and ability to debate important questions that are already on the order paper. Seeing no more points of order, I'll ask for orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commun, resume consideration of report stage of Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has 6 minutes left, and then he'll continue with the questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when I left off just before question period, I was reflecting on the fact that there's too much attention being paid by the Conservatives in this House to inflation only as it relates to domestic inflation, not considering the whole picture of inflation being a global issue, something that countries throughout the world, quite frankly, are dealing with right now. Canada has the third lowest inflation rate in the G7. Of course, that is little comfort to those that are experiencing inflation right now, and the effects of inflation, I should say. But that is exactly what brings us to this particular piece of legislation that we're debating today. This is legislation to help those that are feeling the impacts of inflation the most with trying to get through this very difficult time.
Parliamentary Secretary, I just want to remind everyone that debate is taking place, and if people have conversations they want to take maybe into the lobby or into the hallway, they could take it there, and inside the chamber, we all want to hear what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has to say, and then when the questions come, we want to hear the questions as well. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, please proceed.
Well, that's the first time that somebody has ever said that we all want to hear what I have to say, Mr. Speaker, so I certainly thank you for those kind words. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill is bringing in measures that are specifically designed to assist those who are most impacted by inflation right now. And what's more important is that the measures that we're talking about in this bill, the measures that go to support Canadians, those that need it the most, it is well documented that the inflationary or the impact that those measures will have on inflation is next to nothing. And so I think it's very important that we reflect on exactly what some of those measures are. For starters, the one measure in this bill, Madam Speaker, that I really am very happy to see, because I think it's long overdue, has to do with the elimination of student loan. Now, student loan interest from the federal portion. Now, I know it's been said in this House that we don't have a student loan problem. I would disagree with that. I would suggest that that is exactly the opposite of the truth, because we do have a problem when it comes to education. The reality is that decades ago, when my parents were, in their teens and early 20s, all you needed to get a job that could provide security, to build a family and buy a house, all you needed was a high school diploma. And by and large, you could find stable employment to provide for yourself and your family. Well, that's not the case anymore, Madam Speaker. Now you need much more than that. You need a university degree quite often. You need to be highly skilled in a trade, for example. You need to, in some cases, have master's or post-graduate work. And the difference between now and then, Madam Speaker, is that back then, as it is now, secondary school is covered through taxes. It's covered through property taxes and taxes that individuals pay to support the school system. So that education to get to the point of being able to provide and start a family was free. And now we're in a situation where education is a lot more expensive, and the cost of it, of getting to that place where you can start to provide and to build a family, is much more expensive to get there. So when we start talking about things like eliminating the interest on student debt, I think it is absolutely important, because it gets us towards that point of being able to provide the education that people need in order to get stable employment that they can then use to build a family, to buy a house, and so on. And so from my perspective, we ultimately have to get to a point where either a community college or university for Canadian citizens is almost as easy to access as high school, because it is through that people can experience the quality of life, quite frankly, that previous generations, like my parents, were able to experience. So, Madam Speaker, I know that I only have a couple minutes left. I just want to say that I really think that this piece of legislation is absolutely key right now. We need to get this through the House. I'm glad to see that we're at the final stage of this. The reality is that there are Canadians out there waiting on this legislation to be passed so that they can start to get some of the supports in it. We know full well that this House could end up debating this fall economic statement until May or June, like the Conservatives forced us to do with the last fall economic statement. But I cannot understand how anybody in this House, especially after we've had 38 Conservatives speak to this, 6 NDP, 10 Bloc, 1 Green, and 26 Liberals, I cannot understand how anybody would possibly think that continuing debate on this piece of legislation that has had countless speakers on it would be more important than getting the supports that the legislation provides to Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need to, I'm glad to see that there's time allocation on this. We need to get to a point where we can have a vote on this. Let's have our voices heard through that vote. If it passes, get the supports to Canadians, because there are Canadians out there suffering right now that need these supports. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Parliamentary Budget Officer's review of the Fall Economic Statement in C-32, he identified $14.2 billion categorized as unannounced spending. And I'm just wondering, before we go to actually vote on this bill, if the member would tell us what the details of that spending are.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll be completely honest. I'm not fully versed on the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, but I would say that every member of Parliament gets the information from the government at the exact same time. So for this member to assume that I'm going to somehow have access to that before him would be against the rules of the House, and I am allowed to see what is tabled just like he is allowed to see, and he knows that. So to suggest that there's some kind of information that I have that he doesn't just is simply not the truth.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, or Secretary to the Government House Leader, I'm afraid I'm in Kingston and the Islands. I'm wondering if he has any comment as we debate Bill C-32. I understand his point that other members have spoken. It was almost getting like the 12 days of Christmas, how many members have spoken. I expected it to move into music. I end up being the one green. There are other thoughts and comments that we would like to make. We don't want to prolong debate unnecessarily. The fundamental point is we have rules of procedure in this place. We have time allocated for debate. If they are truncated on a routine basis, continually, what does this mean for the future of this place as a place, the heart of democracy, where a debate takes place and where we don't truncate and bring down the baillon every time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think that the member brings up a very good point, and it's unfortunately the reality of the place where we are now. Because what happens is it's an inevitable cycle. Conservatives are just using every single tactic that they have, not to even slow down legislation that they're against, but just to slow down every piece of legislation of the government. It's almost as though they want to force the government to use time allocation so that they can say you're being undemocratic, and the cycle continues so that they can say you did it 50 times, you did it 60 times, you did it 70 times, and so on. The reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, is that perhaps the member is onto something in that we need to look at our standing orders and how we deal with this kind of stuff. Because I will be completely honest, before I got here and I used to hear of Stephen Harper bringing in time allocation and terminating debate, I used to think that was an egregious thing to happen until I realized when I'm sitting here exactly how this place functions. And when Canadians actually figure out how this place functions, they will, I know that they will understand why it's necessary to do this and why it's necessary to end the games.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to get back to more of the substance of the debate. And the members mentioned about the student relief with regards to interest payments. One of the things that also we see compounding is that students are graduating with less opportunities to be in a job for a longer period of time, benefits and pensions. What are his thoughts about that? Because I see a lot of young people simply getting buried and falling behind, and that has caused significant problems for them starting families.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member makes an excellent point. You know, back in the 60s and 70s, you could graduate from high school in Kingston, you could go and work at DuPont or Alcan, you could have an entire career there, have a pension at the end, have benefits with that pension, and the reality is that those jobs are becoming fewer and fewer. You don't see the ability for individuals to, have one job. I think the average person has 7 or 8 jobs throughout their employment time. So I think to answer his question, what's important now is that the government needs to recognize that the labor force has changed, and we cannot rely on these companies to be providing these pensions and long-term strategies for retirement. It's becoming more onerous, quite frankly, on government to provide those strategies to make sure that people are prepared for their retirement, because those opportunities that this member mentioned and that I mentioned at the beginning of answering the question just don't exist anymore.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, it's an honour to speak to Bill C-32, the government's fall economic statement. While with inflation at record highs, interest rates rising and tax hikes on the way, Canadians are paying more attention to the government spending now more than ever. They expect their government to be fiscally responsible with their tax dollars, and Canadians expect their government to make outcome-based investments in things that matter to them. Unfortunately, since the Liberals took office in 2015, rural Canadians have been neglected by this government. I wish the government spoke to rural Canadians and listened to their priorities and concerns before introducing the fall economic statement. Clearly, they failed to listen to rural Canadians. Madam Speaker, missing from the fiscal update is a plan to address rural crime. Rural crime is a pressing issue for Canadians who live in rural and remote regions. Unfortunately, this Liberal government has been silent on this issue. Statistics Canada reported that the crime rate in rural Canada has increased at a much higher rate than in urban Canada. The data shows that rural crime rates are 30% higher than urban communities. Rural Canadians are vulnerable, and criminals are deliberately preying on the individuals and families in rural areas, knowing that the RCMP response times are highly delayed. I spoke to a woman who lives just outside of a small community of Ethelbert, Manitoba last summer. She told me of how her home was broken into multiple times in 1 year. Her home was invaded, her personal belongings were stolen, and her safety was threatened. It took hours for the RCMP to respond, but not because they didn't care, it's because they were so busy dealing with other responses. Like many rural Canadians, the dream of living in a peaceful and tranquil region of our nation has turned into a reality of fear for one's safety. This is just one story, but I can assure you that nearly every Canadian who lives in rural Canada has or heard a similar one. But now, the Liberals want to use their very limited policing services in rural Canada to implement their politically driven buyback program to confiscate legally acquired firearms. Even the provinces and territories are speaking out against this. New Brunswick, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and the Yukon oppose this wasteful use of police resources. The provincial minister of public safety in New Brunswick said, and I quote, "New Brunswick's bottom line is this: RCMP resources are spread thin as it is. We have made it clear to the Government of Canada that we cannot condone any use of its limited resources at all in their planned buyback program," end quote. The Liberals rather use RCMP resources to enforce firearm ban that will do nothing to address rural crime than to use RCMP resources to protect vulnerable families who live in rural Canada. I should remind Canadians that violent crime has increased by 32% since this Prime Minister took office, and gang-related homicides have increased by 92%. Clearly, the Liberal plan is not working. The Prime Minister has no plan to address the 30% higher crime rate in rural Canada, and that is very concerning. Madam Speaker, the fiscal update did include new measures to support the victims of Hurricane Fiona, and while I applaud the support, I want to raise the issue that was not addressed. I recently was in PEI, meeting with Atlantic Canadians who feel neglected by their federal government, particularly the rural Canadians who feel that their government is ignoring their needs. Access to reliable and high-speed internet and cellular service is critically important to rural Canadians from coast to coast to coast. When Hurricane Fiona hit Atlantic Canada, cellular towers were down for days. The inadequate backup capacity on cellular infrastructure meant that Atlantic Canadians could not make a phone call in times of need. Thousands of Atlantic Canadians waited weeks before they could reliably make a call on their cell phone. Imagine a single mother who doesn't know if she can contact a local emergency service after a storm. Imagine a senior knowing they will not be able to call their loved ones in times of trouble. While some cellular towers had backup generators, many did not have sufficient capacity and others had no redundancy at all. I found this very troubling. But what I found even more troubling was the fact that the issue was raised by Atlantic Canadians to the Liberal government less than 3 years earlier after Hurricane Dorian. Atlantic Canadians called on the Liberals to address cellular redundancy in Canada, but their requests fell on deaf ears. The Prime Minister failed to address cellular capacity in disaster-prone areas, and Canadians once again felt the impact of his neglect to this issue. Even after the Premier of Nova Scotia wrote to the Liberals urging them to address this issue, nothing was mentioned in the fall economic statement. Canadians deserve access to reliable cellular service. Madam Speaker, if we want to connect Canadians with high-speed, reliable internet and cellular services, we need to increase competition in Canada. The only way to get the lower prices and better service is to increase competition and enabling more innovation and choice. Canada has amongst the highest, if not the highest, wireless prices in the world, according to a report by Raywell Research. The minimum monthly price for 4G smartphone plan that includes at least 20 gigabytes of data is higher in Canada than Greece, New Zealand, South Africa, Norway, Germany, China, the United States, Finland, Sweden, Japan, Australia, Spain, the United Kingdom, India, Brazil, Italy, and the list goes on and on, Madam Speaker. These Liberals think they can solve the problems with big government spending with all the solutions, but a lot of the solutions emerge when you remove the government gatekeepers. I think of Starlink, for example, a private company that provides internet through low Earth orbit satellites. This is a company that is not reliant on government funding, who entered the Canadian market on its own, and has probably connected more rural and remote Canadians in 1 year than this government has since they took office. That's the power of innovation. That's the power of competition. We should be encouraging private sector growth and innovation, not discouraging it. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I want to point out one more thing. I noticed that there was a heading in the fall economic statement titled, "A Fair Tax System." This reminded me of an encounter I had with a local taxi driver this year. I was heading to the airport at 4 in the morning. The taxi driver picked me up from my hotel, and he told me that he would only work for another 2 hours. I asked him why. He said that if he worked too much overtime, the increase in his tax rate would not make it worth his time. He would be working to put more money in the government's coffers than his own pocket. Let that sink in for a minute. Our tax system is discouraging Canadians from working. The government is discouraging the senior who wants to top up their pension. They are discouraging the student who wants to work for their tuition. They are discouraging the parents who want to work a little extra to pay for Christmas presents. This is heartless, Madam Speaker, and in no way a fair tax system. We should always be rewarding those Canadians who want to work. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I will say this. Canadians are concerned with the rising cost of living. They are concerned with the irresponsible government spending. They are concerned with the neglect displayed by this government. And they are concerned of what the future holds. I will continue to stand up for these Canadians, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the Conservative members always express concerns in regards to the government spending. And, Madam Speaker, I don't know to what degree they recognize the true value of some of that spending that's taking place. We talk about child care from coast to coast to coast, where we've seen massive reductions, for the first time a national child care program. We have seen historical amounts of health care transfers to be able to support provinces and address the needs that Canadians have and expectations on health care. We in fact brought in a national dental program for children under the age of 12. My question to my colleagues, was he not recognize that these are the types of programs that Canadians have expectations for their national government to deliver on?
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. You know, one thing you talked about what I recognized and what was really on spending, and I just point to the Auditor General's report here. The Auditor General found, and I quote, "Employment and Social Development Canada established performance standards by focusing solely on the speed of payment," end quote, and identified at least $32 billion in overpayments and suspicious payments that require further investigation. That's the kind of spending we're focusing on, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I'm going to ask him a similar question that I've asked other members, having given this context that what we all know, some major corporations are making major profits. Windfall taxes to corporations like Loblaws and oil companies needs to happen because the people that he talked about are the ones who are suffering the most. Revenues from windfall taxes could go upwards of $4.3 billion if this kind of windfall tax were to be given to Loblaw and oil and gas companies. Does the member agree that these major corporations need to be paying their fair share of taxes?
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, really, when it comes to taxes, it was one of our asks in this fall economic statement. We were looking for the Liberals to stop increasing taxes, and when, in particular, the carbon tax. That, by eliminating the carbon tax on home heating, would have at least cut the taxes immediately for these spending costs for people to heat their homes. Immediately. Not in some time when we pass a bill, not when some time when we happen to get all the house in order, and not when we start taxing someone else. It would immediately stop taxing the working Canadians that work so hard to heat their homes.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask a question. And also congratulate to my colleague for his excellent speech. He talked a lot about rural regions across Canada. I'd like to ask him to talk a bit more about what he would like to have seen in this economic statement, because for regions, I agree with him, there's not much in it. Thank you.
River Nipawin.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleague for the great question. And the one thing that really stood out to me was not addressing rural Canada's needs at all, especially when it came to rural crime. We're on a day that's very respectful, and we're talking about a lot of things that happened a long time ago, and we always said here, never again, never again. And here in rural Canada, we're 30% higher, rural crime is. In rural Canada, not even a breath of that, Madam Speaker. Not even how we're going to address it, how we're going to take those sacred resources from our RCMP and how we're going to apply them to rural Canada so we can look after rural Canada. And this government has totally blown that whole idea.
We have time for a quick question. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The member for Winnipeg North boasted about the government's actions with respect to the healthcare transfers and the conditions, but the healthcare system in the provinces is in a critical state. It's not a time to dither. We can't be talk about standards that we know nothing about. My colleague didn't react. Well, he seemed to react nervously to that question. I'd like to hear what he has to say. Why is the federal government intent on imposing healthcare standards? And does my colleague not agree that it shouldn't be a question of standards, but rather than an increase in healthcare transfers that is being unanimously asked for by the provinces?
Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sorry, my colleague, I did not answer the question about health care. Health care squarely belongs in the province's realm. But the key is for a federal government and to keep our country together is to work with provinces, respect the power of the provinces, but work as a team, as a country, not divide us off and take us off into different directions, but actually work as a true leader. And a Conservative government will do that.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin my speech by making a small side note, if I may, regarding the municipality of Saint-Adèle in my riding. Last Friday, a terrible fire destroyed an institution in Laurentides-Labelle, namely the Mont Gabriel Hotel. Since 1936, this hotel has stood on the summit of Mount Gabriel, and you should know, Madam Speaker, that I personally have a great attachment to this hotel because my father worked there in the 1960s to pay for his studies at the university by working there. So I would like to tell the employees and the Director General, Martin Lavallée, that I am wholeheartedly with them in this ordeal, which happens just before Christmas. So today, Madam Speaker, I'm here to talk about Bill C-32, which obviously aims to implement the government's economic statement. Unfortunately, as we can see, it just dusts off legislation. And honestly, I get the feeling that we're implementing, or we're trying to implement, a budget that was tabled some time ago. I would like to give you a little more details about the economic reality of Quebecers right now. In one word, Madam Speaker, C-32 is backward-looking. It names the problem. They talk about it 115 times, about inflation.
In fact, it's not by anchoring in the future in the present that we can go through these issues. A couple of examples. Currently, grocery bills are skyrocketing. There's also the inability to fill up with gas before one can buy an electric car to go work, because in the regions, people need cars. Public transit doesn't exist everywhere. These are also declining donations. We saw it in the food drives because people are already struggling and they cannot donate. The government is putting its finger on the problem of the rising cost of living, but nothing more. The government announces difficult days ahead, of course. We expect them, but we haven't been given a plan on how to get through them. Despite this, even if the measures in C-32 are not perfect, and there are shortcomings, we are able to say that we are generally satisfied with the measures therein. The government, however, should have been better inspired by the demands of the Bloc Québécois. Our requests are so simple, so clear, and we know that they will be effective. We have proof. These requests can directly help Quebecers. I will name them for you, Madam Speaker. There are three. Increase health transfers. Provide adequate support for people aged 65 and over. And urgently reform the employment insurance system. Yeah, the Liberal government refused our outstretched hand and rejected our proposals. This is a missed opportunity to help Quebecers. And they're looking at us, and to them, I say we will keep fighting. But I must say, Madam Speaker, that there are a few positive elements in this bill. As we can see, real estate flips are making the value of homes increase on the market and make it difficult for first-time buyers to buy a home. Especially for these first-time buyers, I welcome the federal government's initiative to tax the gains on real estate flips. which I hope will help slow down real estate speculation and make home ownership easier. Another measure in the same vein that I welcome is the creation of a tax-free savings account, which is used to accumulate money for a down payment on a first property. I talked about this with my daughter and her friends, and they recognize this is a good idea. This will no doubt help them. But this was during the spring budget, Madam Speaker. The economic landscape has changed, and we had to adjust. C-32 is not perfect, but we are pleased to see the provision that amends the Canada Student Financial Assistance Act to eliminate the accrual of interest on student loans as of April 1st, 2023, as well as the provision to phase out flow-through shares for oil, gas, and coal activities. The pandemic has shown us as never before how much our healthcare system in Quebec needs help. Today, as I speak, in Laurentides-Labelle, listen to this, Madam Speaker, the 3 emergency services on our territory are showing alarming occupancy rates. I have to say, at Rivière-Rouge, 80% occupancy. That's a tiny municipality. Saint-Agathe-des-Monts, you know it no doubt, 167% occupancy. And Mont-Laurier, Madam Speaker, listen to this, 240% occupancy. And the holiday season has not even arrived. Numbers talk. We need these transfers, and I'll keep fighting for them in my riding, Madam Speaker. The holiday seasons means a net increase in vacationers, probably an increase in emergency rooms. We understand that the Liberal government wants to divide the common front. They've been told over and over again to increase funding. I think they're trying to just tire us out and run out the clock, but at what cost? When there are, unfortunately, perhaps accidents on the ski slopes this winter, what are we going to do with people who need care? There's no more space, Madam Speaker. There's no more space to care for people. What we need is our money transferred into our provinces and others. The Quebec health system must have the means to care for its people. But the federal government, it seems to me, is playing political games. And enough of this. I'm afraid that this winter I will be updating everyone on the occupancy rates, and I really don't want to do so. At the meeting of Canada's health ministers in Vancouver in early November, the Liberal Party behaved as it always does with respect to provincial jurisdictions, unfortunately, in a condescending and contemptuous manner. And I really don't appreciate it. Madam Speaker, emergency physicians are saying it. The ER has reached its breaking point. But nothing is being done by the federal government. Le Bloc Québécois defends the common front between Quebec and the provinces, and we are asking that there be a 22 to 35% increase. Unfortunately, taking care of people doesn't seem to be the Liberals' #1 concern. As in healthcare, the results are not there when it comes to ensuring a decent quality of life and financial support for seniors. Madam Speaker, I would like to talk to you about the fact that in the early pandemic, I myself had the opportunity to question the former governor of the Bank of Canada, Stephen Poloz, at the Standing Finance Committee on EI emergency measures. And we talked about EI coverage as an economic stabilizer. He mentioned that it was important to do so, and we acted. What I ask, with what is happening right now, is why can't we just do what was right in the past and do it again? There are proposals, and Madam Speaker, this statement, we will vote for it, but there are many elements that are missing. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there was a time in which the provinces and Ottawa got together on health care, and the provinces said, we don't want more cash, we want the tax point transfer. So they got a tax point transfer, Madam Speaker, as opposed to receiving cash. That took out billions of dollars of federal dollars going to the provinces. Now we hear the Bloc saying that Ottawa should be nothing more than an ATM machine. When the provinces want cash, just give them cash, not recognizing the history in terms of what actually had taken place. Does the member believe that Ottawa should never have given the tax point transfer? That instead of giving the tax point transfer, they should have stuck to strictly giving cash? Second part to it, does the member not recognize that there is an obligation under the Government of Canada through the Canada Health Act to provide health care services, something that I personally believe in?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. For those who are watching us at home, I would like to say that decades ago, 50% of Ottawa's tax money was transferred to health. People weren't asking the question, are these people able to deliver health care? The question is, we trust the provinces. We have other things to do here federally. And so when the government will finally show that it can manage what is in their jurisdiction, then we'll stop saying we need transfers. Let, until then, provinces do what they are good at in healthcare.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Oshawa. Oh, excuse de Beauce.
That's okay. Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Laurentides-Labelle for her speech. I just have a question. She talked a lot about her riding. Has she seen that which has to do with telecommunications and the improvement of cellular networks? With regards to public safety, I think that cell networks need a serious boost. I would like to hear what she has to say about it. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question, because indeed, from the very beginning, this is a reheated budget. It took a pandemic to say that high-speed internet was an actual essential service. But now we're talking about public safety. Oh, yes, there's bandwidth. But if there's no electricity, well, there won't be anything going through the bandwidth. There's no cell coverage either. So months will have to go by before cell networks are declared a essential service. And this is not in the economic statement.
Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The great Canadian economist Jim Stanford just published a report to the Centre for Future Work where he found the following. 15 sectors were the source of the fastest price increases experienced in Canada since 2021. Products like gasoline, groceries, mortgage interest, home energy products, and building materials have led the acceleration of inflation, and these higher prices flow directly into the record profits recorded in those 15 sectors. Large price increases for just 8 specific products sold by those super profitable sectors account for over half of the rise in Canadian prices in the last 12-month period. Without those 8 products, overall Canadian inflation would be 1/3 lower. I'm wondering, does my honourable colleague agree with the NDP that unless we attack the record profits and the excess profits made by these corporate sectors, we're not going to get a handle on inflation in this country?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. I'm not a tax expert, I'm not an economist, but what I do know is that we have to listen to scientists. We have to listen to those who are asking us to undertake measures to fight inflation. We saw with the key interest rate, and even if inflation is very high, it's at least slowly getting under control. But I would like to listen to science. And all that can be demonstrated as being able to help us are things that we are ready to implement to prevent issues in health and finance this winter.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always an honor to be able to rise in this House to speak and represent the people of London Fanshawe, and today on Bill C-32. You know, a lot of the issues that have been raised within this bill, of course, we've been talking about this for a long time. Fighting for Londoners, of course, but fighting for that fairer economy and bringing that need into and that voice into this place. There are a lot of pieces of this bill, of course, that we think are a good start, reasons why we support this bill, but as usual, there's a lot lacking. And as a New Democrat, I work and I push and I continue to fight for so much more for people for London Fanshawe. One of the key points, of course, is that we're supporting that federal portion of interest on student loans and the removal of that. I think that could make a real difference for students. But I was formerly the post-secondary critic for the NDP in this place, and we fought for so much more. We called for the cancellation of up to $20,000 of federal debt per student and a break from that repayment. We made it retroactive. We talked about going even further because ultimately, when the government is making money off of the backs of our future, off of those who will contribute to our economy in so many more ways through that education system, that's very short-sighted, Madam Speaker. So we could go so much further, but a good start. Of course, on the windfall tax, we again support some of these measures, but the government could do so much more if it had the political courage to go so much further. Big banks have made record profits from COVID. Big box stores, oil and gas companies. If we had actually raised the proposed 15%, made it permanent, we would see $4.3 billion extra in federal coffers. If you reinvest that in people, if you reinvest that in social programs that go to establish that solidity that people need, the equity that people can get from social programs, that is the role of government. Not to play catch-up to big corporations who are at the very top. Of course, we have concerns with this bill, again, because it doesn't go far enough, but certainly, as New Democrats were fighting in the last Parliament to deliver supports under the CERB, under the wage subsidy, to handle and to deal with what people were facing in terms of COVID-19. When the government provided those supports and they said, we have your backs, people needed that. People believed in it. And yet now we see the government clawing that back, clawing back the benefits that people applied for in good faith. People that I know who come to my constituency office, Madam Speaker, and don't know where to turn. And they count upon their government to be that place where that it provides fairness, that it provides a support. And they're not seeing that from this government. I was here a few weeks ago with my honourable colleague from Elmwood Transcona, and I'm always awed by his ability to give a speech in this place off the cuff, to be perfectly honest. But he has so much within and knowledge within. But he was talking about it. Something that really stuck to me was that need for respect and that call for the respect that people deserve. And in that, when they work so hard, when they play by the rules, when they're doing everything that they're supposed to, they're doing everything that the government asks them, they're paying their fair share in taxes, and yet when they need the government to help them, it's not there. And they become frustrated, they become angry, they don't know where to turn. And it's that need to show respect. That's a piece of that tax fairness that we talk about. The government has to find the right balance to show that respect to Canadians and to have the courage to ask, again, those who make the most in this world to redistribute those profits, those excess profits, to not take advantage of people who are just trying to get by, who are trying to feed their families. Madam Speaker, they need to pay their fair share. I'm so happy to see that my colleague for Cowichan-Malahat Langford has championed this issue and received unanimous support to investigate that greedflation that we talk about from grocery stores at that agricultural committee. But it's clear that the $1 million a day that Loblaws makes in profits because they're taking advantage of people is driving inflation. And they have to be a part of that fair taxation. According to the new study released by the Centre for Future Work, 15 profitable industries, including the grocery sector, are driving inflation in Canada. Their combined profits of these 15 sectors are up by a whopping 89%. Nobody's salaries are up by 89%, Madam Speaker. And they feel that. And they see that. They see that unfairness. And they're asking for solutions from their government. That windfall tax that we have been calling for on that excess profit could go so far into systems that now are in crisis because of underfunding, because of government cuts, because of downloading of responsibilities from the federal government to the provincial government, from the provincial government to municipal governments. And we're seeing that, of course, in terms of our healthcare system. In London, Ontario, in my hometown, hospitals, like so many across this country, have seen such a surge, especially in the Children's Hospital, Madam Speaker, and patients are waiting up to 20 hours for service. I can't imagine being a parent and watching your child suffer. It's one thing to take that on yourself and to try and deal with it, but to watch your child have to go through that and to suffer in a hallway and to have to wait or be told to go home. They're canceling surgeries in London because it cannot deal with the influx of patients. To take your kid home who's suffering, I can't imagine what that's done to families. And yet now, London is actually in that really innovative way. They're trying to deal with those long wait times in terms of emergency rooms. And actually, London Health Sciences are trying to change a little bit of how they've structured their emergency room policies. They're trying to create a separate emergency room system for those dealing with mental health crises, addiction crises. And they're trying to make something work, and yet the provincial government, the Doug Ford conservative provincial government, has said, yeah, we're not going to fund that. The city needs to take the burden of that cost. It's $300 million on a city in Ontario who cannot carry a deficit, Madam Speaker, and who has to somehow figure out how to service the people in our municipality and not overburden the taxpayers. One of the things in terms of inflation that we've heard too is that the government's at fault, it's overspending. Conservatives have a very simplistic view of it's just about taxes. We know that that's not true. And yet they will not accept the fact that this could potentially, even though there are studies about it now, one I just referenced, about greed. And again, I come back to the point that the member from Elmwood-Transcona was making about respect. And instead of continuing to protect big corporations, if we could actually implement true tax reform to make these companies that are making massive excess profits pay their fair share, to hold those wealthy friends accountable, that would be respect. That would be showing the Canadian public that we're willing to do the work and have the courage to stand up to ensure they have that fairness and they see that fairness. One of the problems, too, that I see, of course, is in terms of the Bank of Canada and their continual pursuit to hit that 2% target. And yet, in that lies the potential of a recession. And if they hit that, it could risk 850,000 jobs. So you already have all of these people desperately trying to make ends meet, and now they have to worry about losing their job and figuring that out. And manufacturing workers in London, we have such a proud manufacturing history. We have McCormick's, Dr. Rutger Labatt's, Indiva and Myriding, Environize. There's a place called the Cakery. There are so many places. And I wish I could.
Member's time is up, and I'm sure she'll be able to add more during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks. She touched on the profits of grocers, and as the chair of the Agriculture Committee, I had the privilege of listening to some of the testimony that we heard yesterday from corporate leaders in the grocer sector in Canada. They maintain that even during the pandemic, their margin was around 2 to 4% on food-related profits. She talks about excessive profits, and I think I can appreciate this government has made important investments and actually made sure that banks and insurance companies have been paying additional corporate taxes. But what is her definition of excessive as it relates to grocers? Is 2 to 4% excessive in her mind? Just an honest question, just so we can see where that basis might be. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, I certainly appreciate the question. I would imagine $1 million a day. It's pretty excessive, considering. And they can talk about it being about the supply chain and so on, and yet their profits and that amount of money that they're making, that's $1 million in profits a day. We could talk about the bread price fixing scam and that they never really paid that money back. You could talk about the money that they were given by this government to improve their refrigerators, money that they were going to invest in their own company anyway, and then the government said, oh no, let us rush to the rescue to give them more taxpayers' dollars. It's the same pockets, it's just in different ways that they have to pay. It's not the government's job, Madam Speaker, to defend companies. It's to equalize payments and taxes and programs to ensure equality.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Nunavut.
Yes, the honourable member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, but she didn't mention EI. EI is an important economic stabilizer during a recession, which may occur in 2023. I'm concerned about people in my riding. 6 out of 10 workers will lose their right to EI. The government isn't doing anything. What does my colleague think the government should do to finally reform EI?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I really, really appreciate that because, unfortunately, I guess I was taking too much time, and I was going to get to that in the next point in my speech. And it was about those workers and how they have given to the EI system, and yet because governments have used it, Liberal and Conservative governments successively have used it to pay off and make themselves look better in terms of their bottom lines. They have taken advantage of that money, and they have at the same time restricted how workers can actually use it when they need it. And so this is a huge fear, and of course, what New Democrats have been fighting for in order to ensure that EI fairness. One of the things that we want to do is introduce a service guarantee that will make departments responsible for establishing and publishing binding service standards for programs like EI. That's one start, but ensuring that we strengthen it to allow more workers to be able to access it is really key. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Elmwood Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to give my colleague the opportunity. I know at the end of her speech, she was talking a little bit about layoffs, and of course we know in the fall economic statement that the government was beginning to hint at the possibility of a recession early in 2023, but we haven't seen the government's much promised and vaunted EI modernization, and so I'm wondering if the member wants to talk a little bit about the importance of EI reform as we head into a potential recession.
A brief answer from the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, and I thank my honourable colleague for all of his work on this file. This is really key, and it's something, again, that New Democrats have been fighting for a long time, to ensure that not only are we protecting the money, the deferred wages that workers are putting into that system so that they know it's there when they need it, but to actually allow them to access it when they need it. Those are the key things, and it's not about ensuring that governments can use it to prop up what they consider is a balanced budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Président, comme normal, c'est une absolue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As always, it's a privilege to see you all here and to discuss Bill C-32 regarding the Economic Statement Implementation Act. I had the pleasure of engaging with this subject at second reading. And I'm very pleased that the Minister of Finance has found a way to deliver on important programs for Canadians, low-income Canadians. She has done so in a targeted way, while also keeping in mind that we must protect our fiscal situation. Today, I will be discussing a few other initiatives that are important, especially given the possibility that there may be a recession in 2023, a global recession. Because we know that the global economic situation is a bit darker right now. We need to create new opportunities for days to come in ways that don't require government expenses.
Madam Speaker, 3 areas, and I hope that as we get a little bit closer towards the end, you'll give me a signal so I can be able to try to allocate my time accordingly. The first thing that I think is really important for all of us as parliamentarians to give some thought to as we try to make that transition to a low-carbon economy is the amount of energy generation that's going to be required in the country. Estimates suggest that we are going to have to double the generation of electricity in Canada in the next 15 to 20 years. That represents, for an understanding, about 130 Site C dams in British Columbia, and of course that's a major hydroelectric project. And I've said it before in this House, Madam Speaker, I'll say it again, I really think we need to make sure that I think this government is focused on it, but we as all parliamentarians need to be focused on the question of how do we actually create that generation capacity. I've been a strong proponent, a strong voice for small modular reactors, whether or not it's the hydrogen opportunity that exists, whether it's looking at, again, hydroelectric opportunities. We need to be thinking about how we are going to generate that electricity in a zero-emission way to be able to work towards our goals by 2050. And I would suggest whether it's major energy projects or it's things such as critical minerals, we need to be mindful of how we can help drive forward and expedite major projects that are going to be important to our transition towards a low-carbon economy. And the 2 areas, again, would be electricity, but also critical minerals. We've seen our Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, I think, do tremendous work on lining up a supply chain in Canada around the automobile industry. I know this is going to matter for everyone in the country, but particularly for those in Quebec and Ontario, where we do have a very strong auto tradition. And that is going to be the future. But we also need to make sure that the critical minerals that are associated with those vehicles, with that transition on an energy front and on an environmental front, but also on a security side as well. China controls 90% of the global rare earth minerals in the world. Canada is and can play an even bigger role, but I think we need to give thought to how we are going to allow major mining projects and major energy transition projects to happen in the country in an expedited manner. And that is something I think we need to see in the days ahead. I know that our various cabinet ministers that would be on this file are thinking about that, but as parliamentarians, we need to be providing solutions and giving some thoughts on that as well. Presumptive approval for Health Canada. I've mentioned this, Madam Speaker. Health Canada regulates a whole bunch of different things, from hockey helmets specifications to carbonated drinks to feed additives, crop protection products, and vaccines. It's a quite expansive list if you actually go see the swath of what Health Canada regulates. And I would like to see us look at ways that we can actually change the approval process of certain elements. And as the chair of the Agriculture Committee, my reflection over the last year or so has been there are ways that we can rely on other jurisdictions. And so what I'm proposing, or what I'm suggesting here in the House today, is that we look at things such as agriculture-related products, and we try to find a way to make sure that our farmers have the same tools that other jurisdictions might have, and make sure that we're competitive. And we would do that by looking at other jurisdictions that we trust their regulatory process. So I can't speak for all my colleagues, but I would suggest that by and large we respect the United States in their regulatory process, that as it goes forward, that it's done in a reasonable manner. The European Union, for example, would be another country or another jurisdiction, of course, body that we respect and believe that the process they are undertaking is valid. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, I mean, everyone would have their examples, but we do have jurisdictions that we think would mirror the process that we have in Canada. So what if we actually had a process that if an applicant arrived in Canada with a particular product, again, I'll stick to agriculture for now, and they already had approval from the United States, they already had approval from the European Union, maybe Australia. Let's say it was 3 out of the 6 jurisdictions that we trusted those regulatory process, we would give a presumptive approval. Et je pense c'est très important de
I believe that it is very important to find other solutions to expedite these regulatory processes in Canada, to ensure that our farmers, processors, and businesses can have the tools necessary to make them competitive.
And they're making sure that those are there. That is something I lay before the House. It is something that doesn't cost any money, but I think it's extremely important, and it could be a really good sign for our stakeholders in the country without putting our Canadian consumers, our Canadian values at risk, because we would be relying on existing processes that we trust, still doing the process in Canada, but providing a presumptive approval until such time that Health Canada actually either found that there was a reason why you would suspend that approval, or of course that they go through the entire process and it's actually approved. Of course, we reduce that delay time. I have about 2.5 minutes, Madam Speaker, I believe. The 2 other areas I want to cover on is the offshore wind opportunity in Atlantic Canada. There is a global race right now on being able to develop hydrogen products, of course, zero emission, that is important for the future. We've seen the Prime Minister sign an accord with the German Chancellor on being able to deliver Canadian hydrogen by 2025. But we need legislation to make sure that the offshore petroleum boards in Atlantic Canada can serve as the regulator on actually developing offshore wind to drive the hydrogen market. It's a multi-billion-dollar opportunity in Canada. There are other jurisdictions around the world that have the same potential, but we need to make sure that legislation is in place, and it'll be something that I look forward to working with all my colleagues, indeed on our government side, to make sure that that is in place. There is a requirement, of course, with the Nova Scotia legislature as well. I have about 90 seconds, I believe, Madam Speaker, and the last thing I want to talk about is the Atlantic Loop. Now, I held a press conference last week where I took opportunity to provide some comments of my frustration with the provincial government in Nova Scotia, particularly around the question of affordability and some of the measures that they could take in Nova Scotia to be able to join us on the federal side of some of the measures that we're actually putting in place. But what is concerning is the Premier's comments around what is a really important energy transition project, which is the Atlantic Loop. And I recognize, and I'll be calling for our government to make sure that there's federal leadership on the table to have the Atlantic Loop in place. But at the same time, it is not helpful when the Premier of Nova Scotia is sending mixed signals on the best pathway forward. I respect the fact that the provincial government is trying to help support affordability by limiting the increases around power rates in the province. But in the process, their Bill 212 in the Nova Scotia legislature has actually downgraded Nova Scotia Power's credit rating and is estimated to cost almost 2% increase in electricity rates to make up for the fact that any future borrowed money, including for projects like the Atlantic Loop, are going to have to come from ratepayers themselves. So the Atlantic Loop is something that I'll be encouraging my government colleagues to be supporting to show federal leadership. It's something that matters to the region. I think my time is up, Madam Speaker, but I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen to the member talk. What he hasn't mentioned at all is the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed in the United States and the government response to that. We've heard at International Trade Committee over and over and over again that investment is going to evaporate in Canada unless changes are made. There's a couple little sprinkles here, but the IRA was introduced in August. It's December. Why has it taken this government so long to meaningfully respond to the significant risk to Canadian businesses as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act?
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Well, Madam Speaker, I only have 10 minutes, so I think it's an important question. I talked about some of the things that I think are going to be important, which is including the regulatory measures. I hope the member opposite would agree that it is simply not a spending race in terms of government being able to draw private capital. Yes, that matters. And as I mentioned in my speech, we've seen our Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development drawing private capital here. But I don't know. I stand here. I'm not sure that we're necessarily going to be able to match the level of spending that we've seen in the United States. But I agree with him. There are measures in the fall economic statement that are important. I suspect the government will have other measures to see in the budget of 2023. But let me remind him, it's not just about spending, it's also about other measures that can draw private capital in to help make a difference and drive these projects forward as well.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, we heard questions about something absolutely ridiculous. The member for Gaspésie made unacceptable comments that leaves no doubt about the fact that she does not trust the Auditor General. She does not believe in her credibility. She gave two absolutely ridiculous examples, saying that it was worse than the Second World War. I won't go into details, but according to my colleague, such statements, do they not imperil the necessity that the government has to work with the Auditor General and also to work with the opposition when we talk about budgets and also when we talk about the economic statement? Thank you.
For King's Hands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I didn't hear the minister's comments with respect to the CRA during the question period. But of course, I understand the importance. Well, I did not hear the comments, so it's hard to answer your question with respect to the minister's comments.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad we mentioned there was discussion with regards to auto investment. I'd like to hear comments from my colleague with regards to EV incentives. Unlike the United States, Canada has nothing for used batteries, and we only have 5,000 federally. The U.S. actually has $7,500 which is around $10,000 Canadian. Then they also have state incentives as well. And so the Prime Minister did say in Washington, D.C., he would harmonize those incentives. He has not done so, which is going to distort our auto market and the introduction of electric vehicles. What solutions does the government have, given the fact right now the Biden administration will provide a better incentive for Canadian-made vehicles than the current Prime Minister?
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Madam Speaker, I don't speak on behalf of the government. Of course, I'm on the government side as a caucus member. Let me say this. I'm proud of the way in which this government was able to step up and work with the United States to make sure that their tax credit was aligned. I take notice that the member opposite wants to make sure that there's public money on the table to try to have a symmetry between those. That's a conversation I'm happy to have with my honourable colleague, whether it be the minister responsible for trade, minister responsible for global affairs, or otherwise, to see where and whether or not we'll see that alignment. climate. But again, I want to remind the honourable colleague, we are coming into a period where there could be a global recession. We are going to have some choices that is going to have to be made between supporting healthcare, between making sure that we support future investments in defence, making sure that Canada's role in the world. So there is not unlimited and finite, there are finite amount of resources on the table. Happy to have the conversation with our government ministers, but we are going to have some important choices to make in the days ahead.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Happy to speak to the fall economic update. Canadians have never had it so good. That's the message that you get when you listen to Liberal members, the Liberal government, talk about what's going on in Canada. They say things are great. Canadians should be grateful for everything that's going so wonderfully here in this country. And they talk about how it's so wonderful because of all the money they've spent. Because the answer to every problem in Canada, if you're a Liberal, is to spend money. That's the solution. And so spend they have. They have doubled the national debt. So the amount of debt that every Prime Minister, up to Prime Minister Trudeau, they've doubled it. I apologize, Madam Speaker. Up to the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, they have doubled it. So every Prime Minister before accumulated a certain amount of debt. This Prime Minister and this government doubled it in a few short years. And they say that as a result of that, things are great. So maybe we should talk about how great things are as a result of all of this spending. So first of all, we have just heard from the Auditor General that a lot of the spending didn't really go anywhere that it should go. $4.6 billion in overpayments, confirmed overpayments during the pandemic. $27 billion in suspicious payments. So we're looking at $32 billion of money that went who knows where, not where it should have gone. And this includes the fact that 1,500 people in jail received these benefits. And to this point, there's absolutely no real plan to get any of this money back. They say we're working on it, the wheels are in motion, when they aren't saying that the Auditor General was pushed into making this report by the opposition, when they try and undermine the Auditor General. It's an interesting position for a government to take when they appointed the Auditor General. So we look at all that spending and we look at the issues that are going on across the country, coast to coast to coast. Many members have been rising in this chamber to talk about the issues going on in hospitals all across the country. And the premiers have said the federal government should be transferring more money to the provinces for health care. And the government is saying, well, the cupboard's kind of bare. I'm thinking that $32 billion, if it had been properly managed, would therefore be available for health transfers. But that ship has sailed, and this government is doing virtually nothing to get that money back. $27 billion a year now is what is being paid on interest on the debt. The doubling of the debt that's taken place over the course of the last number of years by this Liberal government. That's $27 billion every year that could be spent on things like health care. Right away, you put those two things together, 1 year of the massive interest on the massive debt, plus the $32 billion spent on who knows what, and you've got over $50 billion for health care. I think there's some hospitals across the country and some provinces that would very much be interested in receiving some of that money. But of course they can't because the Liberals have spent it on other things. The interest on the debt is actually going to go by 2026 to $43 billion a year. Think about that number. It's staggering. $43 billion a year simply to pay interest on the credit card. When you raise issues like this, the government says, we spent so Canadians didn't have to spend. Well, Canadians are spending now through their taxes to pay $27 billion a year on interest, moving to $46 billion. But that's okay, because everything in this country is fantastic. Canadians, they've never had it so good. Right now, inflation is at a 40-year high. 40 years. People in this country are having to choose to eat or heat their homes. But, you know, Canadians have never had it so good. 1.5 million Canadians used a food bank in 1 month. It is unprecedented. The struggle of Canadians after 7 years of spending by this government is worse than it's ever been. So the rationale that we spent all this money and things are great is completely debunked, because it is not great. There are so many Canadians that are within a few $100s of not being able to make ends meet. And inflation is eating into that every single day. But right, everything's great. The money was spent to make the lives of Canadians better. Except their lives aren't better. By virtually every measurable index, the lives of Canadians now are worse than they were 10 years ago. And there's no apology from the government on this. They will say things like, yes, but we're going to pay this benefit here or this little benefit here. When you're $200 away from not being able to make ends meet, a one-time payment of $500 is not going to help you. It might get you through that first couple of months, but there's 10 other months in the year that you have to try and make ends meet. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals. But all this spending, it was so great for Canadians. The result of the economic policies of this government has been to impoverish the nation. And that's where we are when you look at all of the statistics that are adding up. And there is absolutely no recognition of this by the government. There's no apology for it. They just simply say, we've got this little program here, we've got another program here, and that's all that Canadians need. The other glaring omission from this government has been any meaningful response to the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. It is a transformational document on how the United States is going to have their economy move going forward. And no, we cannot match dollar for dollar the kinds of programs the United States is offering. But they offer these things in very clear ways. They offer tax incentives for governments. They offer production incentives for businesses. What we're being promised here in Canada is programs. There's going to be a program here that a business can apply for. An opaque program where at committee we heard industry representatives say these programs are given to a naughty list and a nice list. And if you're on the naughty list, you have no idea why you're on the naughty list, and you don't get the funding. When government is picking winners and losers in business, everyone loses. So their response is not sufficient, and the response that they're offering actually is not going to help Canadian businesses. We've heard over and over and over again from witnesses. This is a game changer in the United States. The government needs to act quickly. Well, in my definition of quickly is not waiting for the budget in 2, 3, 4 months to announce some measures. Sprinkle a couple of things here in the update and then say to businesses, don't worry, everything is going to be fine when the budget's released. Businesses can't wait 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months. Investments are happening in the United States right now. So the government has impoverished Canadians over the last number of years, and now they risk losing out on the manufacturing bonanza for electric vehicles, etc., that's coming. because they're just acting so slowly. Madam Speaker, this is an update that we cannot support and Canadians cannot afford. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
I cannot believe the way that member ended his speech by saying that the reason why Canada is lagging in terms of electric vehicles is because of this government. You don't, like, Madam Speaker, does it not have anything to do with the way that the opposition has acted over the last 7 years? I mean, we're talking about a political party here who doesn't even believe that climate change is real. We're talking about a political party here that at every single opportunity just goes on and on about exploiting more fossil fuels from the ground. And now this member is trying to suggest that suddenly Conservatives are going to be the champions of electric vehicles. It's absolutely ludicrous to hear that.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I would suggest that that member spends a little less time standing in the chamber pontificating and maybe actually spend some time at committee listening to what industry is saying. Industry is unequivocal. This government is leaving them behind, whether it's with respect to the production of electric vehicles, whether it's with respect to the production of electric vehicle charging stations. The government is so woefully behind on this that there is no chance that there is going to be anywhere near the number of chargers. And this is clear and on the record at committee. So my response to the member is this: maybe spend a little less time in the chamber talking, a little more time researching and listening to witnesses.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very interesting what my Conservative colleague just said with respect to the delay that we have in terms of e-vehicles. But the Bloc keeps proposing an energy transition that is gradual, that ensures that what we stop investing in Alberta's oil, we can invest in green energy. So I'd like to ask my colleague, and I'd like to encourage the purchase of e-vehicles, but does he not agree that the Bloc's ideas of stop investing in polluting fuels and putting them in green energy would ensure that Alberta would remain a leader in this area?
Well, I mean, look, if you live in a riding like mine in Dufferin-Caledon and you don't have any gasoline and you stop the production of gasoline, you're going to have a hard time getting to work. In the town of Orangeville, there are 6 charging stations, 6 for a town of 30,000 people. So what I would suggest is this: you can actually transition in a responsible manner. And I don't know how long that transition is going to take, but I can tell you this: it's not going to come anywhere near the timelines that this government is talking about. They're so woefully behind on the charging network. They have no plan whatsoever about how we're going to triple the electricity generation in this country. The provinces can't afford it. It's the RBC has put out a report, The Path to Net Zero, $2 trillion. $2 trillion. How much has this government allocated for any of it? Not even 10% of it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa. Brief question, please.
Very brief, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Caledon. He was the critic for environment as well, and just how out of touch the Liberals seem to be. Could he just kind of give our Liberal colleagues an idea about the actual cost for these charging stations, what the estimation from the Canadian Motor Vehicle Association was telling us in committee, so he could actually get himself educated?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yeah, so it's very clear that just to build out the charging network itself requires billions of dollars a year to be spent starting now every year. The estimate is somewhere around $5.4 billion a year. The government isn't spending even a fraction of that. And so you're not building out the charging network. The Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association was very clear on how far behind we are. They actually also are using a model for how many charging stations that we need that is incongruous with every other country in the world. They're saying we need far fewer than European countries and others. They have no plan to double or triple our electricity generating capacity across the country, which we need if we're doing this transition. It's all talk, no action, just like this economic update.
À l'ordre, conformément.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions will to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
Government priorities. The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, Foreign Affairs, and the Honourable Member for North Island Power River, Health. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor this afternoon to speak to the Fall Economic Statement. I have to say, me, along with many Canadians, are deeply disappointed in the Fall Economic Statement because it was an opportunity to really provide real leadership to Canadians, to give relief to small businesses in this country, and to take action to address the rising costs that we're seeing coast to coast to coast. It seems that the Deputy Prime Minister has forgotten that we're in the worst cost of living crisis that we've seen in a generation. Inflation, as we've talked about for months in the House, is at a 40-year high. Gas prices are still at record levels, especially diesel. Housing is more expensive than it has ever been. And where did this crisis start? Well, this time, the Liberals can't blame a person by the name of Stephen Harper. They've had 7 years to correct this. They want to blame global economic conditions, and sure, maybe that had a little bit to do with it. But what is the real root of the inflationary crisis that we find ourselves in today? What has made everything worse in this country? The Liberals know, but they don't want to say. They know that the crisis has been caused by the years of massive, out-of-control Liberal deficit spending. The Liberals, when they came to power, and I was here in 2015, we left them with a balanced budget and a very good economic forecast. It was left to them by the responsible government of the Conservatives. They simply, in 7 years, squandered it. I get it. The Prime Minister couldn't help himself. His agenda was failing, so he needed to try and buy votes every which way they could think of. But now, Madam Speaker, the chickens have come home to roost. In fact, the price of chicken, by the way, has gone up double since these guys took office in 2015. So all that spending that they've done the last 7 years has driven inflation to the 40-year high. Canadians, coast to coast, are struggling mightily. Canadians are having to choose now, today, between filling up their cars with gas, putting food on the table, or even heating their homes. A paycheck today doesn't go as far as it used to. Liberal inflation combined with Liberal tax hikes means that Canadians need to do more with less. So what does the government propose? Clearly to make everything worse in this country. This economic statement introduces another $20 billion of inflationary spending to drive inflation up even higher. It also includes hikes to the EI premiums next month, to CPP, taking more money off everybody's paycheck. Instead of stopping their tax hikes, the Liberals are pushing forward with their plan to push the carbon tax in 2023. That's right, in the dead of winter, the Liberals are going to be raising the cost of fuel in the house for heating in your homes, along with groceries and the gas. Food bank usage, as we all know, is already an all-time high in this country, 35% increase in the last year. In my city alone, Saskatoon, population about 250,000, do you know 20,000 people a month visit the food bank? This used to be the economic engine of Canada, the city of Saskatoon. The executive director, Laurie O'Connor, admits the numbers that she sees through her door every day are very concerning. The donations now of food through the door and purchasing power has significantly decreased because food is so expensive. It's going to only get worse. Yesterday, you may recall, The 13th edition of Canada's Food Price Report said a family of 4 will see their food bill go up by over $1,000, which will reach about $16,000 a year. Now, according to Stuart Smith, he's from the University of Saskatchewan. He helped out in this report yesterday that was released. He said a family of 6 will pay over $21,000 in 2023 just for food. The problem is right in front of the Liberals' face, in front of their face. They simply have ignored it. In Saskatchewan, I'm going to tell you, the temperature today hit between 30 and 40 below. It's early December. Today, 30 to 40 below. People of my province today are trying to figure out what temperature they can afford to set their thermostat to. Think about it. In the last week in Saskatchewan, 30 to 40 below already. We're not even at January temperatures. I want to know what the Prime Minister would say to the families who are already struggling to put food on the table when they see their last few dollars that they have going being used up when they move the thermostat up. The Prime Minister and this Liberal government has failed those families. They have failed retirees and the people living on disability that today are on a fixed income. So what should the government be doing today? First, without question, they should cancel all planned tax hikes and stop any government-mandated increases to the cost of living. No hikes at all to payroll taxes. No tripling of the carbon tax. Canadians simply can't afford any more of this Liberal tax increase. Second, they need to stop creating new inflationary spending. We know the government spending is only going to make inflation worse. If a minister wants to spend more money, they should need to find the equivalent savings in their budgets. Even the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned it a little bit in the fall economic report. But let me say this, while she did mention it, guess what? They gave the CBC additional $42 million over 2 years. Why? Because they had a tough time during the pandemic. This is the type of spending that has got to stop in this country. Hear, hear. The CBC, the public broadcaster, already gets between 1.2, 1.3 to 1.5 billion, and then you give them an additional 42 million over 2 years. Plus, we found out today, they are going to be at the trough when Bill C-18 gets cleared through the House. They'll be one of the biggest beneficiaries from Google and Facebook when that bill passes through the House. The public broadcaster. You know, when the Prime Minister was first elected, he promised his deficits, as we all recall, they're not going to exceed $10 billion, and that he would balance the budget by 2019. We all know that was a farce. Madam Speaker, the pandemic is not the only thing to blame here. 40% of the government's new spending measures have had nothing to do in the last 2 years with COVID. Since coming to power, the Prime Minister has introduced $205 billion in new inflationary spending that had nothing to do with COVID. I just mentioned one before with the public broadcaster. The cost of the interest payments on the federal government's debt has doubled. So the payments are nearly as high as the cost that we have in the health transfers to the province. Imagine what could be done today if that money could be directed elsewhere. Instead, due to this Liberal mismanagement, we have interest rates that are increasing faster than they have in decades. In fact, Madam Speaker, we expect another 50 basis points tomorrow by the Federal Bank of Canada. Mortgage payments, as we all know, are going sky high. So anyone who bought a house a few years ago had to renew their mortgage, could pay up to $7,000 more a year. Many Canadians can't afford that. Some, unfortunately, are losing their homes. While the Liberals are focused on making the problem worse, Conservatives, well, we're going to propose some solutions for Canadians. Instead of printing more money, a Conservative government will create more of what money buys. We'll get more homes built and make Canada the quickest place in the world to get a building permit. Young Canadians who have never been able to afford a home to start a family under the Liberals will find it more competitive and more affordable market under our Conservative government. Conservative government will make energy more affordable, will repeal the anti-energy laws and axe the carbon tax. We won't punish Canadians for heating their homes or simply driving their kids to activities if they can even afford those activities in 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that intervention this afternoon. I particularly enjoy every time he speaks in the House, more so for the tone rather than the content. But I'd like to ask him about something that I know is celebrated in my community as far as the economic statement, and it was about the removing of the federal portion of interest on student loans. So I'm just wondering if you could speak about what kind of a powerful impact that could have on students in his riding. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, no doubt. I want to thank the honourable member. No doubt. If you don't have to pay the interest, if we can defer the interest payments for, I don't know how many years, that would obviously help the students of today going to school. But at the same time, who's paying the interest payments on those? It's going to be Canadians. It was a good gesture, I will say that. It was a good gesture to help the university students, and not only university students, those going to college that are taking part in trades that we have in this country. It was a good gesture. I don't know how long we can go, but because of their spending, Madam Speaker, we're seeing interest rates rise almost every 2-3 weeks in this country because of the money that they are spending.
The honourable member, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to have my colleague's opinion on something. The Bloc put forward 3 elements. What we wanted to see in this bill: employment insurance, help for seniors, and, well, 65 years and over. That's what we mean by seniors. And we also would like to see an increase in health transfers. For us in the Bloc, this is part of our DNA. This is part of our requests, and this has been part of our requests for years. Does my colleague agree with these 3 priorities? Would he support these 3 priorities as proposed by the Bloc Québécois?
Grasswood.
I want to thank the honourable member for his questions. Yes, I mean, healthcare is essential in this country, but we have seen coming out of the pandemic there is excruciating pain in every hospital in this country. Coming out of the pandemic was not easy for every hospital in this country, every province, in fact. We're fighting the shortage of doctors and nurses. It would be nice if we could take out of the year an extra 100 doctors and put them in the city of Saskatoon, but that's just not possible. But we'll see where it's going to go, Madam Speaker. It's an interesting time coming out of the pandemic, and with the Liberals spending, it's going to be tougher to get out of it because of the interest rates that we're going to see in the next little while.
Comments? Gentleman for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I didn't hear the honourable member in his speech talk about the increasing cost of housing and how difficult it is for people to be able to afford that. Ultimately, here on this House, we believe that housing is a human right, and that the financialization of the market through things like real estate trusts and investment trusts are part of that problem. Could you talk about that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, I'm fairly confident in the province of Saskatchewan. We have really moderate housing as compared to everybody else in the country. I feel for those that are starting out, that are living in Vancouver and Toronto, the GTA area, it is without question near impossible to start under $700,000-800,000. Where in my city, in my province, that gets you a pretty good house these days. Canadians want to save for housing. They really do. It's going to take a little time. And I'm really disturbed with the interest rates. I lived when it was 12 to 18% in the 70s and 80s. It was hard. The younger folk, if I can say this, they have never seen 12 to 18% interest rates. Get used to it, because the way this government is spending, we're getting there faster than ever before.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the effervescent public around me. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to C32. Perhaps I'm tired now, not because I don't like doing my job, but today it would have been nice to discuss something with a bit more content. There are 3 requests, clear requests, repeated requests, because these are requests we always put forward here with the Bloc Québécois. And the government no doubt knows them off by heart by now. We don't use this as a surprise for them. These are requests we've made for years, and my colleague Ferry-Édouard de Mélile talked about it. Helping seniors, increasing health transfers. With regards to seniors, the help has to start at 65 rather than only 75. And finally, delivering upon the commitment that is to do a deep reform of EI, especially at the cusp of a potential recession. We know that employment insurance is shelter, is comfort, is safety when people are afraid of a recession, for workers and for companies as well, and for all of society. We can only imagine what would happen if people were to lose their jobs because businesses are failing without any recourse. I would like to talk to you all about stress and the real fear of not being able to eat, and the fear that even if we've worked well all of our lives, we won't be justly compensated in our retirement. Canadians must not be abandoned when they are at their most vulnerable, at the stage of their life when they are the most vulnerable. Despite what colleagues across the way will say, that's exactly what the government, the Liberal government, is doing right now. Senior associations and senior themselves come to see us, asking for help. These associations and these seniors are protesting against this system, which is, in their eyes, discriminatory. Only 75-year-olds and over deserve increases and deserve support during the pandemic, apparently. 65 to 74-year-olds, they can just be left by the wayside. The government is saying 65 to 74-year-olds can just go pound sand. But people have been working all of their lives. They've been earning as much as they can, but sometimes people don't earn enough to put money aside for their old age. And then they're 65, they retire, and they are in dire straits. And these are the people who come to see us, honest people, modest people. People who should be able to benefit from a good and deserved quality of life at the age of 65, not just at 75. What do these people have left at 65? The rules have been changed. It's too late for them to go to the banker and say, hey, well, I'm going to put a bit more aside for my retirement. And let's not forget that a lot of these people didn't even have anything to put aside. Some people will say, well, I'm retired. Well, I have to go back to work. The government will say, well, there's a shortage of workers. Go for it. Have fun. This is not dignified, Madam Speaker. I would like to talk to you about one case. Mr. Denny. He's from my riding. He's 72, 73 years old. I know he's in that age group because his concerns have to do with discrimination enacted by this government. Mr. Denis hits hard, and it's the example I use when I talk about seniors. He's called me many times. He's come to my office. He called in the weekends, in the evenings. He wrote me via Facebook Messenger. He's tried to contact me as much as possible. And when we finally were able to talk to one another and have a conversation, Madam Speaker, I can't even describe the emotion in that conversation. This is someone who has been working hard all his life with a very low income, as I was saying. Mr. Denis has lived in his little house for 53 years. His roof is leaking. His roof needs to be changed. But he says, well, I have to let it leak. I don't have the means to change the roof, to repair the roof. I don't have the means to go remortgage my house. I can't even make it ends meet at the moment with the tiny pension given by government, which hasn't increased. And inflation being what it is, well, here we are. Mr. Denis is a proud and dignified man. He has health problems. He has to travel 45 kilometers in order to get care in another town. Why? Because care isn't adapted to his condition in Drummondville where he lives. And so let's talk about the price of gas. He can't even fill his car. He can't even fill his gas up. He can't fix his car. What do we do with these people who can't take care of their health because their pension has been increased? Because they're too young, apparently, according to the government anyway. They're not allowed support checks from the government during a pandemic. A parallel with health transfers, a second very important point that we have been fighting for years. An example from Drummond. St. Croix Hospital, a beautiful hospital back in the day, exceptional services back in the day, and I would like to commend the medical workers, support workers, all the employees, because they are pleasant to talk to, they are competent, they are skilled, they're professional. But the hospital, Madam Speaker, last year alone, one elevator wasn't working, and the other one then stopped working. Were they to be a fire or a sudden need to evacuate the hospital? Well, patients at the third floor and above would have not been able to be evacuated, Madam Speaker. We're talking about a hospital here, Madam Speaker. But they don't have the means to upkeep the lifts.
Now, the Liberals will say that they're building new hospitals and that's just dandy and we don't need more health transfers because there's money to build hospitals. I just can't believe it. The things they say. The lack of money in the health system is a human issue. Today, the only way to deal with the situation is to ignore cases that would have been considered urgent a couple of decades ago. I have another constituent who's 80 years old, the head of the Remembrance Day campaign for 43 years. He was waiting for a hip surgery. He was waiting for 2 years. When you're 80 years old, 2 years might represent 25, 50, or 75% of your remaining life. So you can't make seniors wait for surgeries like that, something that would help them increase their health, their quality of life, rather, for the remaining years of their lives. I just find it very upsetting. Now, finally, I would like to turn to the EI reform issue. We've been waiting for so long. We've seen so many efforts made by workers' groups, unions, and others saying that we need this reform. Someone came to the Hill a few years ago, Émilie Sans Façon. She met with the Prime Minister and people, members from all parties. Everyone loved Émilie. Everyone wanted a picture with her. She was fighting cancer, and it was terminal. Today, she's gone. She was asking for 50 weeks of EI so that people like her facing a serious illness can do so in dignity without worrying about their finances. It's the least we could do. Now the government is probably going to get up in a few moments to start boasting about everything they did to save lives during the pandemic. That's what they're always telling us. But if this government really wants to do the right thing, well, then maybe it could instead start spending in the right way. Everyone knows that 26 weeks of sick leave under EI, well, it's a step forward, but it's just not enough when you have something like cancer or another serious illness. 26 weeks is just not enough. It wouldn't have cost that much, and it would have made a real difference. I'd like to congratulate Louis Sans Façon, Émilie's father, who is continuing to wage his daughter's fight. And one day, we will get to 50 weeks, and the Bloc Québécois will continue to fight to ensure that we use taxpayer money appropriately for what taxpayers really need. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And speaking of heritage, I would like to ask a question about that. My honourable colleague sits on the Heritage Committee, and I was wondering if he would like to take the opportunity to talk about media in Quebec, what's happening there, and what steps that we can take as a parliament to assist news outlets, especially when facing foreign tech giants.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, I would have expected that the Liberals would have criticized me harshly after my speech, but instead I'm actually getting an easy question because my colleague knows how I feel about this, so I'd like to thank him for that question. Now, there are two very important bills that need to get through quickly. One of them is stuck in the Senate, unfortunately, C-11. We need to stop putting this off. We need to ensure that the web giants pay their fair share in all sectors. And then in the telecommunications, the telebroadcasting sectors, and when it comes to protecting our media, we need to keep working on C-18 as we're doing at committee. It's going well. There's a lot of goodwill. I agree with my colleague. We need to work hard to ensure that web giants pay their fair share in areas where they are exponentially getting richer.
Commentaire, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He spoke about seniors and about EI. For people with cancer, like my sister who had cancer, she's in remission now. 26 weeks is not enough. We need 50 weeks. As for seniors, we can't wait for people to be 75. We become seniors at 65. We're all going to be 65 at some point and need a proper pension. So I'd like to ask my colleague what he would propose to the government to improve these measures. It's so important, not just for Quebec, but all of Canada. The honourable member for Drummond. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Madam Speaker, it's quite straightforward. I believe that all members of the government party want to make a difference. I don't think they're working in bad faith and just to object to the opposition. There are plenty of ways to invest taxpayer money in a sustainable and positive way. Health transfers is not a whim, it's important. We've been asking for seniors from age 65 to get an increase in their pension. I don't know what seniors they're hearing from who think that it's okay for the pension to only increase from 75. Neither I nor any of my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois have ever heard a senior say that that's okay. So I think they could make that change, and we'd be the first ones to congratulate them.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Sure, I will make it brief. Housing is obviously a necessity in this country. It's in crisis in many parts of the country, and the lower mainland of British Columbia, where I represent, housing is unaffordable. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague can tell this House what suggestions he would like to see in this budget that would help Canadian families and individuals afford a safe, secure, decent place to live.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, I'll just try to respond quickly, Madam Speaker. One of our colleagues in the Bloc for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, cares deeply about the issue of housing. It's a crisis that's having an effect throughout the country. Of course, there are some places that are worse than others, but it's now even happening in cities that previously were okay. In the statement, the word inflation comes up 115 times, but there are no concrete measures to really help people. To help people when there is a possible recession coming up. We need to do much more on housing, and I think I agree very much with what my colleague is saying. We're just standing there doing nothing, thinking that we can do something later. No, we're talking about real people, and we need to help them.
Debate, the honourable member for Flamborough Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a mouthful.
It's always an honor to rise in this House and speak, and today on Bill C-32, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement and Fiscal Update. So, Madam Speaker, when I spoke on this government's last Fall Economic Statement Fiscal Update in February, I shared how frustrated the people of Flamborough-Glanbrook were feeling about the cost of living crisis and the housing crisis. And Madam Speaker, I'm sad to report that over the course of the past year, and certainly hearing the Fall Economic Statement that was delivered earlier, their frustration has only gotten worse. Canadians wanted hope, and instead they got increased heating and grocery bills. They wanted a plan for the economy, for the recovery, and instead the PBO and other organizations have predicted private sector growth will be sluggish or even worse. And Canadians wanted to hear an update that would give them confidence in these uncertain economic times, and instead what the government delivered was an update that failed to address the out-of-control cost of living crisis, because it actually adds fuel to the inflationary fire. With more government spending, more taxes, Madam Speaker, Canadians have never felt more pessimistic about their financial future. And so when I spoke last winter, the inflation rate was only the worst it had been in 20 years. And by the spring, it was only the worst it had been in 30 years, but now it's the worst it has been in 40 years. And so, Madam Speaker, how much more can this government expect Canadians to suffer? I spoke recently to Mary, a senior in Waterdown, in a community in my constituency, and she expressed how gravely concerned she was with the rising cost of her rent, her utilities, her groceries, and how they have risen so quickly that she can barely able to manage the basics anymore. And her exact words were, "I just managed to survive, and I never thought my retirement years would be so sad." So, Madam Speaker, these words, that my retirement years would be so sad, break my heart, and they should break the heart of all members of this place. Seniors like Mary have worked hard their entire lives, and they deserve that their retirement years should be years to enjoy, and the reckless policies of this government are robbing them of that. Madam Speaker, it's not just seniors that are feeling the pinch, it's also young families. And so I spoke to Will, who's a father of a young family in my constituency at one of the fall fairs of my riding a couple months ago, and his mortgage renewal is coming up in a few months. And so he's very concerned because not only has he seen his grocery bill double, he's seen the cost of fuel to get to work increase dramatically. He's now seeing his heating bills increase as winter and the cold weather start to set in. But he's got in the back of his mind the fact that his mortgage is coming up for renewal, and we know the higher interest rates that are happening because of the inflationary spending of this government. So out-of-control government spending, which has created more dollars chasing fewer goods, causing higher inflation, is leading to more interest rates, and we know that tomorrow the Bank of Canada is going to announce the latest in a series of rate increases, the seventh, I believe, which is further going to increase the cost on families like Will's, and it's really the cruelest tax of all. So in growing suburban Ontario communities like mine, people like Will are putting on a brave face and they're trying to plow through, but they are dealing with these inflationary pressures on food, home heating, and now looking down the road at their mortgage rates as well. We ran a survey of the people in Flamborough-Glanbrook this past fall to ask them, how the cost of living was impacting them, and we knew the answer already from all of these anecdotes. But over 900 people responded, and the results really told the story. 94% surveyed felt they were feeling the financial pinch, and more than half of those were going to change their habits or hold off spending plans as a result. And the pinch, of course, is not limited to people in my riding. 6 in 10 Canadians across the country have said that they're feeling the impact of the inflation in their daily lives. In fact, there's a study out of Dalhousie University that reported that a quarter of Canadians are cutting back on essentials like food, housing, and utilities. And we know that when people go to the grocery stores these days, they're cringing at what they see as the price of some basic items. Meat is up 7.6%, dairy up 10%, bakery products 15%, vegetables 12%. And those were the figures from a couple months ago. We know they're probably higher today. And food banks, as has been noted, are seeing record number of visits. 1.5 million Canadians visiting food banks. That's a dramatic increase. That's an all-time high, and that's a shame. So how much more does this Prime Minister expect Canadians to take? People like Mary and Will can't afford mortgages and rent, while our Prime Minister is spending $6,000 a night in hotel rooms in London. So, is there a more blatant example of how out of touch the Prime Minister is? And Madam Speaker, how much more can this government expect Canadians to take before they're going to break? They're looking for hope. They're looking for strong, competent leadership. And through this bill, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a host of problems and inconsistencies. And first of all, I don't see actions lining up with words. So the government talked about the fact that farmers grow the food that feeds the world, Canadian farmers. And we know we have an abundant food supply here, but we've seen this government attack farmers, slap fertilizer tariffs on them, the carbon tax on the heating and cooling of barns, the drying of grain, the growing of those crops that feed Canada and the world are breaking their operations. Also in the statement, they said, we have the natural resources to support our allies with energy security, which sounds great, but this government, the Liberals, have been ensuring we can't get these resources out of the ground. And just last week, we saw Germany finally give up on us and sign an agreement to import LNG from Qatar instead. And perhaps the biggest inconsistency of all is the fact that, the economic update was intended or was purported to help make life more affordable for Canadians. But how can we make life more affordable for Canadians when we're tripling the carbon tax and increasing other taxes as we head into winter? And we know that we had a Conservative motion to exempt home heating fuel from some of those taxes and bring a bit of relief, and that's important to people in my constituency who heat with propane or home heating oil because there's not the natural gas infrastructure in certain parts of the riding, and they don't have those options. But yet the Liberals and NDP coalition voted together to defeat that motion. So I can conclude from anything in Bill C-32, Madam Speaker, it might be that the Liberals are kind of true to their form. We'll tax and spend, and that'll get us out of a cost of living crisis. And so we saw $30 billion more in spending, perhaps a grab bag of credits to give the appearance of supporting Canadians. And while we certainly support relief on the GST, the HST, and on home heating, we saw a whole bunch of other money spent. And what's happening is that the Liberals are taking more money out of one pocket and giving a little bit back and pretending that that's actually going to help people. But what's happening is they're profiting from inflation. They're increasing taxes on things like home heating, food, and of course the resulting interest rate increases. One of their solutions, of course, was to cut your Disney Plus subscription. I think that Canadians want a better answer than that. We know that the interest on the national debt that's been racked up by this government is going to exceed in the coming years the amount of money that's spent on the Canada Health Transfer. And so, we've got $27 billion this year on interest payments, and that's money that should be and could be spent actually helping farmers or families or seniors rather than gobbling up their bank accounts to pay for more government spending through taxes. That is why a Conservative government would commit to any new spending being matched by a dollar-for-dollar equivalent in savings, just as households manage their own budgets, rather than just racking up the credit card endlessly, because at the end of the day, they're paying for that, plus the interest rates increases they're going to see as a result of the inflationary spending. So Conservatives would, instead of creating more cash, would create more of what cash buys. So homes, more gas, more food, and we certainly have all the resources in Canada to do that. We'll make energy more affordable by repealing some of the anti-energy laws and getting Canadian energy out to markets so that we can generate jobs and economic activity here, because a tax plan is not an environment plan, it is actually a tax plan. And so we have an opportunity to change that. will also make Canada one of the better places quicker.
The honourable member's time is up, but I'm sure he'll be able to add during questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was listening to the honourable member's speech, and he spoke about speaking to his constituents. And I know when he was speaking to his constituents, he didn't talk about the rebate on the price of pollution. And I'm guessing he didn't mention to his constituents that he ran on a carbon tax. But I was wondering, when he was speaking to his constituents about affordability, did he mention the CCB and the fact that his party voted against it? Did he mention to his seniors about rental supports, dental supports voting against it? Did he mention OAS, GIS voting against those increase? Or is that just inflationary spending that people shouldn't receive that?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. And, you know, absolutely, we're opposed to inflationary spending, because what that is doing is increasing the cost of interest rates, and we're going to see that again tomorrow. And people in my community who, you know, have housing prices now approaching $1.2 million on average are going to pay for that in interest rates. So we know that the average house in Canada is going to see, when they renew their 5-year mortgage, a $7,000 increase in mortgage payments. In my community, we're above the average. So they're going to see, what, $1,000 a month more spent. So I think the Canadians would rather pay less on mortgage and less on interest than for inflationary spending and policies of this government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The member for Flamborough-Glanbrook spoke a bit about making energy more affordable. And on this point, I think it's important that we talk about the extent to which oil and gas companies across the country are gouging folks at the pump, including in his riding. In the last year alone, the wholesale margins, in other words, the profits, are up 18 cents a litre. Could the member share, is he concerned about this gouging that's happening? And would he not agree that more needs to be done to recover these funds and use them to invest in making life more affordable for people across the country?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you to the member for Kitchener Centre for that question. And, you know, I will respectfully disagree. Energy companies in Canada create thousands of jobs, pay millions of dollars in taxes, and all of that contributes to the Canadian economy. It contributes to what we're able to pay for health care, for education, and the services that we value in this country. And, you know, in fact, we have, you know, one of the most abundant supplies of energy in the world. It's clean, it's environmentally sourced, we consult with Indigenous communities in extracting that, and if we were to actually get more of our natural gas to the BC coast to liquefy and get to China, it would help them get off coal, where they're planning to build 1,000 coal plants over the course of the next year, over the course of the next.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For a brief question, the other member for Renfrew-Nipissing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's estimated that the interest alone on the debt will be greater than the combined health transfers to the provinces. How will this burgeoning, continually snowballing debt impact Canada's ability to care for our citizens?
I apologize, I also forgot Pembroke at the end of your writing. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you to the honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing and Pembroke for the question, and it's a very good one, and she has been a member who has asked this question many times throughout her long tenure as a member of Parliament. And it's a very important one, because when we're spending $27 billion and more, growing to $30, $40 billion over the course of the number of years on interest on the debt, we're not spending that money on healthcare, education, the things that matter. My mom is a retired nurse, and she worked in the healthcare system in Hamilton, Ontario, and saw that firsthand. My dad just went through, and I know all Canadians understand this, have gone through health issues. My dad just went through chemotherapy, and so we value our healthcare system. And so rather than spending $27 billion on interest, Let's spend more on health care. Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for the question.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we will not object to Bill C-32, the bill implementing the government's latest economic statement, but the seasons are changing, but not the economic statements. We are not enthusiastic about this because it's a replica of the spring economic statement, which had no constructive and reassuring vision for the citizens of Quebec and Canada. The Bloc deplores an economic update, which, although it mentions inflation 115 times, does not even offer the slightest bit of additional support to vulnerable people, namely seniors, the unemployed, families looking for a roof over their heads. The government's not-so solution is meddling, Madam Speaker. This government is breaking all records when it comes to interfering in the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. Retirees who have contributed all their lives to economic and social development and who have paid their taxes honestly, simply and modestly, like my colleague said earlier from Drummond, and who have suddenly reached 65, 70, or 74 years of age, and they're completely ignored by this government. Yet it is their contributions when they worked that allowed the entire public service to be active. And now they thank them by saying, no, go back to work, do something else, find some other way to earn money. We don't have any money for you. And then suddenly, magically, they celebrate their 75th birthday and they receive a check. We don't know what justifies this, what this is based on. And I think that the government that we know does not really know its citizens, and it doesn't know those of Quebec. Does it really understand their reality? Because that's what it's really about. Does it know Lucien, who no longer has affordable housing, who has to rely on food banks and cannot pay his medication? Does he know Mariette, who has to pay for her home care to continue living at home because it's her absolute choice? And she has to turn off the heat at night and only eat one meal a day to continue to live at home. Does the government know Agathe and Georges, who have not received decent wages for the last 40 years, and honestly paid their taxes? Ms. Agathe is in a wheelchair because she has no circulation left in her legs. And she has to take transportation to receive care, and her husband took an early retirement earlier because his wife had a hard time moving, and now they're at home. They have no additional income. They're 72 and 75 years of age. And with inflation raining down on their meager OAS, old age security is anything but secure because fixed costs are there. I'm particularly concerned about the fact that we have seen seniors grow poorer and poorer for quite some time. They are not considered in government decisions. And I think everyone agrees with this. The issues we are seeing in health, Madam Speaker, they come from the fact that the pandemic exacerbated the nonchalance of both levels of government. This nonchalance and a lack of vigilance, a lack of care of people who built this country, Canada and Quebec. When you're old, Madam Speaker, you've already made a life, you contributed, and you hope that you'll be able to benefit from a social safety net. And now we find people who are able to live at home if they have more money, and there's others who live in assisted care. There's a whole system because of a lack of government attention to seniors who built this country, who built our society. And it really hurts me. I know many people like this in my riding. These are upstanding citizens who are reliable and honest, who have given everything they can to our society in the hopes of receiving something back. And now the government is telling them, no, it won't happen like that. Accountability does not seem to exist in the federal government today. Nobody is accountable for anything. There are failures, but it's no one's fault. Neither the Conservatives or the Liberals are accountable for their past actions. They each seem to think that they each did better than the other. And nothing is their fault. It must be the fault of fate, the mean, evil pandemic, or the inflationary crisis that is global. And yes, of course, the overflow of oil investments and the environmental failure is also no one's fault. If people are in the street, it's no one's fault. If small businesses are closing down because there are no tax provisions to help them, while big oil keeps racking up the profits at their convenience, that's no one's fault either. And on top of that, people should be asked to trust politics. We continue to tell people that they will be the government that will do great things for them, like interfering and opposing one's position, one's assessment of the situation of seniors, as if by magic there's only one category of seniors with one set of needs. And they interfere in the health system, and they seek to discredit their management. I'll give you an example. In Quebec, we want to encourage and seniors to stay at home. But this government gives them money, but it says you can only go to hospitals or long-term care homes. Is that a good condition for Quebec? No. That's one of the reasons why we don't want strings. We want funding that is due to us, Madam Speaker. Also, the government likes to interfere in provincial jurisdiction and also in terms of the protection of French through an odious federal bill which paralyzes all the efforts that Quebec wishes to make to impose the use of French in businesses under federal jurisdiction in Quebec, and for the French training of new Quebecers. And they also get involved in property tax. They try to get involved and interfere everywhere. And also, they don't take action with respect to EI. Everyone's calling for reform. We need to take into account the new realities of the working world, such as seasonal or self-employed work. We need support for serious illness. Such things didn't exist 15 years ago. I also think about the request of Émilie Saint-Fasson, who passed away and left 2 orphan children. She came here even though she was sick. She wanted to make the government aware of her situation so they would change their position and provide support for those who are seriously ill so they could heal in dignity. And I will conclude by saying, in Quebec, we often wonder. The sovereigntist movement didn't happen overnight, didn't come out of nowhere. The independent movement is one that is in favor of free management of our public funds. We want to take our own direction. And I think, Madam Speaker, that the Canadian government right now is like the Titanic. It doesn't realize it, but there seems to be a hole in the hull. Opulence can be fatal with respect to our constituents and our citizens. In Quebec, our hull is solid and our engines are efficient. We have infinite resources. We have unique economic development. The honourable member has gone over her time. Questions and comments?
John Rotzi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for her speech. And, Madam Speaker, we often hear as a government, everything that we're doing wrong. And it seems to be one thing after another. I mean, certainly the official opposition is quick to remind us that we can't manage the economy, yet they ran 9 straight deficits. The economy was in a mess when we took over. But, Madam Speaker, my question to the member opposite is, we came forth with the fall economic statement with a lot of good programs. And sure, we also hear from the party opposite about eliminating the tax on home heating, which would be about, $40, $50 per tank. But what about the doubling of the GST? What about the elimination of interest in student loans? What about the rent support? What about all the programs that we have offered that will help Canadians through this situation we're in now? Can the member opposite tell us which of those programs that she would cut? Thank you.
Honorable. The honourable member for Beauport, Île-d'Orléans, Côte-de-Beaupré, and Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. There are several programs that we helped to develop with the current government. So obviously we are satisfied with those programs, but what I deplore is that there are some that are missing. We don't have enough programs. We have to generally enhance our economic management so we can deliver more services to people through new programs, which we've been asking for quite some time. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the question period today, we heard the member for Gaspésie and Île-de-Madeleine denigrate the Auditor General. And my question with respect to the Auditor General, she tabled reports today, and we know that the government is said to have spent too much overpayments of $4.6 billion. And my colleague did a wonderful speech, and I'd like to hear her draw a parallel with the wasteful spending on one hand and the economic statement on the other that has nothing new, no new measures or additional efforts. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my wonderful colleague for his question, which allows me to elaborate a bit more about the billions that the Auditor General identified in overspending. These sums could have been allocated to our various programs that we were talking about earlier. But what concerns me even more is that right now we are verifying whether the CERB was paid to the right people, and we realize that the money has to be paid back to the government, and then we say, no, it's okay, we'll give you the money. And then during all this time, the Titanic is heading towards the iceberg. And my answer would be, during the pandemic, we made proposals to be prudent with respect to the distribution of the CERB, to make sure that they gave it people to people so they know who pays their tax return. They could have directed the support where it was most needed, and we wouldn't have the issues we're seeing today. We would have gone much further. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton. Very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member mentioned in her speech that they're not a lot different from the spring fall economic statement, but I would highlight the fact that we did experience Hurricane Fiona on the East Coast, and there was spending dedicated there for rebuilding Atlantic Canada and Eastern Quebec. I just wonder if the member could comment on how important it is to help rebuild resilient communities moving forward in the future. Thank you.
Honorable. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, et Charlevoix. Of course, Madam Speaker, there should be a climate change and resiliency fund in place. We can't just talk about what's happening in 15 years. We're right in the midst of it right now. We have to walk the talk. The government has to be concerned with these situations, but what we want to see more is that the $23 billion they're searching everywhere could have been immediately available to help people right away as soon as the storms hit, so we can help small fishers and other people. So it's not enough just to have a fund to fight climate change, because we're facing it right now. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the government's fall economic statement, a fiscal and economic blueprint that falls short. Conservatives called on the Liberals to do two important things. First, to stop the deficit spending that is fueling inflation, that is driving up the cost of living for everyday Canadians. And secondly, we called on this government to commit to no new tax hikes. After all, Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis as a result of 40-year high inflation being driven by this Liberal government's reckless spending. Food inflation has hit double digits. 1 in 2 Canadians is $200 away from insolvency, and an astonishing 1.5 million Canadians are going to a food bank every month, a 35% increase from last year. The Liberals often say that they have the backs of Canadians. Well, in the face of a cost of living crisis, the least one would expect from a government that truly had the backs of Canadians would be to commit to no new tax hikes. But what we learned is that those are just more empty Liberal words, because they didn't do that, they did the opposite of that. With tax hikes that are going to hit workers, seniors, families, and small businesses, starting with a payroll tax hike on January 1st, not to be outdone by a carbon tax hike on April the 1st, which will further drive up the cost of essentials, including gas, groceries, and home heating. A carbon tax that, by the way, has done nothing to reduce GHGs, which have gone up, not down, under the Liberals' watch, and a carbon tax that the Governor of Bank of Canada has determined has exacerbated inflation, causing a 0.4% increase in inflation, further worsening the cost of living crisis. When it comes to spending, this government doubled down on their failed inflationary policies. We saw $20 billion in new inflationary spending. $20 billion on top of $500 billion in new spending over the past 2 years, deficit spending. $500 billion. Now, the Liberals will claim that that it is the result of COVID, except that the parliamentary budget officer has clarified that no, it is not, that 40% of that $500 billion in spending pertains to non-COVID related measures. Evidence of that is that after all of the COVID programs and supports expired, government spending increased an astonishing 30% in just the past 2 years. Madam Speaker, this government has a spending problem. Why all the spending? Well, very simply because this government measures its success on how much it has spent as opposed to what it has delivered. And the results are not positive. Let's look at a few Liberal lowlights. $35 billion for the Canada Infrastructure Bank that was supposedly going to leverage private sector investment to get infrastructure projects completed. After 6 years, not a single infrastructure project has been completed. Not one. $35 billion 6 years later, and not a single infrastructure project. Talk about taxpayers not getting value for their money. The Liberals brag about spending $40 billion on housing. Well, has that increased the housing supply? Has that made home ownership more accessible? No. Housing prices have doubled on the Liberals' watch. Then there is the $54 million app, the ArriveCan scam, as it has become known, that should have cost $250,000 instead of $54 million to complete, but it should have never been built in the first place, given the fact that it caused travel chaos and resulted in more than 10,000 healthy Canadians needlessly having to quarantine. Today, there was a shocking Auditor General's report which determined that $32 billion of the Liberals' COVID spending went to recipients who shouldn't have received the money. $32 billion out the door, wasted. To put $32 billion in some perspective, the government spends $45 billion on the Canada Health Transfer. So nearly 3/4 of what the government, the federal government, spends on health care annually was wasted, out the door, gone. I mean, talk about waste and mismanagement. But this Liberal government is not one to learn lessons, because in the fall economic statement, $14.2 billion was found to be unannounced by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Unannounced. No details about where that $14.2 billion is going. When my colleague, the member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley, asked the finance minister where the $14.2 billion was going, she couldn't say or wouldn't say. All we know is that it is a blank check to who knows what. Madam Speaker, talk about a lack of transparency. Talk about a lack of respect for the sweat-soaked dollars, tax dollars of hardworking Canadians. And for all of this spending, what have we gotten? We've gotten 40-year high inflation. Now, if you listen to Liberals across the way, they act as though they're bystanders to 40-year high inflation, except they're not. Their policies have driven it. Let's look at the facts. To pay for $500 billion of deficit spending, the Liberals, through the Bank of Canada, embarked on a policy of quantitative easing, something that the Canadian government has never done before, essentially money printing. What happened over 2 years? The money supply increased by $500 billion, on par with this Liberal government's $500 billion in deficit spending. Not a coincidence. And so what we have seen is a 27% increase in the supply of money and only a 2% rate of economic growth. You can't have cash outbid goods and services tenfold and not have inflationary pressures. And that's precisely what has happened as a result of this government's out-of-control spending. Now, the finance minister is fond of saying that she will not take lessons from the leader of the opposition. Well, I would say to the Honourable Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Speaker, that she should start listening to the Leader of the Opposition, because it was the Leader of the Opposition who was among the first to sound the alarm that all of his spending was contributing to inflation. Had the Finance Minister listened to the Leader of the Opposition, we wouldn't be in this inflationary mess that is pummeling everyday Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What the member doesn't talk about is the fact when he says that we as a government are responsible for Canada's record high inflation rate, is he doesn't take a look at the world circumstances. We are responsible for having a lower inflation rate than the United States of America, England, many European countries. Compared to the G7 and the G20, Canada's inflation rate is actually doing better, but it still isn't good enough for this government, and that is why we continue to bring in supports for Canadians in which the Conservative Party consistently votes against. My question to the member is, would he not recognize or give credit to the fact that in comparison to other countries in the world, in particular the United States of America and Europe, that we have actually a better inflation rate, a lower inflation rate than those countries?
Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary. And I say in answer that the fact that the United States has worse inflation, or the United Kingdom has worse inflation than Canada, is cold comfort to everyday Canadians who are struggling. And no matter what the Parliamentary Secretary says, he can't evade responsibility for the policies of his government that have driven 40-year high inflation, again, with the supply of money outpacing goods and services tenfold as a result of that $500 billion that was thrown out the door, billions of which were wasted. And on top of it, the government is making life even worse with tax hikes in the new year.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his intervention. I do want to ask, though, close to me right now is the Ambassador Bridge. And speaking of increased inflation, the illegal blockade of the Ambassador Bridge saw the vast majority of outsiders come and illegally shut down Canada's #1 infrastructure and trade route to the United States. In fact, 40% of Canada's daily trade goes here. And I'm wondering whether or not the Conservative Party supports the City of Windsor's request to be made whole of the $5.7 million it costs to actually pay for police officers and to organize and keep people safe during this illegal blockade. It's very important because now that's thrust upon municipal tax owners. I had constituents that couldn't get to doctor's appointments, children, and others. It's been significant. So I'm just wondering where the Conservative Party is with that request of $5.7 million, because the illegal occupation, mostly from outsiders, is now on the backs of municipal people.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member for Windsor West, at the end of his question, spoke about the backs of taxpayers. Well, if he had the backs of taxpayers, he wouldn't be supporting the tripling of the carbon tax. He wouldn't be supporting payroll tax hikes. He wouldn't be supporting those measures that are making life more affordable. And he certainly wouldn't be supporting the $20 billion in deficit inflationary spending that is exacerbating the cost of living crisis.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for l'Honourable Député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Nunavik, Bay James EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. There is a point where I agree with him. The statement was very disappointing with regards to vulnerable people, with regards to health transfers, with regards to support for 65-year-olds and over. Also disappointing with its lack of help for EI. Does my colleague agree with these points? This is all disappointing.
Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, I understand where the honourable member is coming from with the fact that this was a disappointing fall economic statement. The member cited health care. We've seen no meaningful commitments from this government when it comes to health care. Indeed, thanks to this government's reckless spending, debt servicing costs will soon outpace and be a larger amount than that which is allocated to the Canada Health Transfer annually. Quite frankly, there would be more money for health care if this government would rein in its wasteful, reckless spending.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in this House to talk to Bill C-32 about the implementation of the Fall Economic Statement. To be clear, my pleasure comes not from the content of this bill, but rather from the fact that I can stand up and be the voice of Canadians and the Beaucerons on what should have been included in the bill. To begin, I would like to take the time to denounce the inflation the Liberal government has created itself with punitive policies such as the carbon tax. This government is driving local businesses out of business whilst driving up grocery prices. Just like the carbon tax, this out-of-touch government has also implemented a fertilizer tariff for farmers that is just as damning. At a time when our country is struggling with the worst food inflation in 40 years, not seen since the days of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and I remember myself, I was there, the government is still looking to line its pockets with new taxes. We are the only G7 country to have imposed a tariff on fertilizer during the most difficult time in recent years. Food bank use is increasing at such a rapid pace that organizations in my riding, such as Moisson Beauce, can barely keep up with demand. In Beauce, 1/3 of new food bank users are children. 1/3, Madam Speaker, are children. This government refuses to look in the mirror and admit its shortcomings. The Conservatives have been fighting these taxes and tariffs for months, but this NDP Liberal coalition has a hidden agenda and refuses to do the right thing. As a country, we have to deal with what we can control. Indeed, we have to deal with what we can control. This starts in our own backyard. We must help farmers reduce the cost of producing food so that when this food hits the shelves, people can afford to feed their families. As it stands, 1 in 5 Canadian families are skipping meals to stay afloat financially. This is shameful and something has to change. In this budget, agriculture is not even a minimal priority for this government. One would think that after 7 years, the Prime Minister would understand that feeding our population is essential and that all this starts on the farm. Farmers have been ignored long enough. It is time to give them the tools they need to grow our economy and produce affordable food for everyone. This would be a powerful economic catalyzer for our country, and its full potential must be realized. We just need a leader to open his eyes to see it. On a related note, Madam Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention another failed Liberal plan. That plan is to open our Canadian borders to all Ukrainian meat products. The Conservatives are all for supporting Ukraine in its war against Russia, yes, but there are many, many better ways to do so. Last Friday, in a press release, the government authorized unlimited import permits for chicken from Ukraine without limits on quantities, without even analyzing the impact this would have on Canadian markets. And the icing on the cake, the cherry on top of the icing on the cake, is that they did not even consult with stakeholders before signing this agreement. Our American counterparts delayed accepting Ukrainian meat for food safety reasons, and I don't blame them. The government could support Ukraine financially and at the same time help countries closer to Ukraine where there is famine by sending them these products. It is not just a matter of taking care of our country's food system first, but it's a matter of global food security. The last time the CFIA inspected a chicken plant in Ukraine was in 2019. Now, sanitary conditions in a war-torn country are expected to remain the same. How can this government be so naive? Furthermore, for a government that promised to protect supply management, how can it possibly enter into this deal to open up the market when it has repeatedly stated that it will not make any more concessions to supply management? The Liberal government is playing with fire at a time when we must be extremely vigilant. Avian flu is on the rise in North America, and the problem is just as big in Europe. Countries like Poland, Ukraine's neighbour, have seen several cases in recent months, cases of avian flu. How can we truly be sure that meat from abroad is safe if we do not have safeguards in place? Madam Speaker, I would now like to move on to another issue, that of immigration to this country. In Canada, our system is broken. The Liberal minister has taken the floor, is making bold promises, and every day is using the same speaking points, but nothing is moving in her department. Every day in Beauce, we receive requests for updates from people who need assistance, as well as business owners with regards to backlogs in the system. 2.3 million requests, work permits, permanent residence applications, sponsorship applications, everything is at a standstill because of the mismanagement of this government. Businesses in my riding are losing contracts and threatening to move overseas because they simply cannot get the temporary foreign workers that they need in time. Doctors are waiting for work permits and documents when they could be working in local hospitals and helping my constituents. This is truly shocking.
And it's not only the immigration system that is having issues. You could basically name any department and it would also be facing the same problems. Look at Service Canada with its pensions and guaranteed income supplement, or the passport fiasco. There are so many failures, you can barely even count them. When my staff speaks with employees on the phone, they can see that things are not organized and there seems to be a lack of direction. People are sent from one department to another. Training is very slow, and many employees are at level 1 and can't help with complex cases or may be still working at home. When will the government bring them back to the office and help them get on the right road to serve our communities? We can't blame workers for the government's incompetence. I sincerely respect these agents and their hard work, but something's got to change. They just can't do more with the tools they received. And then I'm just going to come back and touch on some of the same issues that I usually raise here in the House. The fact that rural Canadians are slipping through the cracks. In my riding, we don't have any transit. We need to drive to work or to bring the kids to their activities. People in Beauce work hard, as we can see, due to one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country, 2.1. But the carbon tax is placing so much pressure on Canadians' paychecks. And also, there is a desert of cellular and high-speed internet service. It is not acceptable in 2022, but there's nothing in the budget to fix that. And now the government wants to ban many hunting weapons for law-abiding gun owners in my riding, even though hunting is part of the way many Canadians feed their families. And now the government wants to take that away too. I don't have much time left, so I'd just like to leave a message for Canadians. The Conservative Party of Canada will be there for you, and we will continue to defend the things Canadians need. More money in their pockets at the end of the week and safe and affordable food for our families during the holidays. A Conservative government would have made tangible changes had we been able to table our own budget. I hope that Canadians are paying attention to what this NDP Liberal government is doing to our country. It's time for a change, and I hope that this Liberal government will be held accountable for the catastrophic choices that it's made. I will continue to defend people in Beauce and throughout Canada. I will continue to denounce this inflationary government every time I have a chance in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Not only am I on the Agriculture Committee with him, but also on the Official Languages Committee sometimes. I heard him speak about supply management and how important it is for him. And I hope that he's talking to his colleagues about the large amounts of money that were announced in the Fall Economic Statement. I hope that we will get his support, and I hope that he will be able to convince his colleagues, because dairy producers have asked us for this. We're talking about $1.7 billion for the supply managed sector, and I hope our colleague will say that he is supporting that. So I hope he'll answer the question of whether or not he will be supporting C-32. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, I think there are too many negative parts in C-32 to support it. For example, with the money that's being budgeted here, a lot of it is just warmed over things from previous budgets. And my real concern, something I wanted to raise today, is that for a party that claims to want to protect supply management, well, I would say that given what happened regarding Ukraine last Friday, a lot of countries in the world are not going to see what we did favorably. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauce. I greatly respect him. And there are many things that he raised that we agree on. But I'm a bit disappointed. At the end of his speech, he mentioned Bill C-21 that is currently under study and that is concerning hunters. I'm concerned to hear him bring up semi-false information regarding the list of weapons. He said it's directly affecting hunters' rights. We know that C-21 is not perfect. In fact, it is actually seriously flawed in some ways, but we should stick to the facts. I'd also like to hear from my colleague about the healthcare system in Beauce, like elsewhere in Quebec. The health system is under a great deal of strain. I'd like to hear what he has to say about whether this government should increase health transfers. The fact, which is rather a measure that all the provinces in Quebec have been asking for a long time. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Drummond for his questions. Well, Madam Speaker, starting from the end, when it comes to the health transfers, here in the Conservative Party, we've always been in favor of respecting provincial jurisdiction. That's very important. And we will be there in order to increase those amounts. And as for the first question on the matter of firearms, I don't know about my colleague, but for 3 weeks, I've been walking around my riding on the weekends, and so many hunters have brought up this issue with me. There's a lot of concerns. Of course, there's a lot to be done here, and I'm worried that the flaws will only widen.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for giving his speech like a Beauce and ask him about the Canada Recovery Dividend, which is in this legislation here. It's a one-time 15% tax on profits over $1 billion for Canada's banks and financial institutions. It's something that's about bringing money back, public money that went out to companies that were very profitable. I think it's a really important component of getting some of Canada's largest and most profitable corporations to pay their fair share in the context of what we're living through right now. I'd like to know the members' thoughts on the Canada Recovery Dividend.
Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauce, 30 seconds or less. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an important matter. When we look at all the inflationary measures that have been brought in by this government, particularly in the last economic update, I think even if money is given back in a significant manner, I still think that the impact of all the new taxes that are going to be levied over the next months and year, well, the impact of all that will be very negative.
Honourable member for Surrey Smooth Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, my speech will have to be curtailed, something that should have been thought of before they came up with C-32. The fall economic statement, which could have done so much to help people in need, does absolutely nothing to address the real crisis that Canadians are facing, like inflation, cost of living, and more taxes. Where it could have stopped new taxes and tax hikes and stopped new spending and wasteful spending, it fails to do so and only adds to the inflationary economy. The people of Saskatchewan cannot afford these out-of-touch policies that take their hard-earned money out of their pockets and put it into the government coffers. Each and every household in this country is feeling the effects of the Liberal incompetence when it comes to managing inflation and the cost of living. This year alone, government revenues have increased to $40.1 billion. Where is that money coming from? It's coming from the single mother who is skipping meals to make sure her kids have enough to eat for each week. It's coming from the family that has to pick between putting gas in their car or keeping the lights on that month because they are all paying higher taxes. These are things that the Prime Minister doesn't worry about and has never had to spare a thought for in his entire life. He's completely out of touch with this inflationary deficits, now at $500 billion. It is clear that he has no problem profiting off the backs of Canadians and leaving the issues for future generations to deal with. He does not have their backs. He is profiting off their backs. Madam Speaker, now as we all know, this is Christmas time and a festive season for many. People are trying to get out and celebrate and help where they can. However, they are concerned, especially when a report which came out yesterday says the costs of their food are escalating, and in 2023, prices will be 5 to 7% higher. Families will pay $1,065 more for groceries in 2023. Now, my wife goes out of her way yearly to assist with baking for hospitals, for charities, and for people who have lost loved ones, as well as for my family. Yesterday, she was making some cookies and went to buy some supplies. Madam Speaker, 1 box of graham cracker crumbs, 2 small cans of Eagle brand condensed milk, 2 oranges, 2 lemons, a small 125 milliliter bottle of artificial vanilla, and 2 450-gram sticks of butter, which fit into 1 bag, was a total cost of $82.54. That's a lot of money for cookies, and next year it's going to be closer to $100. Madam Speaker, the Liberals are killing rural communities and are doing it without even batting an eye. Measures like the carbon tax are killing businesses, both small and large, including farming operations that have stood the test of time for generations. It is a tragedy to see family farms having to sell off their operations just so they can pay the bills. Many ranchers and farmers are posed to walk away from the industry because of these escalating input costs. Madam Speaker, as we all know, the Prime Minister has a pattern of promising something and doing the complete opposite. Many years and many billions of dollars ago, he said that he would not exceed $10 billion of debt. How soon people forget. This Prime Minister has now added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. Furthermore, an alarming 40% of all new spending measures, roughly $205 billion, has nothing to do at all with COVID. Madam Speaker, ultimately it's going to come down to what I call the heat or keep principle. In Saskatchewan, winters get brutally cold, with temperatures dropping down into the minus 40s multiple times during the season. In fact, as I speak today, it's below minus 30. Thanks to measures like the carbon tax for the last few years, people have been wondering if they can afford to heat their homes, a concern that no Canadian should have to be grappled with. Now, because of the ever-rising interest rates, inflation, they are wondering if they'll be able to keep their homes. The Prime Minister could never begin to imagine the stress that is going felt by those who have to decide to heat or keep, but this is what it has come down to. If we take a look at the numbers, Madam Speaker, the outlook is grim. Families who are financially on the brink that bought a typical home 5 years ago with a typical mortgage that is now up for renewal will pay $7,000 more a year. This is completely unsustainable and has the potential to financially devastate many hardworking homeowners who are just trying to live the life that they have earned and deserve. Now, for example, someone with a mortgage of $400,000 amortized over 25 years with monthly payments of $2,400 is not eligible for the relief that the Liberals are touting as the solution to the problem. Now, speaking of carbon tax, Madam Speaker, this could be a great opportunity for the government to actually help Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. The Liberals could make the decision to cancel the tripling of the tax, but they won't. Madam Speaker, another big issue that I have with this economic update is that it fails to adequately address the Inflation Reduction Act that the U.S. passed in August, specifically with respect to the investment in emissions reduction technology here in Canada. The fact is that the Liberals have missed every single emissions reduction target that they have set, yet they still aren't doing enough to incentivize investment in clean technology. This is shameful. The United States has a 45Q tax credit that is straightforward, easy to understand, and provides industry with certainty over things like regulation, prices, and timelines. In contrast, the measures created by this Liberal government are largely ineffective due to the high level of bureaucracy involved, with a mess of programs and credits layered on top of each other that create confusion and lack clarity. We have already seen projects worth billions of dollars choose to operate in Texas over Alberta because of the ease of doing business in the U.S. The Liberals are choosing not to listen to industry experts who are prepared to assist and advise on clean tech, like carbon capture and storage or CCUS, because they don't want to associate it with the word coal. Is it the industry that you're trying to kill, or is it the emissions? Surely it's the emissions. And the fact that CCUS can do it is something we should be investing in, and something that this statement has not come forward to move forward and assist all Canadians in investing with private money, not public money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 6:15, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. On motion number 1.
Dundas South Glengarry, seconded by Mr. Liepert, move that Bill C-32 be amended by deleting the short title. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded vote, please.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi 23 juin 2020.
Pursuant to order made, the recorded division is deferred to Wednesday, December 7th, 2022, at the end of the period provided for oral questions.
Today. Oh, no. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader?
On a point of order, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find the unanimous consent to call at 6:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
No. Comme il est 18h30.
It being 6:30, the House will now turn to private members' business.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-235, Building a Green Prairie Economy Act, standing in the name of Mr. Carr.
Debate the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona? No. Oh, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, désolé. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
On n'est pas pressé, on est même en avance, Madame la...
Well, Madam Speaker, we're ahead of time a bit. Well, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be able to ride to speak to this bill. I also do so with a great deal of humility. The principle of this bill is interesting. The idea that it can contribute to a regional fund where regions or territories can offer some support for innovation in their region. I found that to be a fascinating concept. But at committee, we found that despite the goodwill of the member for Winnipeg, we found that despite all that, there was still a political aspect to all this. We were in favor of the principle at second reading, but the Bloc Québécois will vote against the bill. That's the position that I came to at committee. Of course, we need a plan in order to more quickly ensure that the prairies take a green pivot because their economies depend on oil and gas too much. The member for Winnipeg Centre South was the Minister of Natural Resources from 2015 to 2018. And he knows that it will just be extremely significant. We know that an economy based on oil and gas exploitation is not sustainable in the long term. And the prairie region will undergo a decline unless it decides to start transitioning towards a green economy. Things need to change quickly, but they may be difficult by the same token. Initially, we were favorable to the bill, but then, after 5 meetings, 17 witnesses, and briefs received, we ultimately saw that there are flaws in this bill. And the green pivot from the bill is ultimately a pivot towards nuclear energy. And many people felt that this would be a pivot to small modular reactors, which would provide energy to extract more oil. That shocked me, Madam Speaker. In a context like that, we simply cannot feel that transitioning to a green economy can be done by focusing on nuclear energy, which is something we have a lot of concerns about, especially when it comes to nuclear waste. The governments of the 3 provinces affected by the bill came to witness at committee, and they told us they did not like it. And as someone who represents Quebec, the fact that these governments, during their witness statement, were not in favor of the bill, well, that's something that really bothered me. Why impose something on the provinces and force them to develop their provinces in a certain way when they have more expertise?
But the most important thing is cooperation, regardless of the context. And the provinces have clearly said that it is not Ottawa's jurisdiction. They do not want the government to play the role of economic developer on their territory. And they're not seeking the agreement of various players, including municipal governments. And the Bloc is not directly involved because we do not have any members in the prairies. We're all in Quebec. But when a province asks to have its jurisdiction respected, we listen. We want to have right to the same consideration when we asked for Quebec's respect in terms of its autonomy and its jurisdiction. It would be interesting for this House to apply this principle more often. If you're concerned, you're interested, obviously, but if it doesn't concern you, we can also look at the principles behind this. When you look at things closer, we realize there are gaps, and we can't express our opinion, and we think that the federal government shouldn't get involved. In the report, there are amendments that are technical, saying which department is responsible for what. It just adds a bit of gloss to some of the terms, but it doesn't really explain why this bill was so improvised. The member for Winnipeg had sincere intent, but there are serious challenges in the prairies. We know this. We know an Albertan emits 6 times the amount of GHGs as a Quebecer does. And, Madam Speaker, this is a serious challenge with respect to our green shift. And it denounces this challenge that the provinces are facing. In terms of regional economic development, there is a syndrome where one region has a big employer that pays high salaries, but this sector is in decline. I can think of Kinder Morgan, for example. No, sorry. Trans Mountain, rather. Thank you. It cost us $14 billion, and then there's all sorts of repairs as well. Would it not be better to sell this pipeline? And we could reinvest this money in research systems so we can find solutions in universities, so we could reboot our economy. But obviously the principle that the government owns a pipeline of that degree is shocking. As Quebecers and Canadians, when we pay taxes, we're not paying them to a private company. When we want to green our economy, we want to have very concrete incentives, and the federal government can work on this. They shouldn't be getting involved and meddling. And what will this bill do? It's taking a step that we're not ready to support. This bill, well, there are obviously were interesting options with respect to transportation, job creation, natural infrastructure, clean environment. But once again, there's nuclear energy here. I found this difficult to accept. We can't just put this out there like that. We have some serious groundwork to do. I pay tribute to the witnesses that did provide testimony with respect to this bill. They said that there was progress made, but this industry remains highly risky, and I'm not ready to take this risk right now, even though we have made some progress, but there can always be a catastrophe, and that's very worrisome. I'd also like to talk about the tax credits on oil exploration and site creation and coverage of part of our environmental assets. There are many components that explain why we did things in the past, but now we have to look for solutions. And I'd like to say this again. We have a transition that can be done. We can better share our energy. There's a hydrogen factory that was created recently in Alberta, and there are solutions that can be put forward. But once again, hydrogen production in Alberta, will it be truly green? If we burn oil to produce hydrogen to not burn oil later, there seems to be something that doesn't make sense there. So things aren't simple when you talk about economic development in the prairies. I pay tribute to the intent of wanting to green the prairies, and we'll always work towards this. But with respect to C235, the Bloc is opposed to it. The Liberal government has already made a lot of commitments, and we doubt its credibility here. Many companies and citizens have to do their share. The government of Quebec has been bold on the environment for many decades now. They've made ambitious decisions that proves that in Quebec we're on the right track to a green society, but other provinces haven't taken similar steps, and they've spoken out against this bill. Our municipal governments have to support such efforts, and the end of the fossil fuel industry is something we're in favor of.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this evening to express my support for Bill C-235. I'd done that before at second reading. It's a bill that essentially, requires federal ministers to come together to consult with provinces and Indigenous peoples on a path forward for the prairies in order to green their economy, which I think is a laudable goal. In fact, it's a goal that I think Canada ought to have made more progress on by now. And I do think that we need to be acting with a sense of urgency. So while I would say that there are many more things that we need to do, I don't think it hurts at all to create a framework wherein some of the coordinating conversations that have to happen between various levels of government, including Indigenous governments, I think that's a step in the right direction. If we are going to get serious about facing the urgency of the climate crisis, though, we're going to have to get beyond talking about how to have conversations and what conversations we ought to have, and get talking about the very real projects that we need to undertake. Well, often in Canada, when we talk about energy projects, we're talking about particular oil and gas projects. So whether that's the development of a new extractive oil sands development, or whether that's the building of a pipeline, what we need in Canada is for governments, because we're going to require public investment in the same way, incidentally, that the oil and gas industry, and particularly the oil sands in Alberta, required public investment, massive public investment in the 70s and 80s in order to make of that industry what it is. We need a comparable level of public investment in renewable energy now to set us up to be energy leaders in the future energy economy that is coming, whether some of us would wish it or not. And so that's why often New Democrats are quite upset to see massive public expenditure in the oil and gas sector. That's an established sector, one that has already benefited for decades from public investment of various kinds. And the opportunity cost of spending public dollars now on the oil and gas sector is real, because it means that we're not setting ourselves up to continue to be major players in an energy sector that is transforming. And we see international competitors already undertaking the work, not just to reduce their own emissions and green their economy, but to become experts in the building and maintenance of that very technology that is going to be the future basis of the global energy economy. Canadians should be at that table. Canadian workers should be developing that expertise. Canadian companies should be developing that expertise. And we won't be developing that expertise if we don't see government investment that's directed toward the energy sector being directed to renewable energy, as opposed to going back to the well, quite literally in this case, of the oil and gas sector. We also know that Canada, to the extent that we are going to continue to extract some amount of oil and gas well into the future, because it's not just used for cars, it's not just used for home heating, it's also used for plastics, it's an important manufacturing input. Canada has to ask itself the question, what is a sustainable level of extraction? And I believe that there is an answer for that, and we can work backwards from Canada's emissions commitments under the Paris Agreement and other international agreements where Canada has committed to lower its emissions, and we can talk about what a sustainable oil and gas sector looks like. It doesn't look like approving every project that the industry itself says is a good idea. And unfortunately, that has been the model. It doesn't look like when private sector actors make a major investment, as they did in the TMX pipeline, the government running out to bail them out and say, oh, we're so sorry your project didn't work out in Canada. That's all right. Canadian taxpayers will carry the load for you. No risk investing in Canada, because if you make a bad investment, we're here to bail you out. And it's particularly frustrating because when I talk about the role of a sustainable oil and gas sector in Canada, I think the focus really has to be not on just extracting more and more and more oil and gas, but getting more and more value out of the oil and gas that we do extract. And one of the ways to do that is to increase Canada's refining capacity. We've actually seen a significant diminishment of Canada's refining capacity, and often the argument is always, well, there isn't the money. There isn't the money to build a refinery. It would cost tens of billions of dollars to build a refinery in Canada. That's what the government says in response to those of us who would like to see more emphasis on a value-added oil and gas sector. And yet, what did they do? They found what ended up being an over $20 billion investment overnight for the TMX pipeline. So you can't tell me that money's not available. The problem is it's not available within the context of a strategic, future-looking framework. It's just available as a knee-jerk reaction to the oil and gas lobbyists when they come asking for money in Ottawa. That's not the way that public dollars ought to be invested in the energy economy. We saw it again in the last budget, where the Liberals announced billions of dollars in new subsidies for carbon capture and storage. And the way the politics of that works is that the Liberals lay out tons of funds for the oil and gas sector, only be told by the Conservatives that they're not doing enough and that they don't get the oil and gas sector. So it's a pretty nice setup that the oil and gas sector has here in Ottawa. They have a subservient Liberal government and an official opposition that no matter how much money the Liberals pump into the oil and gas sector is going to say that they're not doing enough and they don't take oil and gas seriously. That works pretty nice for the industry. But it doesn't work out well for Canadian workers that are interested in having their children and their grandchildren be able to get meaningful employment in the energy industry as that changes.
Take his phone out of the... Thank you.
I'm sure it's Canadians watching at home calling with accolades, Madam Speaker.
for the bill. For the bill.
As long as you don't change your position.
Disturbing, this is for the interpreters, and I do ask you, all of you actually, not to put devices on top of your desks when you're speaking. Thank you.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. So, you know, often the way that the public debate kind of crystallizes is around these individual projects, whether it's, you know, the Northern Gateway Pipeline, the TMX Pipeline, Energy East, you name it. And that's because the industry itself already has access to vast amounts of capital, and so they're able to make the initial investment in order to raise hopes and excitement about these kinds of projects. What we need is access to capital for renewable projects. There was a great, you know, the Canada West Foundation is not known to be a typically NDP organization. I think it's fair to say, I'm looking for some nods from my Conservative colleagues over there. I think that's a fair claim. They have a great paper out on the potential for a Western power grid, something that I hope folks under this consultation framework that's proposed in C-235 will get serious in talking about. And that those same governments that come to the table under the auspices of the framework required by this bill will also put up capital in order to move ahead on that. There's some interesting findings that it could help lower energy costs. It can certainly help lower emissions. But what we need is capital behind these projects to show Canadians that these things are possible and to talk about the benefits of these things, not only from an environmental point of view, but from an economic point of view. And I believe that that is how the conversation around climate is actually going to change in Canada, as we create excitement around real projects in the same way that there is excitement around real pipeline projects. I'm a construction electrician. I understand that excitement. I know what it means to look to a big project as a source of work and income for your family, and I know that's true for so many Canadians out there. Renewable energy can be that same exciting source of potential future employment to support families, but we're always talking about it in the abstract because we haven't had people come together and mobilize the capital it would take and do the planning to show the path on individual projects. Now, I talked about one that I think makes a lot of sense for Western Canada. There are other parts in the country that you can look to, which of course I won't speak about because we're talking about Western Canada in the context of the bill. But I think that is how we shift public opinion and build the trust that has to be built with workers in order to effect a proper energy transition, is by talking about particular projects. So this bill doesn't do that, and I am disappointed that after 7 years of government, the Liberals have not acted with the appropriate sense of urgency, and they haven't built excitement around particular projects that can be meaningful sources of work for Canadian workers and also help us build the competency within Canada for those kinds of projects, competency that we can sell not only here in Canada but across the world, in the way that Manitoba Hydro once had a very successful division that was sought the world over in order to help build hydro projects across the world until the Tories sold it off for pennies on the dollar. But there are ways of developing that kind of expertise, and that has a real value for us, for Canada's reputation in the world, and also for Canadian workers. So that's where I hope to see the direction of government policy go. I think this at least creates some tables for conversations to happen. We're going to have to do a lot more than that, though, if we want to meet the real climate challenge that Canada and the planet is facing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Climate Change, of the Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my longtime friend and honourable colleague, the member for Winnipeg South Centre, for his hard work in bringing forward this proposed legislation and his years of service to his community, to his constituents, to Manitobans, and indeed to all Canadians. I know this is a topic for which he is very passionate and one that I fully support. I followed the debate on C-235 in the House and committee from members as well as stakeholders and other orders of government. In the member for Winnipeg South Centre's speech during the first hour debate on this bill, he highlighted how members sat at the committee table and considered a range of views to make the bill even more impactful and stronger. That's the value committees and the varied opinions and expertise within this House bring to improving legislation. Indeed, creating a framework for cooperation and engagement in the implementation of federal programs will lead to conditions for greater collaboration and more effective program delivery. It is about bringing everyone to the table, Madam Speaker. Much has been said about the prairie virtues of self-sufficiency, hard work, and collaboration. It is that spirit of collaboration and cooperation to achieve a shared goal that animates this bill. It is about those things and reaching out broadly to find areas where we can find agreement and alignment. It's also about acknowledging that one order of government cannot build a greener economy that benefits everyone alone. Our government is deeply engaged to achieve shared goals and always looks to partner with Indigenous communities, provinces, territories, municipalities, and organizations to build a stronger economy and address the threat of climate change. It is evident in the renewed emphasis we have placed on economic development across the prairies with the additional resources invested to create Prairies Can as a standalone regional development agency for the prairies. Prairies Can is now on the ground in more places across the region than ever before, ensuring more communities have more help to prosper. Because the best way to deal with local issues and opportunities is with a local perspective. We are making progress with partners in finding opportunities in the transition to a greener economy, Madam Speaker. There are projects across the prairie provinces in renewable energy, in carbon capture and storage, in green transit, and construction. Municipalities understand local priorities and concerns. They are passing bylaws, mandating sustainable development, and investing in climate change adaptation. And this is why we worked with other parties in committee to amend Bill C-235 to include consultation with municipalities. Our path forward must include consensus building and meaningful partnership and consultation with Indigenous communities as well. Many across the prairies are already developing and launching community-led projects that will see their local economies go greener and develop clean energy like the Cowessess First Nation solar project. Bill C-235 proposes a framework to align all the different parts of government that are working on the energy transition, decarbonization, and creating a green economy on the prairies, and the good jobs Canadian workers can count on. And this bill is about a green economy that builds on the prairie's economic strengths while increasing sustainability in sectors including energy, agriculture, forestry, mining, transportation, manufacturing, technology, and tourism. Through this bill, we have an opportunity to work with the prairie provinces and regional stakeholders to build this collaborative framework together. This framework will be one that prioritizes local and regional challenges and opportunities and meets our shared objective of green, sustainable, and inclusive economic growth and employment across the prairies. Madam Speaker, as the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre mentioned in previous debate on this bill, the prairies have tremendous engineering expertise of a global caliber, not only in energy projects, but in carbon capture, irrigation systems, and more. Reaching Canada's net zero targets will take a concerted effort to mobilize that expertise. We know that consumers worldwide are demanding more sustainable energy development, and Canada's energy sector is working to meet that demand. We need to recognize the work that has been done to reach sustainable net zero goals, Achieving more of it depends on developing the next generation of energy infrastructure that is cleaner, sustainable, and marketable. By creating a framework for consultation, this bill will support the building of value chains that connects the prairies, agriculture, and forestry biomass to the manufacturing of biofuels used in Canada's automotive, aerospace, construction, and energy sectors. Industry in Alberta is working to reduce emissions in a range of sectors, including petrochemicals. It is advancing work on carbon capture and storage, as I mentioned before. One of the world's first net zero hydrogen facilities will be located in Edmonton. Prairie agriculture is also greening, Madam Speaker. I see the Agriculture Minister sitting next to me. Bill C-235 meshes with initiatives like the Agricultural Clean Technology Program, and agribusinesses invest in new clean technologies to increase sustainability and cut greenhouse gas emissions. More than any other region, projects funded by the program, 24 of 60 projects, are taking place across the prairies. The outcomes are more climate-friendly grain dryers, solar panels, and precision agricultural technologies. As critical minerals become more important on the world stage, Canada's economic prosperity is even more linked to sustainably developing and exporting our natural resources and value-added products. That's one reason why PrairiesCan has invested in the development of its first-of-a-kind rare earth element processing plant in Saskatoon. $7.5 million of federal support complements provincial government investments to help establish a domestic rare earth supply chain. This is because Canadian companies are not only suppliers of resources, but also processors and producers of value-added products. Bill C-25 can catalyze opportunities like these by ensuring improved alignment among the various stakeholders in the new prairie economy. Madam Speaker, the Western economy is incredibly well positioned to thrive in the green economy, and our government is taking steps to make sure partners have the necessary tools to make this happen. We are helping companies and communities on the prairies capitalize on opportunities in the transition to clean technologies and a low-carbon economy. An example is the Clean Resources Innovation Network, a group of over 1,300 oil patch companies, academics, and innovators that is working to change the conversation from energy or the environment to energy and the environment. They are dealing with important issues like curbing undetected methane emissions into the atmosphere. The bill aligns with an array of additional federal programs tailored to economic and environmental areas outlined in the framework, such as infrastructure, natural infrastructure, forestry, and transportation. Just concluding, Madam Speaker, in a time of significant change, a strong prairie region is critical for a strong nation and the post-pandemic economy. People and industries across the prairie provinces make an important contribution to Canada's economy and to feeding and fueling Canada and countries around the world. Our government has been there for them and will continue to be there for them. And as we partner with others through this bill to build a green prairies economy, there will be new economic opportunities and job possibilities for Canadian workers that will be inclusive, long-lasting, and effective. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate my honourable colleague and friend for presenting this bill. He is a true prairie champion that I have worked with and admired for over 30 years. All of us on the prairies should be very grateful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to speak in the House of Commons, and my honour to do so tonight on this bill. I'll begin, Madam Speaker, by saying that I was pleased to enjoy the member for Winnipeg South Centre's remarks in the first hour of third reading and look forward to his participation in this debate. You should know that he has my best wishes and my congratulations for bringing this bill to third reading, although I do not support the bill, and I'm going to say why in a moment. It is actually quite astonishing to me that this bill has made it to third reading and seems likely to pass based on the remarks we've heard from other parties tonight. I say it's astonishing because this bill will do nothing other than compel a process that the people affected do not want by a federal government on unwilling provinces in furtherance of objectives which the people of the provinces affected are not in agreement, in order to report back to a federal government that does not listen and has a track record from which it can be expected will impose further harm on the 3 Canadian provinces that have already been severely harmed by this government. For people, benefit of those that weren't here in the 42nd Parliament, the mover of this bill was the Minister of Natural Resources, and during his tenure, the natural resource sector endured unprecedented capital flight, estimated in the hundreds of billions of dollars. The global investment community ran away from Canada and moved their money to Texas, North Dakota, Mexico, North Africa, and sadly, Madam Speaker, tragically, to Russia, where the fruit of this capital reallocation is being used to finance a murderous war against innocent people in Ukraine. The human cost of that capital flight from Canada was 200,000 jobs lost in the energy sector. Many of these people live in my riding. I had grown men in their 50s reduced to tears in my office on many occasions as they told me of the hopelessness and despair that they suffered as a result of the mass layoffs following the election of this government. Among the very first things this government did when it was elected was cancel the Northern Gateway pipeline. And then this minister, during his tenure, this government chased Kinder Morgan out of Canada. They bought the Trans Mountain pipeline, which instead of being completed and in operation with private money, creating thousands of upstream jobs, it's now a much delayed project on its way to becoming a bloated government boondoggle, which they may not be able to ultimately sell. So, Madam Speaker, this member now wants to force a federal framework on 3 unwilling prairie provinces and ask members of this House to support it. Well, Madam Speaker, I won't do it. I don't agree with this member or the government of which he was a member that it needs a framework for policies of a federal government that is bent on destroying the livelihoods of thousands of my constituents who get up and go to work every day providing the necessities of life for Canadians and people all over the world. Without affordable, reliable, and abundant energy, there is no quality of life for anyone, Madam Speaker. A warm home, affordable food, basic transportation, light, electronic communication, literally every single manufactured product that anyone wears or uses is only possible with access to such affordable, reliable, and abundant energy. And Western Canada abounds with such energy resources. And industry continually finds ways to reduce the emissions created by the extraction process. The 3 provinces, their municipalities, and industries are already doing the hard work of being part of an overall goal of reducing emissions. But the world is desperate for Canadian energy. The Economist recently reported that 150,000 people in Europe will likely die from cold this winter. Think about that, Madam Speaker. 150,000 people, most of whom live among the wealthiest countries in the world, may not make it through the winter because many will not be able to access affordable energy. And as people suffer from chronic cold, their blood thickens, their blood pressure is elevated, they're unable to maintain circulation throughout their bodies, and they succumb to heart attack, to stroke, succumb to illness. This is a consequence of Canada's inability to export its energy resources, and we are enabling Putin's weaponization of energy. I listened to the member's speech during the first hour of debate at third reading, and I must say I was incredulous at this member's comments on how he thinks this bill is the embodiment and fulfillment of Canadian federalism. But, Madam Speaker, we had testimony at committee. The Minister of Justice of Saskatchewan said this bill requires federal ministers to develop a framework for the implementation of federal programs, which to us in Saskatchewan sounds pretty top-down, pretty definitive language, and what we call assertive federalism. She went on to talk about a report that said, quote, a green transition that is carried out too glibly, too quickly, and too politically will impact some 450,000 Canadians, and 450,000 Canadians could lose their jobs. The president of the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities said, in rural Saskatchewan, we are making excellent headway on our own solutions for a greener economy, and we don't require a federal framework. So, Madam Speaker, only Liberals steeped in the tradition of Pierre Trudeau's generation could possibly think, and his approach to federalism, could think that a bill that imposes a federal process on unwilling provinces is somehow a triumph of the Federation. This bill imposes a process to create a federal framework for the imposition of federal policy on 3 provinces that don't want it. They didn't ask for it. They don't like this government. They disagree with this government. 56 out of the 62 members elected to this chamber from these 3 provinces are not from the government's party. That's 90% of the MPs from those provinces who were elected here. They were elected in opposition to this government's agenda. So, Madam Speaker, is that a triumph of Canadian federalism, the imposition and creation of this framework? Madam Speaker, that's exactly the kind of imposition on Western provinces that is sadly eroding people's faith in Canadian federalism, just like under Pierre Trudeau when he was Prime Minister, when he destroyed the Canadian energy industry for a generation in a spectacular abuse of Canadian federalism. So no, this bill is not a triumph of Canadian federalism. It will not be a springboard for some abstract, mythical, undefined so-called green economy. It will not help Canadian workers. This government has been promising green job retraining for oil and gas workers for years, and it doesn't exist. This will not help Western municipalities. This is a bill that people in Western Canada don't want. It's a bill that nobody asked for. It's a bill that will at best do nothing and at worst will harm my constituents. So I'm aware following this debate that this is likely to pass 3rd reading. If it does, I offer the member for Winnipeg South Centre my personal congratulations. The passage of a private member's bill is no small thing, so to him, I wish him the very best, but I do not support this bill and I will oppose it.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre for the right of reply.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to start by expressing some deeply held emotion. I love this country. Every square meter of this country, in English, en français, in indigenous languages, in the language of the newly arrived. Madam Speaker, the characterization of the bill as jurisdictional creep is simply not the case. In fact, the opposite is true. The Government of Canada has added leaves to the national table. This is in addition, not subtraction. And it's inclusive, not exclusive. It seeks to unite, not to divide. My respect for Parliament has grown by leaps and bounds. The wisdom of inviting witnesses to add thoughtful commentary. Opposition was being respectful, though occasionally dissenting. What's a democracy all about? But it's always rooted in strengthening the national fabric, woven as it is from those many threads that makes Canada the envy of the world. With resources, natural and human, comes responsibility to each other and to the world itself. How can we not be humbled by the greatness of this magnificent country? If I have a favorite part of this bill, Madam Speaker. It is the report back to this Parliament that it requires. In 1 year, those who occupy these chairs that will be filled with so many for too long who have been denied must be heard. And they must be heard with all of the magnificence is this diversity that truly is the envy of the world. Travel, as we all have, and let the conversation turn to what this Parliament represents to so many in faraway places, many of whom, given the choice, would rather be here than where they are. And they would look at this chamber as a place where people gather to improve themselves, where we look at accomplishment and we take the personal accomplishment to the national one. And it's no small feat. It is woven from these strains, these strands of all of the diversity that makes this the most magnificent place on earth. And for me, personally, a wonderful moment. I listened to my friends in the bloc talk about the French language, la densité de la français, how deeply enmeshed language is with their culture, their identity, their sense of belonging in ways that make us whole. And in my little corner of this country, on the prairie, where we strive to create wealth, where we strive to create a sense of belonging across a wide range of natural and human resources. So in wrapping up to this debate, I want to thank the people of Winnipeg South Centre, without whose confidence this would never have been possible, for all of those who raised their voices in support of this idea. Some may say this aspirational idea. I can handle that, Madam Speaker. I can handle aspirations, especially when they are shared. And that's the center of what this bill is all about. So it's with gratitude, it's with thanks, and a deep respect for this institution that I humbly present this bill to my colleagues in Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Lamoureux moved that Bill C-235, an act respecting the building of a green economy in the prairies, be now read a third time and do pass. Si un député d'en part...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried, or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
South Centre.
I request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred to Wednesday, December 7, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À l'ordre.
Order. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising tonight to call out the hypocrisy of the government. The way they've treated Canadians, the way they treat themselves, there is, needless to say, a profound dissonance between those two things. On the one hand, we have a Prime Minister who clearly loves to travel. He went to London this year, and he or a member of his entourage spent $6,000 a night on a hotel room. $6,000. we've actually tried to get information from the government about the carbon emissions associated with all the Prime Minister's travel, because he is raising the carbon tax. In fact, he plans to triple the carbon tax on Canadians, while he benefits from a whole bunch of publicly funded travel. And as part of his job to travel, but the government wasn't even able to provide at the Public Accounts Committee information about the level of greenhouse gas emissions generated by the Prime Minister. You'd think he would be willing to be transparent about the costs and the carbon emissions associated with his own personal travel. But he doesn't want to do that. Instead, he wants to impose burdens and extra costs on Canadians by tripling the carbon tax that they have to pay when they travel on their own dime to visit family members, to go to essential functions, or to have some time away. So we see the hypocrisy already from this government on that. But while the Prime Minister's been traveling all over the world, staying in outrageously expensive hotels, we had the government imposing the ArriveCAN app on Canadians, making it very difficult to travel. The ArriveCAN app that was full of glitches, that in cases I heard from constituents, people that had met all of the rules such that they shouldn't have had to quarantine were nonetheless ordered by this piece of technology that didn't work to quarantine. This app, despite all of its problems, cost $54 million. So the government spends $54 million on an app that doesn't work and that forces many Canadians to stay home. Even in certain cases, Canadians who have complied with what are supposed to be the rules still being forced to stay home. Meanwhile, we have the Prime Minister being able to take advantage of all this publicly funded travel. So more hypocrisy from the government here, grounding Canadians, increasing their taxes, imposing the ArriveCAN app on them, while the government's own largesse is truly out of control. Now, in response to my questions about the government's outrageous spending, about the ArriveCAN app and other things, we were told by a member of the government that this app saved lives. He claimed the app saved lives, Madam Speaker, which is particularly bizarre because we've specifically asked the government written questions. Show us the data that supports the travel restrictions you put in place. Show us the data. And it turns out, according to the government's own responses to questions, that they did not even track the travel-based emissions of COVID. That is, in trying to justify the various restrictions they imposed on Canadians being in airports, being in train stations, going back and forth, they imposed all sorts of restrictions on that. We said, okay, how many cases of transmission have you seen in these environments that justify the restrictions you're putting in place? And it turned out they weren't even gathering data on the level of transmission in airports, train stations, etc. In other words, the government is making these outrageous claims that this glitchy $54 million app saved lives. They don't even have the data, Madam Speaker. Will the government account for this complete hypocrisy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm thrilled to be here tonight to address this question in adjournment debates. Our government understands that many Canadians are worried about our economy as it faces a period of slower economic growth due to the global challenge of high inflation and higher interest rates. We recognize that Canadians are feeling the pain of inflation where they go to the grocery store, fill up their tanks, and pay their rent. However, Madam Speaker, my colleague opposite prefaced his question tonight on the basis of hypocrisy. So I'm glad that earlier today I had the forethought to print off the campaign commitment that member and all Conservative members made to Canadians in the last election with the platform that the then leader of the Conservative Party put out, secure the environment. So, he wants to talk about, the member wants to talk about pricing carbon, and I just wanted to read what the promise that he made to his constituents in the last election campaign, and it reads, "We recognize the most efficient way to reduce our emissions is to use pricing mechanisms. However, not having a market-based approach means that we cannot ignore the fact that our North American partner doesn't have one." That's a good point. So we indeed do have pricing mechanisms. He also committed to suggest that we will put a price on carbon for consumers, which is what we have. He also ran on a commitment to increase the price on pollution to $50 a ton, Madam Speaker, which is the current price as well. So as I flip through the commitments that my colleague made to his constituents in the last election, I find, just a lot of similarities between the commitments that he made and what is currently in place, Madam Speaker. So, I do want to suggest and to table that there is good news for Canada right now. Inflation's slowing down. It was 8.1% in June, and now it's under 7%, and that's less than we see in many peer economies. And in the United States, Madam Speaker, just south of the border, it's still almost 8%. So in the euro area, it's 10%, and we agree that inflation at 6.9% in Canada is still far, far too high, but the reality remains that there's still some difficult days ahead for Canada's economy, and that's why we're moving forward with targeted measures that are already putting money back into the pockets of those who need it the most when they need it the most. For example, Madam Speaker, individuals and families receiving the GST credit started receiving an additional $2.5 billion in support last month. Over 11 million families will see support through that measure. I'd point out, as we have a couple of times in this House, that the members of the Conservative Party voted against that measure to support Canadians and their families with their budgets. It also means that Canadians without children are receiving up to an additional $234, and couples with 2 children are receiving an extra $467 this year. And seniors are receiving an additional $225 on average. So, Madam Speaker, when the member opposite, speaks to hypocrisy, I want to point out that not only did he vote against all these measures to support Canadians, that puts hundreds of dollars back into the pockets of Canadians, he also ran on a commitment in the last election to price carbon at $50 a ton, which is the current price. So, the arguments about how, we're not supporting Canadians, they don't hold any water for me, Madam Speaker, because when given an opportunity to chime in, to provide amendments, to make some suggestions on a bill that is tangibly, right now, supporting Canadians with rental supports, dental supports, and a doubling of the HST credit, he voted against. An analysis for the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates the recent increases in temperature and precipitation combined with future changes in weather patterns will reduce Canada's real GDP by almost 6% in 2100. Madam Speaker, that is an atrocious thing that we can curb. We can fight climate change, and our government understands that. And I hope that whenever there is another election, the member opposite continues to run on a platform of carbon pricing and sound economic and environmental policy that will create a better future for all Canadians.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I think the member thought he was answering a different question. I, of course, spoke about the government's carbon tax, but primarily about the ArriveCan app, about hypocrisy we've seen from the Prime Minister, and about the Prime Minister's spending, and no response whatsoever on any of those issues. Clearly, the government can't explain why they spent $54 million on a glitchy app that they had no data to support whatsoever. But on the government spending, it's just very interesting the way members of the government talk. We're spending all this money, we're giving people more money, with nary a thought about where the money comes from, right? Like, where does the money that the government spends come from? Oh, they take it from people first. And the problem is, we have this Auditor General report today. Auditor General report today showing that over $30 billion, that's billion with the B, went to people who certainly or very likely didn't meet eligibility criteria. So when the government's creating programs that are supposed to go to one group of people, but then billions of dollars out of that spending is going to people they don't know who they are, they're not tracking it, but they know that the Auditor General is able to identify that many of these people don't actually meet the criteria that the government has set out. Well, hey then, Madam Speaker, we've got a big problem. The government says they're being generous. They're being generous with taxpayers' money by giving it away, but they don't know who's getting it, and they don't have any spending.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. An old saying comes to mind: those in glass houses, they shouldn't throw stones, Madam Speaker. And when given an opportunity, every Conservative member voted against all these measures to support Canadians tangibly. Those constituents of ours, those neighbours of ours who are struggling right now are receiving support, whether that's through the rental supports, the dental supports, or the doubling of their HST credit, increases to their old age security or their guaranteed income supplement. Madam Speaker, we're there for Canadians, and we recognize there's still some difficult times ahead. This has been one of the most disruptive couple of years ever, and certainly in my lifetime, and I'd even say over the last century. Canadians can count on us to continue to support them. I don't know what they can count on from the Conservatives. It's been mostly slogans, no solutions over the last couple of months. I guess that's the influence that the new Conservative leader has had on them. They've really lacked any substance in any of their arguments. We will continue to be doing all of that in a way that's responsible. That's about balancing fiscal responsibility with compassion and real support for Canadians. As the Deputy Prime Minister explained in the Fall Economic Statement, we're going to continue in the months ahead to work hard to build an economy that works for everyone.
The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, on February 17, 2022, the Chief Electoral Officer appeared before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee studying the 44th general election. He stated that the Canada Elections Act enables Elections Canada to work with government security agencies to understand and mitigate foreign interference in our electoral processes and identify and address misinformation committed by domestic or foreign entities. The Canada Elections Act also prohibits the use of foreign funds for partisan purposes, including the propelling of like-minded puppet candidates seeking party nominations and running in elections. Any suspected wrongdoing is then referred to the Commissioner of Canada Elections. Can the Parliamentary Secretary confirm that the Elections Canada CEO and the Commissioner of Canada Elections were fully consulted, along with CSIS and the RCMP, to determine if the 2021 election was compromised by foreign interference?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be back in the House for a adjourned proceeding this evening, and I thank the member down the way for the opportunity to address concerns of foreign interference in Canada. Canada is a country of an open political system, a democratic process, much social cohesion, academic freedoms, and prosperity. While these are reasons why people choose to come to Canada, this also makes Canada an attractive target for foreign interference. The government takes these threats very seriously, and we will not tolerate any foreign interference from any actor. We are aware that certain foreign governments, including the People's Republic of China, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Russian Federation, may attempt to threaten and intimidate individuals in Canada or their relatives abroad, and that some of these tactics employed to use harassment, intimidation, detention of family members abroad, and refusal to issue travel documents or visas. When individuals in Canada are subjected to intimidation, harassment, or manipulation by foreign states or their proxies, these activities are a threat to Canada's sovereignty and to the safety of communities and individuals in Canada, and that will never be tolerated. Where there is evidence of state-backed harassment or intimidation, the CSIS and the RCMP comply the full measures of their mandates to investigate threats to Canada and to Canadians. CSIS investigates and may take measures to reduce foreign interference threats, including those involving threats to Canadian communities. And the RCMP also collaborates with polices of jurisdiction to investigate harassment, intimidation, and other offences reported at local levels that, upon further investigation, reveal a nexus to foreign interference. For example, Madam Speaker, in response to reports of so-called police stations being run by the People's Republic of China, the PRC, here in Canada, the RCMP has confirmed it is currently investigating. If a member of the public feels they are in immediate danger from a person suspected of acting on behalf of a foreign state, they are strongly encouraged to call 911 or contact their local police of jurisdiction. If a member of the police suspects criminal foreign interference activities that do not pose an immediate threat to life, they should report it immediately to the RCMP or CSIS through phone and online reporting channels, including the National Security Information Network web portal. Finally, we recognize that democratic institutions and processes around the world, including elections, are targets for foreign interference. Over the course of the 2021 federal election, CSIS and the RCMP worked closely with partners as members of the Security and Intelligence Threats to Elections, that's SITE, task force, to coordinate efforts against foreign interference by raising awareness, assessing threats, and preparing the government's response to them. While I cannot provide any more detail regarding specific threat activity, I can assure Canadians that our security and intelligence agencies investigate allegations of interference in Canada's democratic institutions or processes by a foreign state in accordance with their mandated authorities, and that the RCMP investigates foreign actor interference further to its mandate. You can be assured that we cannot always make our actions known to the public. The safety and security of Canadians is absolutely always at the heart of our approach. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, a simple yes or no would have sufficed. I mean, as more media attention focuses on the porous defense and the lackadaisical attitude that the government has towards confronting foreign operators on our soil, along with the reluctance to safeguard Iranian and Chinese Canadians being intimidated, has the government abrogated its duty to protect our citizens and election process? Is the government also content for Canada to put out permanent doormats for Iranian and Chinese governments to do whatever they want?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I reject the premise of the question 100%. We have taken swift action against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we continue to be extremely strong against the People's Republic of China in their attempts to interfere in our elections or in any other course of due action in Canada. I want to make it clear that the Government of Canada remains committed to combating foreign interference by any foreign state seeking to harm Canada or our citizens. We protect our citizens and communities targeted by hostile state actors, safeguarding our democratic institutions and promoting economic security. Canada takes a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach, domestically and abroad, to strategically counter foreign interference activities. This includes the work of security agencies like CSIS and the RCMP, but this also includes our work with the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism, which identifies and responds to foreign threats to democracy, as well as resources like Foreign Interference in You, that is available to the public in multiple languages through the Canada.ca website. Madam Speaker, I would just close acknowledging that the member down the way was a former member of the military, and he knows what...
We have to cut off to the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and as always, I'm honoured to be here in this place and talk on behalf of the members of North Island Powell River. And I'm really sad to be here today, and I never thought that I would be sharing concerns with the House of Commons that constituents of mine are now afraid because of the total lack of health care. The federal government has paid less and less into health care transfers, and provinces and territories are struggling. We knew, and it's been talked about in this country for a very long time, that we had a raising and increasing population of people who are aging, that there is challenges in recruiting and retaining healthcare providers, and we still do not see any meaningful action from this government. I have spoken about this issue before in the House, and I will continue to do so because we are in a significant crisis, and people in my riding are paying the price of that crisis. I receive emails and calls from remote communities in my riding daily. Port Hardy, Port McNeill, Alert Bay, especially because their emergency rooms are being closed far too often. Madam Speaker, all night long, emergency rooms closed. That means if anyone has any serious health issue, they have to travel quite a distance to get where they need help. And if you live in Alert Bay, you're on an island. So that is even more problematic. Madam Speaker, just last week, a constituent having serious health issues got themselves to the Port Hardy Hospital. They arrived, and upon arrival, found out that the emergency room was closed. And they collapsed. An ambulance was called, and they had to take them to another community to be served. Closures of emergency rooms are directly linked in our riding to a lack of staff. They are tired, they are burnt out, and they are leaving. And the federal government must stand with its provincial counterparts to support strategies to both attract and retain healthcare professionals across Canada's rural communities. It is not sustainable in what's happening right now, and it is not safe. Constituents are sharing stories of having to travel a long distance to get basic care. This cannot continue. Recently, an article came out about rural communities and pregnant people having to travel a long distance to get the services that they need. And when they do so, Madam Speaker, the pregnant person is paying out of pocket to have a place to live and something to eat. And often they are left alone because their spouse or partner is back home looking after children or working, doing the things they need to do to sustain the family. One of those people who shared their story was from Port McNeill, Darcy. She told a terrible story of being left alone, missing her partner who was doing everything he could to support her, and finally having the pregnancy, the birth, without her partner. This issue is long-standing, but we're seeing it across the board, an increase of closure for so many services. For example, in Campbell River, the hospital lab is closed many days due to a severe shortage of staff, which means that outpatients are arriving finding it closed. And we know that overworked staff, exhausted lab staff, are ready to leave and looking for other opportunities. We also know that doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals across the board exhausted, tired, wanting to leave. And we don't have a meaningful attraction strategy to bring newcomers and other folks from across Canada to be in our communities. I want to thank so much the Citizens for Quality Health and other healthcare advocates from North Vancouver Island and Powell River who have been warning about this for over 3 years. Before the pandemic, Madam Speaker. This is serious and it needs to be addressed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to discuss this very important issue.
Across all areas of the health system, but they're particularly clear right now in our hospitals, and it's harder to watch as children are affected. Understaffed emergency rooms have led to long wait times and even some closures. Notre gouvernement collabore.
Our government cooperates with provincial and territorial governments, as well as key stakeholders, to find an immediate and long-term solution to meet the need for healthcare personnel.
This spring to better understand the challenges facing the health workforce, and we are currently engaging with stakeholders to refine and align solutions. I'd also point out, Madam Speaker, that over the last 6 months, the prime focus of Health Committee, on which I serve, has been the human resources and healthcare crisis, and we've been studying how to remediate this challenge, and literally nothing is off the table. Rural communities, like the one that my colleague serves in, require unique solutions to their healthcare challenges, and that's why our government is providing $26.2 million in funding to increase the forgivable amount of student loans for doctors and nurses who would like to practice in rural and remote communities. We've also committed $115 million over 5 years, with $30 million ongoing to expand the Foreign Credential Recognition Program, which will help 11,000 internationally trained healthcare professionals per year get the credentials recognized and find work in their field. Madam Speaker, my colleague opposite raised the point. She said that we're not doing anything to help people come into the healthcare sector. She says that we're not doing enough to attract foreign credential qualifications and recognitions. Madam Speaker, we're investing tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in these areas. It is a prime area of focus. Il y a encore beaucoup à faire.
There's still much to be done, and our government will continue to work with the provinces and territories.
With provinces and territories and experts to find ways to recruit new healthcare workers and improve working conditions to retain and make better use of our existing health workers.
I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues in the provinces and territories in the coming months and weeks so we can work on this file. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
For North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I am very concerned to hear again another, let's have a round table, let's have a conversation, let's do the talk. We need action in our communities, Madam Speaker. Rural and remote healthcare is hurting because of many specific challenges. I'm happy to inform the member. Finding a family doctor is getting harder and harder. Accessing walk-in clinics harder. Waiting too long for much-needed surgery in rural remote communities, long-term challenge. Delay in medical test results and other medical services due to a lack of medical personnel. Harder to attract people to rural and remote communities. That needs to be addressed in a more profound way. Having to travel very long distances outside of their community to access regular and specialized medical services. Very hard on families, Madam Speaker. Having seniors waiting for long-term care, often in the hospital because they can't get into a long-term care facility, and a complete lack of mental health services that are comprehensive and support people in my riding. So I'm calling...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for raising this issue, which is very important.
Facing an unacceptable shortage of health workers, our government will continue working on addressing the shortage as well as improving health care in rural areas generally. The needs of Canadians in rural and remote areas are foremost in our minds as we work with provinces and territories in the coming weeks and months to improve our healthcare system, Madam Speaker. But we mustn't cherry pick from the list of things that I mentioned tonight. You know, we are creating solutions across the board in staffing, in solutions, in healthcare transfers, for the pipeline, for education. No stone has been left unturned, and our health system needs further investment, but we also want to make sure that our tax dollars are being spent in the most effective way possible. Throwing more money at a broken system is not the best path forward, and we can improve the way that we deliver health care to eliminate inefficiencies and get better health outcomes for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn to House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.